the procurement practices of government agencies in New South Wales and its impact on the social development of the people of New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Sarah Kane and I'm the chair of the committee. And I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. I also note that the Honourable Emily Savali is joining us online, so she is here attending and we may get questions from her as well. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence and for your submissions. Could I start by each of you, perhaps starting with Ms Riley, please stating your name, position, title and swearing either an oath or an affirmation.
Sure, thank you. Rachel Riley, National Manager of Ethical Clothing Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Elizabeth McPherson. I'm the National Senior Vice President of the CFMEU Manufacturing Division. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
My name is Alison Rodman. I am the New South Wales Secretary of the CFMEU Manufacturing Division. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would any of you like to start by making a short statement?
Yes, I'd like to make a short statement and if the Chair allows, I would like to also just make a statement to something that was noted in another submission as well as part of the opening statement.
Sure.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge that I'm also on the lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and also just note that I normally reside on the lands of the Wurundjeri people. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Standing Committee on Social Issues for inviting Ethical Clothing Australia to provide evidence today as part of this inquiry. This is such an important inquiry as it intersects with multiple public policy areas across a multitude of sectors, including local jobs and economy, sovereign and local manufacturing capabilities, safeguarding human rights, including the protection of labour rights, and mitigating modern slavery risks, just to name a few. Ethical Clothing Australia's subject matter expertise is around the local textile, clothing and footwear, or the TCF industry, and more specifically, business transparency and the protection of labour rights of local workers through our accreditation program, which has been running for more than 23 years now. Australian TCF businesses who have made a commitment to manufacture all or some of their products locally are extraordinarily proud of this commitment, and so they should be. But times are tough. In part, the cause of this is decades of offshoring and current economic pressures, and the consequence of this pressure has led to the loss of local manufacturing capabilities, skills shortages as we face an ageing workforce, and also the inability to compete with offshore manufacturing price points, which often engage exploitative labour practices, which, as the Office of the New South Wales Anti-Slavery Commissioner notes, distorts markets, and a market distortion which has been sustained for close to half a century. To this end, the New South Wales Government has enormous purchasing power through procurement, which can aid in addressing some of these challenges. However, in order to address distorted markets, we need to protect the hard-working women and men who are locally making TCF products, such as uniforms and PPE, and elevate those businesses who have committed to doing the right thing. Ethical Clothing Australia believes we can support the New South Wales Government to do this, as we have a ready-made solution with the framework and subject matter expertise to deliver a program which provides strong labour market governance in the local TCF industry. In fact, our code of practice is already embedded into multiple legislative instruments specific to New South Wales and could be considered a co-regulatory framework. However, due to the voluntary nature of our code and limited incentive by the New South Wales Government for businesses to opt in, there has been a stagnation in New South Wales businesses becoming accredited. By adopting a policy which mandates procurement of TCF products to be locally procured and a business tendering for a contract with the New South Wales Government to have Ethical Clothing Australia accreditation, the New South Wales Government incentivises businesses to become accredited, and in doing so, we can collectively ensure the rights of more garment workers in New South Wales are protected and respected, and existing Australian workplace laws are adhered to. Through a policy such as this, we can recharge the local industry, support local business, all the while protecting the people who are making our clothes. I will just turn to making a statement about something that was provided in a late submission to the inquiry. In the submission by the Australian Fashion Council, they note that the Ethical Clothing Australia accreditation program may be disadvantageous to local manufacturers and hold them to a higher standard of social and labour compliance than other accreditation or audit schemes that are used offshore. The AFC further note that the New South Wales Government should ensure that its accreditation requirements hold manufacturers to an achievable standard. We have met with representatives of the AFC, including the CEO and the board, to outline how their statement is not factual and could be bordering on advocating for unlawfulness, with a request to withdraw this information from evidence. There hasn't been follow-through action with this request, so subsequently, as the spokesperson here today on behalf of the Homeworker Code Committee, which is the governance body of Ethical Clothing Australia, and I think of great importance to note multi-stakeholder governance framework, which includes representatives from industries such as Business New South Wales, accredited businesses, and also representatives from the union. We do want there to be a factual record of evidence in relation to this matter. The Ethical Clothing Australia accreditation program and the code of practice which underpins it and which businesses voluntarily sign on to is based on existing Australian workplace laws, specifically the Textile Clothing, Footwear and Associated Industries Award 2020. This highest standard which the AFC have noted the accreditation holds businesses to is simply existing workplace laws. The accreditation therefore cannot be considered a higher standard, nor would we expect any business operating in Australia to consider meeting existing workplace laws an unachievable standard. Lastly, we do not believe the New South Wales Government would consider it disadvantageous for a business to have to abide by laws, and more specifically, laws designed to protect people and their rights. Thank you for letting me provide that statement.
Thank you very much, Ms. Riley. Ms. McPherson or Ms. Rudman?
I will make
It's all good.
I will make an opening statement. We welcome the opportunity to address the hearing today, and we won't seek to retell our whole submission, but I will make some brief opening remarks. We are the union for members in the forestry and timber supply chain, including end-use products like timber windows, doors, furniture, frames and trusses, and of course paper products. We are also the union for textile workers. That can include textiles like carpets used in the fit-out of buildings. It can also include clothing and footwear, and in particular uniforms. Finally, that textile worker responsibility also makes us one of the unions who represent people working in those large industrial laundries that in turn provide products to hospitals, disability centres and aged care providers. Our interest in procurement comes directly from our members because it is directly linked to the job security of our members. Indeed, again this year, how to secure jobs was one of the top 3 concerns in our statewide members survey. We asked members to tell us more about their job security concerns, and this is what they had to say. For timber workers working in the timber supply chain, particularly in the softwood sector, work insecurity comes from being largely reliant on private building plans. For members in the clothing sector, work insecurity comes from the loss of skills and hours that occurs when their employer is reliant on specific fashion retailers. For members in industrial laundries, work insecurity comes from working wholly on linens for the tourism sector because, as I don't have to tell anyone here, it's been a rough and unstable couple of few years for that sector. In each of these sectors, a reliable government contract would make a tremendous difference to ensuring these workers have secure hours and jobs that allow them to support their families. It would also mean that New South Wales government money is being used to support jobs that feed back into our economy. This is the proposition that we've put forward in our submission. New South Wales government money should be used to support good jobs and good work for the workers of New South Wales. In order to do that, we would submit that the government must ensure 1, robust conditions of participation with a focus on ethical procurement and labour standards throughout the supply chain. 2, full, fair and reasonable access for local industry. And 3, a clear and transparent weighting system for local benefits, including benefits for workers. And we would welcome further discussions on those issues.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We might open with questions. I might, Ms. Riley, just go back to you from your opening statement. I just wanted to clarify for evidence.
Sure.
The ethical clothing accreditation standard is a standard which checks textiles and footwear businesses simply against existing labour law as spelt out in the Fair Work Act and in the appropriate award and WHS legislation. Is that correct?
100% correct.
Right, so simply what's expected.
Simply what is expected.
Right, thank you very much. I wanted maybe to start with Ms. Rudman. The submission of the union makes a number of recommendations, and I just want to sort of ask for a bit more information. You just mentioned in your opening statement developing potentially a weighting system for local content. Can you explain a bit more what you think this would look like and why that's important for the members that you represent?
Yes, absolutely. So the approach taken will obviously be highly dependent on whatever the final system or changes are that are recommended by this committee. However, there are examples from other states that show us what is possible. The Queensland Government has introduced a local benefit scheme where weighting of up to 30% is applied for significant projects. Similarly, the South Australian Government has an employment contribution test where weighting of up to 15 to 20% can be applied. And it's a really simple idea. It's saying that actually we should be rewarding good employers and ensuring the security of good employment relationships for the people in New South Wales.
I guess following up on that, I think in one of your recommendations, certainly in your submission, you talk about how perhaps one of the things needing to be done is clarification about how these weightings work in relation to fair trade agreements. That's been a bit of a theme over the course of the hearings and submissions we've heard. I wonder if you could explain a bit more why you've included that, and also given that there's, as you've just cited, other states and territories that do this, I presume this has been considered elsewhere.
Absolutely. It's a consideration right across the board, and it's a consideration that obviously has been considered at a federal level as well. I won't pretend to give a legal view on how those things should work. However, I would draw the committee's attention to pages 14 to 16 of our submission, where Dr. Nick Seddon speaks in some detail about how this could work, and obviously they are an expert in these matters. Similarly, I would note that small to medium enterprise exemptions have been a feature of Australian trade policy. Indeed, they even feature in the US Free Trade Agreement that was negotiated back in 2005 by John Howard. So we would suggest that they're a fairly non-controversial element of our free trade and our trade policy. The last thing that I would note is that obviously for businesses, it's really important that if we're asking them to do things and that if we're asking them to assert certain things, those things are being measured, and weighting are a practical measure of that community value that their work is bringing in. And it has worked in other states, and there are other states doing it, so we're not being asked to reinvent the wheel here. There is a consistent policy framework that this work would simply slot right into.
Thank you. Ms Riley, we have been looking at other jurisdictions and considering what happens, as Ms Rudman has just been pointing out. In your submission, you talk specifically about the Victorian government's guide to procuring, I think, uniforms in particular. And I wondered if you could explain, I guess, perhaps the strengths and weaknesses, maybe what the approach is, and then the strengths and what you see as the weaknesses of the approach that the Victorian government has adopted.
Yeah, thank you. So as part of Buying for Victoria, the Victorian government issued the Guide to Procuring Uniforms and Personal Protective Equipment in 2018. As part of that guide, it requests that businesses register for the Ethical Supplier Register. To be able to apply for the Ethical Supplier Register, you need to be either applying for or be accredited by Ethical Clothing Australia to sort of incentivise businesses to obviously be compliant with Australian workplace laws and to ensure that the Victorian government is purchasing ethically manufactured PPE and uniforms. So the Victorian government holds and manages that Ethical Supplier Register, but they do liaise with us to confirm that the products which a business is listing is in fact accredited. So there's those checks and balances that are in place there. It's an excellent idea, I think, in trying to drive local procurement and also making sure that that local procurement is ethical. The weakness to your question is that there is the caveat wherever possible, and I think to what Alison has said, and I believe similar to New South Wales government, there's a valuation weighting that's attached to procurement, and while local and ethical is quite high up there, often the end price point is what drives the decision making. And our accredited businesses most certainly provide that feedback that they are losing out to offshore manufacturing due to price point. And we would consider this to be quite a simplistic way of looking at what procurement can provide, or government procurement can provide, because obviously even though the price point might be higher in Australia, it is that reinvestment back into the economy, while also providing obviously people with jobs, safe and secure jobs, as well as a range of other benefits.
Thank you. Speaking of Victoria still, you noted that the ECA has been undertaking research for the Victorian government about the social return on investment through procuring through your organisation. Do you have any preliminary findings yet about sort of what criteria you're using to determine social returns? Is there anything that we could see on that?
We haven't kicked off the research as yet. Right. We've just finalised the consultant, the business that's going to be undertaking the research for us. But most certainly looking at things, and I understand there was a submission from Social Traders as well, yes, which spoke to what investment in or procuring from social enterprises can return to local economies. And we do have quite a few social enterprises that are accredited with Ethical Clothing Australia. So that will be one of the areas that we look at, but also looking at areas around gender equality, as well as modern slavery risk mitigation as well.
That actually is one of the questions I wanted to ask. Obviously, New South Wales is a bit different in that we do have, this might be for all of the panel actually, we do have our Modern Slavery Act, which sets us apart from other jurisdictions, which is particularly pointed at government supply chains. And I wondered if you, how you saw that working in the TCF sector and how it might assist us in the implementation of that Act.
As in Ethical Clothing Australia accreditation? Yeah, absolutely. I firmly believe that adopting a policy which truly sort of mandates, unlike the Victorian policy where there is that caveat, but adopting that policy that truly mandates the local and also ensuring Ethical Clothing Australia accreditation is the benchmark. It can support New South Wales government to really mitigate those modern slavery risks. We do know that the global TCF industry itself is a high-risk industry, and that is noted in the Commonwealth Government's most recent report, Modern Slavery Report. And we know, based on Fair Work Ombudsman's research, we know based on our own audits, that there does still continue to be non-compliance in the local industry. So adopting a policy that preferences Ethical Clothing Australia accreditation and local, we do believe that it could truly support the New South Wales Government in this specific sector to mitigate modern slavery risk, which I know is also part of New South Wales Government procurement policies in itself.
Thank you. Mr Dion?
Yeah, Ms Rodman, I'd like to ask you, one of the dilemmas I think is is the question around enforcement and how where there's an ethical requirement in relation to, say, best practice in industrial relations. The union is not a party to the contract, and so they're dependent on the agency, who is a party to the contract, to actually enforce the provisions of the policy. I note in your submission you talk about an efficient procurement dispute resolution system. I wonder whether you might be able to just sort of elaborate on how you see that working.
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. I think that this really operates at both a macro and micro level, to be honest. So at a macro level, there does need to be systems in place that mean that there is a clear process for people who have concerns about how a particular contract is operating to raise those concerns with someone other than the decision maker about the particular contract. There ends up at times being an absurd situation where the person who's determined the contract is also then the person determining, was it okay to award that contract and was it compliant? I would also say that at a micro level, there is a need for that enforcement system to involve co-regulation because of the type of workers who are impacted. So, for example...
You can keep going.
Yeah,
sure.
That's for us.
So, for example, I think of an industrial laundry that we deal with, not accredited by Ethical Clothing Australia. And there'd been people in and out of there. I'm aware that Safe Work had attended that work site. But it was only when a worker who had done similar work and who spoke the same language attended that workplace that those workers felt comfortable enough to say that the women actually didn't have toilet doors. They had shower curtains separating their stalls. And this was something that only came out when there was a worker-to-worker discussion. And I don't think anyone here would be comfortable thinking that workers in New South Wales, and particularly not workers who might be working on government contracts, were working in a situation where women were being forced to use toilets without doors.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms Boyd?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all of you for coming and giving your evidence today and for your very informative submissions. Could I start with you, Ms Riley? I just wanted to tease out the accreditation process. So I guess some basic questions to begin with. I guess, how do you go through the accreditation process? What do you do to ensure compliance? And do you charge a fee from the people you're accrediting?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Great question. Ethical Clothing Australia is the administrative side of the accreditation program. We have a contract with the relevant union of the time to be able to execute the actual accreditation or the compliance audit itself. And the reason why that is particularly powerful and enables us to do those compliance audits is it draws on the existing powers the union has under the Fair Work Act, so rights of entry to be able to go on site and request all the relevant documentation. So that real on the ground, bottom up auditing process. As I mentioned in my opening statement, the audit is based on existing workplace laws, which primarily includes the Textile Clothing, Footwear and Associated Industries Award 2020 and National Employment Standards and OH&S laws as well. So compliance officers go out, they check the principal business and the complete supply chain, and that is actually under the award that complete supply chain needs to be compliant. Once a principal business contracts another business, that then becomes there's obligations there. So it's an annual audit that is undertaken, and the reason it's annual is that we know over time compliance can slip, and so the compliance officers are out on the ground meeting with the workers each year. They work from a collaborative process, which means that to pass the audit, they must remedy any breach of existing workplace laws. The compliance officers work with them to remedy that, rather than being a punitive approach or fining them or whatever it might be. And once all issues are remedied, they pass the accreditation and can display the Ethical Clothing Australia trademark, apply for things such as the Ethical Supplier Register, among other things. There is a fee attached to it. We would say that the fees are very low, and the reason the fees are very low is we have had support from governments over the years, which enables us to really subsidise that fee cost. For example, a sole trader, it's sitting just under $400, $300 to $400.
Okay.
Yeah. If you get up to a business that, say, as an example, we have a business who has 70 plus workers, has 22 supply chain members in their supply chain, has in those supply chains an additional 350 workers, their annual fee is just under $7,000.
So when you are going through that accreditation process, are there some suppliers that just can't meet the accreditation process? Are there some that are sort of turned away?
Yeah, sure. Great question. So again, I come back to the point that it is a collaborative process. The compliance officers will do whatever they can to get non-compliant or breaches remedied and non-compliant businesses across the line. If essentially they refuse to comply with Australian workplace laws, they can't remain either accredited if it's the applying business, or if it's a supply chain member in a business's chain, then that accredited business or applying accredited business must remove that supply chain member.
So when the AFC says that there's this kind of higher burden, and they're not so much talking about then the actual laws applying to them, but that process of actually having to open themselves up to scrutiny to check they're complying with the laws. Is that effectively what the complaint is? So you wouldn't get people coming to you who weren't really very keen on you checking that they were compliant with workplace laws?
Actually, I think there's a lot of our businesses are really proud of their transparency. I think that's the difference. It's, what business model are people choosing to adopt? Is it a business model that values their workers, that wants to make sure they're doing the right thing? They will proudly talk about the work they're doing and open up, to being audited. And in actual fact, we've just recently done a customer satisfaction survey, and our more satisfied customers and who believe that it's an easier process are the businesses that have been with us longer, because they're used to it and they're familiar with it and they know what they need to do. It is complicated, and the law is complicated because the supply chain structure in the TCF industry is incredibly complicated, so it's there to really sort of protect those incredibly vulnerable workers down the supply chain. So I think in answer to your question, I can't assume what they're thinking, but I do know that the opposite is also true.
Yeah, thank you. And I think because this goes to the heart of, we've spoken a lot in this inquiry already about why we need to go beyond just saying, well, they're in Australia, so they'll be complying with our laws. The reality, in my understanding, is that you cannot actually rely on employers to do the right thing. It doesn't work like that. You need to have some sort of enforcement or compliance component there. So I guess that answers that question then. So the point of the accreditation is that you've actually had unions going on site, checking that the compliance is there and having a process to encourage them to keep that compliance, otherwise they'll lose that accreditation every year. So I guess then the impact of, what would be the impact in your view then of us mandating that procurement in the textiles field had to be only with accredited suppliers?
I believe that we'd have a more compliant local textile clothing and footwear industry, and the rights of workers would be protected, and more specifically outworkers who are very far down the chain and very prone to experience of exploitation. Mm-hmm. I only see it as a benefit. There's no additional burden that's being requested or placed on businesses. Again, stipulating existing Australian workplace laws, I think we'd have a more ethical and transparent industry as a whole.
Yeah, and so that would necessarily then, presumably, you're only accrediting local suppliers, so it wouldn't necessarily mean local content would be mandated for textiles as well.
Correct. So coming back to the structure in which our program operates, which draws on those existing powers under the Fair Work Act for the union, we can't do any offshore accrediting. It's only Australian businesses. We do have different levels, so we've got 100% made, majority made, specific product lines, so it doesn't preclude businesses with offshore manufacturing operations. It just means that we will only accredit the products that are made locally, and that coming back to the ethical supplier register, where those checks and balances are in place, we make sure that a business is listing on the supplier register is actually what we're auditing, so they're not benefiting from their accreditation falsely.
Yeah, so the supply chain is completely understood and there's not a sort of an overseas component
Correct.
to that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll come to you, Ms. Rodman. In your submission, very helpfully set out a bunch of really great stuff, particularly in relation to the issue around trade agreement obligations and the misconceptions around that. The other misconception that you highlight at the beginning is in relation to misconceptions around value for money. Could you talk more about sort of what that looks like in practice and what the recommendations are around that?
Absolutely. So I will let the recommendations in the submission kind of speak for themselves, but I think it's a really practical, again, approach that as a government, allowing government money to go into processes where there might be exploitative labour practices are costs that show up in other places. They're costs that show up in the health budget. They're costs that show up in the housing budget. And so when we're thinking about value for money, it is really, really critical that those social outcomes that we know come from good employment are one of the considerations of the government, and that is actually given an appropriate weighting so that businesses who do the right thing are indeed being rewarded for being good employers.
Thank you.
Can
Sorry,
I
please.
add something to that?
Yeah.
So I think I speak on behalf of the TCF area because my everyday job is the National Compliance Officer, so I manage the people that do the compliance nationally, and including New South Wales. Just touching on that just for a moment, we do scrutinise all the way down the supply chain, and the person that's applying for ECA or an accredited brand always have the choice. So it's a very collaborative approach. If we raise with them that there's a problem within their supply chain, that sits with them. So they can go back and try and work with that supplier to correct those problems. It actually gives us a bit of leverage about trying to fix it for those workers. And then that company then can decide whether, yep, I've been able to work with that company and we're moving forward, or look, there's no way we can fix this. And so they're the ones making the choice, not us. And just on the value for money, this has been a hot topic for some time in other states as well. And I think one of the things that needs to be pointed out is the false economy of buying an item offshore. So I'm talking about uniforms in particular. So we had some police from Victoria come and speak to us directly about their uniforms, because the uniforms were bad. You know, they'd be struggling with a crook, and you know their pants would tear, or the fabric was causing chafing. It was really poorly made, and they were having to be replaced 3 or 4 times a year. And so we've obviously got manufacturers that make that sort of gear in Australia, and so we were trying to talk to that government about, well, given that you're replacing it 4 times a year, given that the quality is a problem for the people who are doing their job, we know that we can provide, or the industry can provide, those garments. It might be a higher premium per piece, but you're not replacing it as often. People feel comfortable in the garments. So, and it's the life of the garment. So it's sustainability, it's about waste. It's all of these other environmental things need to be taken into consideration when we're talking about buying local versus buying offshore. And I think that's the closed conversation that needs to happen. It needs to be broadly discussed about, well, what are the benefits of buying local? Yes, it's about workers and secure jobs and supporting our industry and the workers in it, but it's also about saying, all right, well, there's a much bigger discussion that needs to have around environmental consequences, sustainability, life of product or garment, and so those are the sorts of challenges that need to be thought of as well when they're weighting towards Australian-made products.
Thank you. Mr. Tudor?
I think, yeah, just that's a good segue. Ms. Rudman, you made some observations, and you said the evidence is not yet in, but what do you say is the social return on investment? What are the factors which you say comprises the social return on investment?
I think that is a really good question, and I would not claim to be the expert on it. I think you'll be hearing from experts later today in supply chains. I do think that there are some elements that have been set out already about the experiences of workers who are also residents of New South Wales. I think there are elements about the environmental component as well. I think there's proper measure of value for money, as Ms. McPherson just set out. And I think there also is compliance with Australian standards. So my extended family are nurses, and, you know, they work in scrubs and they deal with young people, children and babies. And I really, really think that most people would agree with me when I say that I want to have confidence that if they're told they're in flame-proof scrubs, they're in flame-proof scrubs, because the last thing I want is for them to discover whether or not the material is actually what it says it is when they're trying to get children and young people out of hospitals in a crisis.
So is there any social return on investment which would assess the social return in a country of origin, for example?
Again, I would probably draw you to the experts on that.
But would you agree with me that there can be social returns in circumstances where products are purchased overseas?
I think that there is a set of measures that I'm not the best place to advise on. I think you'll be hearing from experts later today, and they'd be far better off placed to discuss that. I think that every investment decision that we make has an outcome, and I think the difference is, as a government, can we be confident in that outcome?
Well, assuming work practices is something which you would take into account as something which was a social return, is that right? The quality of the workplace that people were involved in, that's a social return, is it not?
If people are involved in good employment where they're fairly remunerated and they're safe and they've got a voice on the job.
So overseas, if a product was being produced overseas and it was being used to feed families overseas, is that a social return to those families?
Well, it would depend how it's being produced.
Well, but on the face of it, if we're feeding families in other countries, is that a social return?
But that's not what we're discussing here. What we're discussing here is how do we make sure that there is a question about being a best customer. There is a question here about how do we make a social contribution and what is the impact on Australian families. asking me to speculate on a hypothetical producer
not-
overseas isn't something that I'm able to do.
But it may be something that you would take into account, is it not, for the purposes of ensuring that we are getting a social return on the investment?
So I draw you back to my earlier comment, which is that there are certain criteria that would make sense for consideration, and that is certainly one of the things that you would consider, but without knowing more about that particular producer, sort of proves the point that we're making, that actually we need to know what's happening in those workplaces before we can say that there is a social return on that investment. And on the information given, I can't speculate on that.
Well, you'd agree that there is a requirement for in relation to Procurement New South Wales for considering procurement contracts for organisations to ensure that anti-slavery obligations were being complied with.
So I can't speak to how that's enforced across the board. I can say that there are still significant issues in the industries that we represent, but I wouldn't be qualified to speculate on every industry that's out
It
there.
is part of the current New South Wales procurement policy, is it not? That people who procure from the New South Wales government comply with anti-slavery laws.
So could you take me through some of the steps taken to ensure that compliance?
Well, we've got an anti-slavery commissioner, have we not?
It has no compliance power.
Sure. So again, there are no compliance powers there. So I can't speculate on the compliance. If you tell me that it's listed in the policy, I'll take your word on that. But in terms of the actual compliance, that's what we're talking about today, that there are real issues with the compliance.
Well, do you want to contribute to that?
Oh,
Mr.
I do.
McPherson?
So we're part of industrial as the TCF component, and we.
Sorry, Ms McPherson, you may want to explain what industrial is for those of us who aren't in the union world.
Sorry. Industrial is a group of manufacturing unions that come together nationally and look at what's happening globally within those industries. And we fit within that. So the National TCF Secretary of the union I belong to, they are part of that and contribute to that regularly. And we're aware of major breaches with high, well-known companies or brands internationally.
Do you bring that to the attention of the Anti-Slavery Commissioner?
No, because it's
Why not?
not,
Well, he only deals
because
with the public sector.
it's an offshore operation that we are dealing with separately in Victoria. So when it becomes an issue globally, we engage with our international comrades and trying to rectify what is actually a much bigger problem. It's very hard. It's hard to make our local industry compliant. I can't even begin to imagine what it's like offshore. And we already know that some of the international auditing processes are self-auditing, tick boxes. So with ECA, it's very deep dive scrutiny into making sure the full supply chain are ticking all the boxes. I think that in your point about, you know, are we happy or are we satisfied that there's full compliance happening offshore? No, we're not. I mean, it's no secret what's happening offshore in relation to the TCF industry in particular. So, yeah, I mean, I'm with Ms Rudman. I don't know what your processes are in relation to the program that you spoke of, but we know that there's major exploitation of workers globally in the TCF industry.
Ms Riley, how many organisations are in fact accredited with you?
Yeah, sure. So it oscillates a little bit, but at the moment around 120 businesses, so that's both brands and manufacturers, and we have 17 accredited in New South Wales.
17, and how many of those are small to medium enterprises?
I guess generally the TCF industry in Australia would be majority are considered small to medium.
So and what do you define that as?
I will have to get back to you on the exact figure.
So, in terms of ensuring that those organisations, when they are contracting with the New South Wales government, comply with their obligations, you say that they should be mandated to obtain a certificate from your organisation, in some cases costing $7,000 for the purposes before they're allowed to contract with the New South Wales government.
Yeah, so I come back to my opening statement around, it could be considered that we are a co-regulation in terms of the fact that we support the New South Wales government to ensure that existing workplace laws are met. In terms of some of your questions there around social return on investment, if you work out that $6,000, $7,000 fee is covering that amount of workers, it works out to be about $20 per worker that it's costing that business to ensure that they're not then being charged other penalties that they could incur for non-compliance or breaches under other commissioners or laws.
Well, there's also something I say about that, but anyway. In terms of New South Wales's obligations and companies to comply with their obligations under free trade agreements, what advice have you obtained in relation to that?
So I'm happy to take that question.
No, I'm asking Ms. Riley.
So it's not anti-competitive to provide a framework to make sure that workers' rights are protected, and in particular just drawing your attention to the structure of this local industry, which has women working, primarily women working from their homes, and that the structure of this law is to really prevent the exploitation of those workers. So I don't see the program as anti-competitive or
but
something.
But if the New
that
South
would
Wales
be
government is issuing a contract, say, for police uniforms, and I think it was Ms. Rudman or Ms. McPherson made, do they have some obligation in relation to a contract, say, for $1 million to comply with international free trade agreements?
I can hand over to...
I'm happy for Ms. Rudman to take.
Yeah.
I think that we put this in our statement, and I would draw your attention back to pages 14 to 16 of our submission, because it's sorry?
Yeah, go, quicker.
It's not inconsistent with our obligation. There has always been exceptions around procurement. Mr. Howard, when he was Prime Minister, had exceptions around procurement. It is also, most other states have a scheme. They've managed to do it. They've managed to put it in place. So whilst we aren't in a position to give you a legal opinion on that, it's not our qualification. We would put to you, if every other state government can do it, if indeed it has been a feature of our trade policy for going on 2 decades, ultimately New South Wales government money can be used to ensure good jobs for people in New South Wales, if that is the decision that members of Parliament decide to make.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for appearing today and also for your submissions. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to any of the questions that you took on notice, or indeed if there are supplementary questions. Again, we thank you for your appearance today.
This will be good.
Me or you? Now be nice.
Oh, sorry.
You're being mean to everybody. I was going to say.
I'm always nice.
Okay, and on that note, let's begin this session. Welcome to you both, and thank you for making the time to give evidence and for your submission. Could we start by getting you to state your name and position and swear either an oath or affirmation, starting with you, Mr. Morey?
Thank you, Chair. Mark Morey, Secretary, Unions New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name's Todd Pinkerton, the Director of Campaigns and Strategy at Unions New South Wales, and I solemnly and sincerely, truly declare that and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to start by making a short statement?
If we could, Chair, thank
Certainly.
you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear today and to provide a submission. Unions New South Wales represents nearly 600,000 new members across the state, many of whose livelihoods are directly and indirectly determined by decisions of the New South Wales Government, the largest employer in the Southern Hemisphere. The New South Wales Government spends more than $40 billion annually on goods, services and construction through procurement services. This is roughly $5,000 per New South Wales resident. The volume of contracts affords the New South Wales Government significant influence and responsibility for developing the industry makeup of New South Wales, investing and supporting the growth of strategically important capabilities such as our domestic manufacturing industry, as well as a clear responsibility to ensure that taxpayer funds are used to ensure best practice labour rights and standards. Unions New South Wales made 14 recommendations in our submission to better tailor the procurement process of the New South Wales Government towards social and economic development. We made recommendations in reference to three main points of our submission. Firstly, that we commend the New South Wales Government's commitment to mandating local content in procurement contracts. Any effort to undo the ideologically driven and ultimately financially responsible approach of the previous government to pursue offshoring at any cost is greatly welcome. Unions New South Wales believes there is a great value in a build and buy local approach when it comes to government procurement. Such an approach contributes to the economic and social well-being of the very people whose taxes are funding these projects. Moreover, in recent years, we have seen the failures of the previous government in our case studies on personal protective equipment and the delays associated with the delivery of the new intercity fleet. Secondly, this commitment must extend to labour rights and standards. We believe the taxpayers of New South Wales do not support their funding being used to undercut their own wages and conditions, nor to fund companies with a proven track record of wage theft or exploitation. Moreover, from our conversations with the business community, there is a desire to stop the New South Wales Government allowing bad employers to win contracts by undercutting the costs of companies whose proven track records of delivering projects wholly maintaining the wages and conditions of a productive workforce. We have recommendations that following this inquiry and its findings, the New South Wales Government should engage in a tripartite consultation around a framework to ensure procurement funds improve the wages and conditions of New South Wales residents, not undermine them. Finally, these recommendations must be supported through the creation of a standalone statutory entity to set strategic directions for procurement policy, to police and enforce compliance with the terms of the government procurement contracts, and to be a general advocate for New South Wales and its citizens to be the primary recipient of the benefits of government procurement. In conclusion, the procurement practices of government agencies in New South Wales need to be evaluated to better support our local economy, domestic manufacturing and social development. It's time to level the playing field in procurement. Companies who do the right thing by employees are too regularly outbid by companies paying the bare minimum or less. We need a procurement policy that encourages investment and job creation, not a race to the bottom. Thank you for your time and attention. We look forward to discussing our submission further with you.
Thank you. Thank you both. There's a number of recommendations that I'd like to ask about, but I think I'll just jump into the one which I expect is going to excite the most interest from other members of the committee, and that is the consideration of something equivalent to the ACT Secure Local Jobs Code, and particularly what I note in your submission and in other union submission has been referred to as the two-gate model. And I wondered if you could speak a bit to that, and also this concern that's been expressed and aired a bit about whether this imposes some kind of additional business burden, because we already have laws that should be adhered to and are adhered to. So I wondered if you could start with that, Mr. Morey.
Thank you, Chair. I think the first thing to say is the procurement processes in this state and across government departments have devolved. So every department is doing something different. We see a process by which the two-gate is, firstly, are the employers a good employer? That's a simple threshold. Are you paying proper wages? Are you not killing or maiming your workers in the workplace? Are you looking after your workers? Have you got obeying your statutory legal responsibilities? And we would see that as once an employer or a business is certified with that should be on a public record that is displayed. It should be something that businesses are proud of. It's something that is a selling point for those businesses. And so that would be the first gate. The second gate, once you're qualified, you stay on a register. How long you stay for, that's yet to be discussed or consulted around. But the second phase of that is when you do tender, one of the things that we find with particularly businesses who are doing the right thing is they're actually outbid by businesses who are not doing the right thing. And that's our discussion that we constantly have with business organisations. We want to take things like wages out of contesting, that it is a level playing field. And so the second part is very much about, if you take the wages out of it, it's then what are you going to do when you actually win the contract? And in terms of not just providing the service or not just providing the goods, but how is what you're doing going to assist the industry in which you work? How is it going to assist in ensuring there are good jobs? And also I think there's a process there for government to say, if we're giving you substantial money, what are you going to do in terms of increasing skills in New South Wales? What is your apprenticeship and training scheme? Is there diversity in that? Are you targeting women, First Nations people, people of non-speaking English backgrounds? How are you actually doing that? Now, I think there are a number of businesses who trade on being ethical businesses. I think this is no bigger burden than that. But what it does provide in the second part is a regulatory opportunity for government to hold those people who are funded to account.
Thank you for that. That's very helpful. I wondered if I could go to a couple of other of your recommendations about weightings. Again, another issue that has raised interest among committee members. Mm-hmm. So I think you make two recommendations early on one about to do with the kind of discussion you've just had about public good considerations, and the other about local content, and you're, I think, suggesting a 50% requirement. And I just wondered if you could talk a bit more about these and why these percentages in particular have been arrived, or how they've been arrived at.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that, Chair. Obviously, we're very supportive of the government's commitment around a 30% weighting on local content. We think that's a much-needed step in terms of developing industry and directing procurement contracts and developing supply chain capacity across New South Wales. We make the recommendation with respect to major contracts, so much larger contracts, about having a much more ambitious target. We've drawn on that from some research that's come out of the McKell Institute in particular with respect to what might be an affordable target. Obviously, we're very committed to working with government on how to deliver those weightings and those targets, and making sure that we have working with them on making sure that the weightings as they develop are reflective of the capacity that is growing in the economy in terms of manufacturing. We think then there's very good ambitious ambitious targets and weightings, so that we can sort of make sure that we're directing as much of the procurement money into the New South Wales and the Australian economy more broadly for the benefit of New South Wales workers.
Great, thank you. There's so much in your submission, it's hard to get through it all, I know, but I was particularly I guess captured by some of the case examples you gave, some which I guess wouldn't be in sort of what we would normally be thinking about when we're thinking about procurement. I take the 7-Eleven Opal card case. Can you talk a little bit about, I think it's useful to have some of those cases on record from your evidence, but also why you chose those cases and why they're particularly important in our considerations?
Well, the 7-Eleven one I was involved in when they were getting rid of the ticketing jobs, ironically, back in my other job. What we saw there was a risk to government. The government removed a whole lot of jobs in ticket sales. Officers were gotten rid of on stations. They moved to actually allowing 7-Eleven to actually take up contract and distribute Opal cards. And as we know, 7-Eleven then became one of the greatest wage theft cases in this country. And it wasn't a one-off, it was systematic. We know that franchisees were sharing notes on how to do it. And then the government is putting its money into that company to distribute its products. There's a significant risk to the brand of the government, but also in relation to concerns around the way in which that organisation treated its workers. And I don't think the government should be putting its money into an organisation that's basically ripping workers off.
Oh, so the concern there is it's rewarding an organisation that's failing to comply with basic labour standards.
Well, it's doing that, but also what it's saying is that if you're an employer and you're unethical and you're prepared to undercut other employers, those employers who are doing the right thing are at a significant disadvantage because they're not being rewarded with those government contracts. And what you're saying is we will provide contracts to anyone despite their behaviour, and in fact the race to the bottom of the cheapest distribution product means that people are pushed to actually cut and break laws to actually deliver a service and be competitive.
Another one of the examples which I thought was interesting was around Amazon Web Services. Now, one of the questions that struck me as I was reading it, and I've had concerns in the past in a previous life about Amazon Turk, which is, a gig platform of Amazon. I guess that one of the issues that came to me reading that was something like Amazon Web Services. What alternatives, sometimes you're facing a market where there aren't a lot of alternatives. What's the suggestions or considerations there?
I'm happy to take that. I think in that case, particularly where there's a duopoly or a monopoly in the market, there has to be a consideration about what your competitive options are with going with services that Amazon Web Services might provide. And for this, we're not suggesting that contract should be removed, but rather that the government has a responsibility when it's procuring a good or a commodity from a company that they do require there to be good labour rights and standards across their supply chain. And we've chosen those two case studies because they aren't the most typical procurement contracts. We often think about procurement as manufacturing or building trains, but rather that a very, very broad definition of procurement should mean that we should have good leverage opportunities to try to raise the rates and conditions that ensure safety in the New South Wales labour market. As I said, both of those are very good examples of where there is a due consideration that because we're buying X product from X part of the business, that we really don't care about what's happening at the other end of it. And I might just add on respect to the 7-Eleven example, one of the reasons we raise that is it's a very good example of where this commitment to ensuring labour rights and standards, or a view about ensuring employees are treated well, clearly was failing under the previous government. The union with coverage, the SDA, wrote to the Minister on the day and is still waiting for a reply from the Minister with respect to the issues that were raised at 7-Eleven from the ABC and Four Corners report. So they're both very good examples of where we have to think most broadly about procurement and thinking about whether we would make sure that there are some commitments around freedom of association, labour rights and standards, work health and safety.
Thank
Can I
you.
just add to that also? And in terms of then enforcing rights in those situations, we would see it as not a situation where you just cancel the contract that provides uncertainty, but we would see where you've got a jobs code and a regulatory body overseeing that it's a point system. Every time there's a breach of something, you lose a point and your points decrease, just much like your licence. But at every time a point decreases, there's an opportunity to make a public statement about what that company is actually doing, why those points have been taken off. So there's significant PR opportunities, shaming, if you like, those businesses to adhere to the contracts and the obligations they have. And I think that's particularly important when you've got a monopoly or a duopoly that you're actually dealing with.
And in addition to that, I guess the opportunity is to actually correct the fault and make sure it doesn't happen again. So it's the shaming is actually to make sure that the right thing's being done. I think Mr. Diata might have a question for you.
Oh, yeah. Look, I wanted to ask about how you envisage the Secure Jobs Commission operating and whether the sort of compliance element of its overarching mandate would be done by the Commission or by other entities. And what kind of standing would people have? Like, which kind of organisations might be able to bring a complaint to the Secure Jobs Commission?
Yeah, so there's a similar model in the ACT where they have a Secure Jobs register with a commissioner. Their enforcement, they handle the sort of the certification of the code. So they do they provide both the ethical treatment of workers evaluation to get certified, though I believe companies can also go for an independent audit to provide to that as well. In terms of enforcement and compliance, we would see that the Commission would have staff required to look into those things, but also standing for organisations like registered trade unions to also bring evidence or issues of complaint where they might see breaches with the code. That's why it's very important that the companies that are certified under the code is a public register, so there is an incentive or a capacity for transparency and making sure that the books are correct and that wages are being held up to. We don't want to be in a situation where people get certified with the code and then just go away and breach it, but they've managed to get themselves on the register. So there has to be some level of compliance. And as Mr. Maury said, our view is that you don't want to be in a situation where there is a breach, you just pull the contract. We don't want to be in a situation where we're causing workers to lose their jobs because one of them's had the misfortune of been the victim of wage theft. Rather, it has to be a sort of point system or a system by which you have a multiple level of strikes. Something that allows, and I said that like 3 strikes in terms of when you have a breach, there is a capacity to do to rectify that.
Thank you very much. We can hand over to Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, and thank you very much for being here and for your really interesting submission. I wanted to start with something that's coming through in a lot of the submissions is a failure to consult with the end user of products that we're procuring. So whether it's hearing from people that the uniforms aren't right, or that the PPE isn't the type of PPE they would have got, down to, of course, the train scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk to us about sort of how what the recommendations are for ensuring that we capture the expertise of the end user in our procurement decisions?
Well, I think the first thing we'd say is those organisations which have industrial instruments between them, there are obviously clauses around consultation and working with your workforce. And I think there is significant savings to be made through consulting with your workforce on the purchase of end products. I know there are a number of iterations around, certainly when I was involved in rail, with the RTBU around uniforms. They were a constant area of concern. I think one year uniforms were purchased from Bangladesh, and that was really problematic. The quality of the uniforms weren't there. They caused itching and scratching and those sorts of issues, and so they get changed because the product is not made for the purpose it's set out for. It's not effective. And I think particularly with the workforces and the public sector workforces, they are very in tune with their work environments, what does work, what doesn't work, and in the day-to-day operations that they are involved in. Similarly, in the large private sector organisations where there is significant consultation processes in place, those organisations benefit from only having to purchase things once, and they're purchased fit for purpose when they actually get them. I think that's a really important part of how you make procurement work, by ensuring that throughout the line of delivering the product, everyone is effectively consulted and ensures that you get a better product at the end of the process. Now that may take a little bit longer, but I think you get, as I said, you get a better product and you save yourself money and time in the long run.
So that sort of consultation piece within the, designing the scope of the tender, as well as at every sort of stage as we go, a more collaborative approach.
It's a collaborative approach to how you deliver the services and the products.
Thank you. Just looking at we've been looking at the sort of the ACT jobs code, the Victorian one, what they've got in Queensland, and sort of comparing and contrasting. Do any of them cover grants? And I know that this is, it's not quite procurement, but it's it's the giving of government money for stuff. And we see, for instance, just recently we had the Net Zero Manufacturing Initiative announced $275 million worth of grants. I don't know if that's got minimum labour standards or, best practice labour standards attached to it. Do any of those other codes cover grants, and should we be looking at that?
We might have to take that on notice, but from my understanding, they don't cover grants. They cover just sort of direct procurement of goods, services, labour hire and construction. Though I take your point that procurement is, as the most broad defined, is money for things that the government spends. And maybe that is a consideration, but our view would be that the details of the coverage of the Secure Jobs Code, and there's a variety of questions that would have to be addressed, should be subject to a tripartite consultation to resolve those things.
And I think one of the things about having an active coordinating rather than just doing it one-off with different departments is that you can actually have a strategic objective or a strategic plan as to how you actually want to spend that money. a lot of money, I think, can be wasted in grants. And in certain areas, I think of, say, for example, the community services sector. There are a lot of grants there. It doesn't provide job certainty. There are issues around those sorts of things. So it would be good if you're going to procure those sorts of services to do it on a basis where there's long-term certainty around how you provide that money. And sometimes just grants one-off here and there is not providing certainty for people or organisations. So I'm not sure grants are always the best way to do things, but you certainly need someone who's coordinating and thinking strategically about how those things are provided.
Thank you. Just coming back to that piece on compliance, I think there, as we've said before, there's been this prevailing political view that you just set the rules and then companies will comply, and that's the end of the story. There's not just the sort of checking that they're complying, but there's also the consequences for not complying, and I think that's one of the benefits of building in sort of accreditation and compliance schemes within government procurement. But can you, I guess, just explain for the committee's records as to why companies don't necessarily comply and why they see it as a cost of business, and have you got some examples of that?
Well, I think it's a mix of things. I think there are, particularly in the hospitality sector, it's a business model. Underpaying, not paying the correct wages, cash in hand, those sorts of things where you see exploitation of workers. As we talked about before, good businesses versus businesses who are undercutting and not doing the right thing. I think some businesses are driven to actually cut corners, not pay properly simply because of the competitive environment they're actually in. And that's why we've got the idea of you take wages out of the procurement process, and it's about the services that you're actually getting. There's less pressure on businesses to cut corners, less pressure, they've got more certainty, and then there is a penalty if they are breaching those commitments to the government. I think the process we've set out is not a high bar to get over, but I think, as Mr. Pingdon said, if you're going to issue accreditation, there needs to be a process where people are checking in to make sure that those businesses are doing the appropriate things with the government's money.
In other jurisdictions, is there a capacity for unions and workers and others to make complaints directly to whoever is running those codes?
Yep.
Is there
In the ACT model, yes, there is standing for registered unions to bring evidence of issues or evidence of non-compliance. Hence why it's really important that there is a public register of certification, and there is, I believe, a sort of high-level summary of the second gate procurement process, the sort of industry participation plan about commitments around job creation, apprenticeship and training, as Ms. Murray said. So there is a role for workers to bring I understand this company got the contract, they have made this breach, I'd like to have it investigated. So there's a real opportunity for the Secure Jobs Commissioner to go and look into those things, and a variety of people should have a capacity to bring those complaints or bring that evidence of non-compliance forward.
So when you get an example like the 7-Eleven one, where again it can be seen as just a cost of doing business, what's the worst going to happen? You have to pay a small fine and pay back the wages. It doesn't put them out of business. Would they have been sort of knocked out of government work under the ACT code for that? Would that have been...
Quite possibly. If their breach had reduced the number of points, the deduction of points would be counted against them for future procurement contracts. So if you have a history of non-compliance after being certified, that can count against you when you're being considered for additional government contracts.
Right.
That being said, the ACT Secure Jobs Code is limited in the industries that it covers, so there would be... I don't know if the 7-Eleven example would have been covered under the industries that are covered under the ACT one, but that question of the industries and the size of contracts that would be covered under the code is something that we think should be worked out through consultation.
And I think when we're thinking of this and talking through, we're not thinking of it. Why we put that example is because it's so egregious. I think that there is within, when you have the penalty system, where there is a case that is so egregious as 7-Eleven, then you've got an argument to actually just terminate the contract. But then you have the terms on which you can actually terminate the contract. Many of these contracts are very long, very difficult, very complex, and often these basic rights for people and workers, and this behaviour is just not written into those contracts.
Yeah.
So it's very hard to terminate them. But that's an exceptional example where it's so egregious that we would think the contract would just be pulled.
So that's another, I guess, another aspect then to the recommendations.
Yes.
Like we've seen a lot of those, particularly bus privatisation deals, all the rest of them that have had these kind of inbuilt inability to terminate
Yeah.
when we really should be. So okay. So that would need to flow through.
And on the flip side of that, with like you've seen a number of businesses with wage theft who have declared to the Fair Work Ombudsman, we've made a mistake, or we've realised this, so it's creating that behaviour where you don't have to prosecute every business or to get an outcome. Businesses realise there's a level of behaviour that's tolerated by the community and expected by the government, so they are like, when they make a mistake, we'll self-disclose rather than try and hide and cover it up, and I think that's a much healthier environment to be operating in.
The scheme we were hearing about before with the Ethical Clothing Australia scheme for textiles, obviously there's been a need to sort of establish that scheme, and there's a significant effort involved in people actually then carrying it out and doing the compliance. We're having the unions go in and having to ensure that compliance. Is there a need for government to, I guess, not just fund those or give some resources to those schemes, but would you see the Secure Jobs Commission taking on some of that role or some of that work for a broader, or do you think that those schemes would still exist within it?
I think it's where those schemes are working, you'd have a collaborative approach. If they are working, there'd be no reason to reinvent them. I think one of the roles of the regulator would be to make sure there are industry panels where there's consultation with union representatives, workers and employers for those specific industries. Every industry is slightly different, so there is nuance in how you actually regulate and what's required. So if you, for example, with the last evidence given, if you had a clothing and footwear panel, you'd have all those people plus the employers on working collaboratively around ensuring that they set those standards which are appropriate to that part of the industry. I think one of the things you can't have is simply just a blanket approach to how you actually do it. Having said that, there's fundamental basics in that, but I think the nuance around how that's implemented is going to be important.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tudor.
Thank you. Local means what?
Local means people who have businesses small to medium to large in Australia.
Australia, not just New South Wales.
Look, we're realistic about this and the capacity of manufacturing in New South Wales. We see this as a long-term option to develop the capacity within New South Wales, but acknowledge that some of these products may have to be sourced from other parts of the country.
So it could mean New Zealand, though, could it?
Well, you could. I mean, they're almost in the Constitution, so you could probably include them. But I think for us, our focus is, and particularly our experience in COVID, is having the manufacturing capacity in New South Wales and in Australia when there is actually a crisis.
So compliance, if in fact it is someone in another state, how would you see that working with ensuring compliance?
Well, I think one of the things about the Federation is once we have similar schemes across states, there is an opportunity to have a national scheme. We've seen that through workers' compensation, work health and safety, those sorts of areas where you can have a scheme that's taken from a series of states and made national.
So effectively what you're advocating for here is some sort of national scheme.
No, I'm answering your question. What I'm advocating
Well,
for is
would you advocate for a national scheme?
I think there's one in operation currently. We don't have one in New South Wales, so until we get one up here and running and seeing and learn from that, it's very difficult to...
So you'd agree with me, would you, that that in the event that a corporation seeks to tender for a New South Wales contract or procurement contract, and it was an interstate corporation, then there may be difficulties in ensuring compliance in New South Wales.
I wouldn't think so. I mean,
Well, your organisation, for one, wouldn't have access to that or the workplaces of that organisation, would they?
No, but our affiliates would.
Well,
And
so
the national
so
offices
what
of
you
it.
would say though is then this policy should mandate some sort of national approach to compliance.
What we've said in our submission is we've taken it as New South Wales based, but what we have said is there's a need, as we set this up, to have a tripartite approach to it, government, business and New South Wales, to work through those issues and how we actually manage
Have you
that.
had any tripartite meetings in relation to establishing this sort of policy?
No,
Why not?
because you may think I run the government. Unfortunately, I don't. Many of my members would like me to run the government, but it's up to the government to convene
Well, I'm
those
not
sorts of
convinced
things.
of it.
However, we have been speaking to business groups and we have been speaking to the government about it.
Well, so you have been speaking to them,
Not tripartite or in one room together, no.
but you have had one-on-one conversations.
We've been
What's
talking
been
to a lot of
what's been
people.
their response?
Very supportive.
They're supportive.
The business community that we've been speaking to is very supportive, particularly of two areas. One, ensuring small to medium-sized businesses can grow, that there is a level playing field for when those businesses do tender for government work. Three, they don't necessarily want to tender for the huge contracts, but they want to tender for the smaller contracts that enable them to grow and deliver the products. And they're very excited about ensuring that their members don't have pressure by rogue employers undercutting the market.
So the certification process, if what you've just told me is right, if it would not cut in until a particular level, so that you do give opportunities for the growth of small businesses.
So we understand that there's a series of contracts that are put out by the government.
No.
One of the things that business says to us is those small to medium-sized businesses struggle when they tender to get those contracts. We're very keen to see, and we know that many of the innovative businesses are small to medium-sized businesses. Correct. They're the ones that have got to grow or work with other businesses to set up a consortium. We would really like to see the way in which government procurement is done is actually not only just getting services but nurturing those businesses to grow.
So the certification process would give exemption, for example, to small to medium enterprise businesses for contracts below a certain amount.
We'd be open to that, and one of the things we'd like to see is a tripartite approach where government, business and the unions come together to work out where that threshold actually is.
And I accept that, and the ACT has that model, does it not? Where there is an exemption for contracts up to a particular amount.
Yeah, there's a value threshold on the contract, and it's limited to certain industries,
Yes.
depending upon a variety of factors that they determined.
Okay, so, just
So,
from,
for example,
from your perspective,
Yep.
what would that threshold be?
Well, it'd have to vary, and that's why you need to have those discussions. So if you said you were going to have a $10 million threshold for manufacturing organisations, that would work. The previous group, and Alison from the TCFUA, if you said a $10 million threshold for people who are making garments, that would just wipe out any ability to actually regulate that industry and make sure that people are actually meeting the requirements. So when I said earlier that there would have to be industry groupings where the nuance of these things are worked out, that's a great example of where you need to actually do that. It can't be a one size fits all. You've got fundamental principles that operate as part of the code, and then there's nuances that you need to build into that.
So the ACT model is one which issues certificates for a fee, is that right?
That's mine.
My understanding is there is a fee for the certification.
Yeah. And you're aware of what that fee would be? We heard earlier that the fee payable in relation to the ethical clothing can be as much as $7,000 for accreditation.
I don't believe the fee is as high as that, but I might have to take that on notice to come back to you about the exact fee and what the costings around the auditing is.
Would the code as implemented by the ACT also include subcontractors?
Yes.
So if in fact there was a large construction contract the tenderer for that contract would then have to certify, or that each of the subcontractors was complying with the Secure Jobs Code?
Yep.
I believe that is the case in the ACT.
Would each
model.
of those subcontractors themselves have to apply a certificate?
My understanding is the certification applies to and I'm not an expert on construction supply chains, but the certification applies to the lead contractor, the one in receipt of the contract itself.
So,
If they subcontract out, I believe the onus is on the lead contractor to ensure compliance with their certification for the work that they've subcontracted out.
so would you be seeking, in terms of compliance, if there were such a structure was set up, for the compliance to include compliance by subcontractors?
I believe we would believe that subcontractors carrying out work on behalf of a contracted or certified entity in receipt of government money should be compliant.
Even if the subcontractor is a small subcontract, potentially $10,000-$20,000, you'd want them you'd want to be able to ensure compliance by that subcontractor.
I think it's really important.
Is this the model?
I think, well, when I said two things. One is there's a nuance to every industry, and we'd like to work through that with government and business. Secondly, I'd say to you that those contractors that you're talking about in construction are the very people that kill workers on sites. They are the very people that kill workers on sites. And they are unregulated. It's an industry of cowboys, and people die. And so this threshold we're asking for is not what life is it worth in this example of construction. Because
But there are all sorts of
No,
laws.
hang on.
There are all sorts of laws which deal with that already,
exactly.
are there not? And in fact, we've just passed, I think, an industrial manslaughter law
Finally.
to deal.
Yeah, we did, yep.
We.
Yeah.
The go-
Well, no,
Yeah,
I
we
think
did.
it was.
Yes, but you didn't do it when you could have
We
done
were
it.
waiting for a national approach, but the Parliament has just passed a national.
Yeah.
So that's the law which deals with the issue which you're raising.
Yep.
So, what I'm saying to you is that in relation to
No, exactly.
the National Jobs Code, why should individual subcontractors potentially providing subcontract services of $10,000 to $25,000 be subject to compliance checks by auditors, some sort of compliance organisation which is set up and funded for the purposes of carrying out this work?
So we're open to that discussion around how that compliance operates, because we haven't seen it operate here. Now, as Mr. Ping said, we're not experts on the construction industry and how it operates. But I think there are ways in which we can ensure that the principal contractor is responsible for the subcontractors it's engaged, that there is a behaviour by contractors who are tendering for large government contracts where they can actually do that work and assist their subcontractors.
No argument,
with
Mr.
compliance.
Morris. No argument about
That's
what
all we're
the
asking
model is.
for.
I'm just asking about the compliance component and what
Well, they need to be compliant. And
Okay, can I
and
just put this to you?
and the point there is, it's not only the ACT code allows us. Not only is the employer obligated to raise concerns, but the way they've set it up is that industrial organisations or other parties involved in the industry where there are concerns can raise them
Correct.
through the commission.
So what part of the ATT is that the suppliers must also submit a labour relations training and workplace equity plan. Is that also part of what you would be requiring as a part of the certification process?
Well, I'm assuming everyone would have one, wouldn't they?
Sorry, well, no. Is this what you require as part of?
It's about saying that you're going to pay people properly,
Yeah,
right?
But isn't...
Hang on, that you're going to pay people properly.
Yeah.
You're going to provide a safe work environment. They're sort of the two major things, and agree to any industrial requirements that you have under the law. That's
And
not
you
a real-
want quarterly compliance checks?
That's not a very high bar.
You want
you.
quarterly
Thank-
compliance checks?
thank
Well,
you,
that's
Mr.
up to the
Chair.
commission that sorts it out, and what resources they have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morey and Mr. Pinkerton, for attending today. If you took any questions on notice, or if there are any supplementary questions, the Secretariat will get in touch with you, and you'll have 21 days in which to respond. We very much appreciate your submission and your appearance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now we have a short break for morning tea to come back for the next round. appearing today and for your very interesting submission. If we could start by each of you stating your name, position, title and swearing either an oath or an affirmation, starting with you, Ms Black.
Thank you. My name's Veronica Black. I work for the New South Wales Nurses and Midwives Association and I lead the Work Health and Safety team. For my affirmation today, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Russell. I'm a member of the New South Wales Nurses and Midwives Association, a current registered nurse in a major ICU and the equipment coordinator for that ICU. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And I note, Mr Russell, that you're appearing here today in your capacity as a member of the New South Wales Nurses and Midwives Association.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you. Before we begin with questions, would you like to start by making a short statement?
Hello, my name is David. In my current role, I help to coordinate a team of 5 to manage the procurement of around 543 different medical consumables across a New South Wales major public hospital intensive care unit with an annual budget of around $2.4 million. I manage approximately 1,984 ICU biomedical assets from procurement, compliance, contract and replacement point of view, with a total asset value of around $5.6 million under the Director of Intensive Care Services and the Director of Biomedical Engineering. I'm also the Work Health and Safety Accreditation Coordinator for the service, responsible for reporting on and maintaining compliant practices, planning and items under the Australian Commission for Safety and Quality in Healthcare Requirements. I'm a 13-year critical care nursing veteran with a Masters in Critical Care, but I've also gained proficiency in procurement, contracts, compliance, work health and safety and strategic asset management. So far I've negotiated and fulfilled 11 large-scale service and capital contracts procurements from suppliers for the hospital I'm at and for the district for healthcare standards and work health and safety compliance, and I've implemented around 30 smaller scale procurements in the last 2.5 years. This often requires detailed analysis of current needs, risks, negotiations, approvals from the Chief Executive and the District Director of Assets and Maintenance. As a registered nurse working procurement, I'm well placed to understand how poor procurement practices and decision making directly impact both patient care and the safety of workers. Additionally, my role enables me to determine cost saving areas and massive gaps in procurement at an organisational level. Although I'm happy to answer questions relating to procurement more broadly, I'm unable to answer questions about my current workplace, and I've been supported to attend this hearing by my management team.
Thank you very much. Ms Black?
Thanks for the opportunity to address this parliamentary inquiry. Unlike Dave, who's here with me today, my role is not focused on procurement. However, my team regularly deals with issues that are arising from a lack of consultation and poor procurement decisions when those things pose risks to the health and safety of our members and to patients within the public health system. I'd like to highlight some key areas of procurement that I'll be able to speak to and where we've identified some significant issues. The first is in relation to procurement of PPE. Our reliance on overseas supply chains left our members at serious risk during the early stages of the pandemic. What we were finding was that decisions about PPE use were driven by availability of PPE rather than a proper assessment of risk and of what PPE was required to be used, compromising the safety of healthcare workers and patients. Secondly, in relation to systems and buildings, I can talk about inadequate consultation with workers and their representatives, coupled with poor planning and short-term cost-saving measures, and how that's resulted in facilities and systems that are not fit for purpose. This often necessitates expensive retrofitting to meet the required standards and delays the provision of important services to the New South Wales population. I can talk about statewide health procurement policies and the clear need to improve the policies to strike a balance between things where procurement should be centralised and local decision making. The effective procurement should consider both the broader strategic goals and the specific needs of local health facilities. There's currently a great deal of duplication, inefficiency and gaps in expertise that are leading to poor outcomes in procurement decisions. And finally, I would like to talk about staffing. So procurement is not limited to goods, it also includes ensuring that we have an adequate and sustainable workforce. New South Wales is currently facing a significant nursing and midwifery staffing crisis, leading to an over-reliance on the use of overtime, excessive use of agency staff, and a dependence on the goodwill of nurses to work short-staffed. And that goodwill is running pretty low at this stage. This situation negatively impacts the safety of both staff and patients. New South Wales nurses and midwives are the lowest paid in the country, despite living in the state with the highest cost of living. The recent decision to award Victorian nurses a 28.4% pay increase further exacerbates this issue. Without an appropriate increase in wages for nurses and midwives in New South Wales, we will continue to struggle to attract and retain a sustainable health workforce. Therefore, we urge the New South Wales Government to provide a 15% pay increase to nurses and midwives. By addressing these critical areas, we can improve procurement practices to ensure the health and safety of healthcare workers and patients. Thank you for considering these points in your inquiry.
Thank you both very much. I wonder if I could ask a question, maybe of you, Mr. Russell. You said you won't speak specifically about your workplace, but generally. And I guess one of the concerns raised in the submission is about non-clinical staff procuring items which might lead to the wrong items being procured. And maybe, Ms. Black, you might have examples of this as well. Can you talk a bit more about this? And I think health share is also discussed in relation to this in your submission.
Yeah, certainly. So under the current model, anyone with access to the procurement system in the hospitals can purchase items, and the decision to purchase those items tends to be quite anecdotal. Obviously, approvals follow a strict process under the Delegation Authority Manual, but the people who approve those purchases in the system usually have no idea what the items are, what they're used for, or whether it's appropriate or not, or whether the quantity is appropriate or not. Mm-hmm. So in the end, we rely on clinicians to inform what is the appropriate item and how many of that item will we need. In the system I'm a part of, a lot of the time that's ward clerks and support officers making those decisions and doing those procurements. For the most, I feel that there is diligence from those people to do the right thing and to check in with clinicians and with managers, but certainly a large amount of the wastage can be attributed to that problem. I have to say, though, that there's a much larger problem in senior clinicians making procurements that are completely inappropriate and in quantities that are completely inappropriate. And I could highlight a couple of big examples if you'd like me to.
Yes, please.
In the wake of COVID, we were given additional funds, obviously, for surge capacities in case things flared up again. Now, that was a substantial amount of money, and in one situation, a senior staff specialist decided they needed to buy $140,000 worth of emergency trolleys across the district for no reason he thought that might be helpful. Also, over $120,000 of these isolation booths, which a company said worked great for protecting workers against infected patients. They were purchased, brought to the hospital, and when they were implemented, infection control immediately flagged them as inappropriate, and they've been sitting in cold storage ever since. And the third example from that would be a senior clinician decided we needed 30 Fisher & Paykel Airvo 2 units, which are a few $1,000s each. While this was considered to be a surge item in case things flared up, those items have been sitting brand new in cold storage at my hospital for 2 or 3 years now, doing nothing. So those are some examples where senior clinicians, I can give you 2 more quick examples.
Sure.
One is a senior staff specialist felt they wanted a VR system for medical education that allowed medical officers to train on ultrasound. It cost $10,000 and he was given immediate approval because he's a senior clinician. He asked one person and they said yes. That sat behind my desk for 7 months in a locked box doing nothing and was recently, I think, used once. Another senior clinician said, can I please have a television on a wall to show my latest bulletins? The cost of that was $14,000. Because they're in a high position, the approver said, yeah, for sure. And it's been in screensaver mode now for 4 months on the wall. And that's my tax money on the wall doing nothing.
Thank you. Ms. Black, I wondered, this kind of goes to, I guess, the tension between centralised versus local procurement. And as you said, there has to be some kind of appropriate balance between the both. Have you got any further comments about that and how it currently works?
I do. I feel that at the moment there's a massive misbalance between the procurement of essential life support items and the procurement of non-essential would-be-nice-to-have items. The essential items we need, like dialysis circuits, ventilator circuits, enteral feeds, IV lines, these items we're having to constantly battle the system in order to get sufficient quantities to places like emergency departments, ICUs and OTs. And this is because the system is so convoluted, especially with the recent changes made in my district, that I have to chase people, a whole bunch of approvers to get these items, and none of these approvers really know what they are and how many we need. They just have to click a mouse button. But then there are other items like the examples I just highlighted, like the $10,000 VR system and the $14,000 television, which are nice to haves but are not necessary for supporting our acute care community. And they're just approved just by, yep, cool, have it, no worries, and there's no battle. So I feel there's a huge imbalance there, and we need to have a better system in place to allow us to have that flow through of essential items efficiently, quickly and appropriately checked, and the nice to have items to be double checked. Do we actually need it, and are we wasting taxpayers' money?
Thank you. And Ms Black?
Yeah, so look, I've found that there's a couple of areas where decision making has been devolved to a local level where it's probably not appropriate. So one of those examples would be in relation to the duress alarm systems that are used around the state. So at a statewide level, there's a policy from the Ministry of Health that says any duress alarms, personal duress alarms that staff are wearing, and these are the buttons that they press if they are being assaulted or attacked and need security and other people to come in a hurry. So we've got a statewide policy that says this is what a duress alarm, what functions need to be associated with the duress alarm. But then each and every health district is responsible for making their own decisions about which duress alarms they purchase. We recently did just a quick audit, a phone around with a list of the features that the duress alarms must have according to the statewide policy. We found 10 different duress alarms. None of them met all of the features of the required policy. And what we see is actually more extreme than that. So sometimes within one local health district there'll be multiple types of alarms that don't talk to each other, and other times there'll be multiple kinds of alarms within the one facility. So, for example, you may have a hospital with mental health nurses with one kind of duress alarm that works in the mental health unit, and then an emergency department with another kind of duress alarm that works in the emergency department. This is really problematic when you've got mental health nurses who need to go up and do part of their work in the emergency department and then go back to the mental health unit, because it means that from the moment they leave the doors of the mental health unit up to the emergency department, however long they're in the emergency department, and then on the way back, they don't actually have any duress alarm functionality because the two alarm systems don't talk to each other. It's also a problem because we have members who work across multiple facilities, and when each of the duress alarms functions slightly differently, it means that people don't necessarily know how to deploy the duress alarm that they're using on this particular day in this particular facility. And so rather than a system where each local facility seems to be making up their mind about which alarms they want to get, and none of them are actually compliant with the statewide policy, a system where there was centralised decision making that says these are the features that they need to have, these are the alarms that have these features, purchase one of these, or purchase this one that actually works across the state, would be much more effective use of money and actually provide something that's fit for purpose.
Thank you very much. Ms Boyd?
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to both of you for coming along and for your really interesting submission. You've touched on a few of the case studies that are in the submission already. I just wanted to talk about, like, within health, it's, sort of the most devolved of the departments within government, because we do have this local health district structure. In the examples that you were giving, Mr. Russell, around where extra things, 30 of something have been purchased but only one is being used, is there a capacity to share across LHDs? Is there a way that you can say to another LHD, we've got more of these than we need? Does that happen?
As that sort of decision making is sort of above my level, I can't directly comment on whether or not that does happen, but from my experience it does not. The heads of departments do communicate effectively across the district about their needs, but this type of overspending tends to occur on a district-wide basis. And so everyone's either got, of the one item, everyone's either got too much or too little of the same item, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Health Share does some purchasing across the board, right? But there's that's only for certain bits and pieces. That's for like the more commonly used items. Is that correct?
So the system currently has a sort of a central procurement system where they get as many of the items that clinicians say they require into a centralised system, and so that minimises the delivery delays, the approval delays, and sort of keeps the healthcare system running as efficiently as possible. So that's good. But the problem remains that the decisions about what is needed and how many is needed is still not really governed, and there's a lot of poor decision making, in my opinion, around that, and a lot of money wasted around that as well. So an example of that might be last year in my department alone, we spent just over $114,000 on SpO2 finger probes, single-use finger probes. Now we have reusable finger probes, but the company has convinced clinicians that they should use the single-use because the technology is better, even though it's pretty much identical. So, in an analysis I did, it showed that we would only have to spend $24,000 instead of over $100,000 just in my department on finger probes. The same thing goes with blood pressure cuffs, pill cups, a whole bunch of single-use items which are completely unnecessary, not evidence-based and not in policy to use as a single-use items. These are non-invasive items, are still procured in mass quantities, and the companies absolutely love it. And our central distribution system just continues to allow that to happen because they do what they're told.
I guess this is a question for health more than yours. We might have to ask the Department of Health as to. I understand that Health Share has a arrangement with each LHD where they're paying a certain amount. They basically operate like little businesses within each LHD. And so if you've then got more of a product that you need within one LHD, it's probably quite difficult to transfer that across to someone else's accounts on the other LHD. I'll make a note to follow that up with the department. What happens when you have, like what I'm hearing very clearly is that there's not much consultation with end users as to sort of, what products we should be procuring. What happens when there's a product is basically made obsolete by new technology? How easy is it to get the central procurement arm to not just keep reordering the same thing, but actually to listen that now there's a new way of doing things or a new product that's made that type of product obsolete?
So there are processes in place to see new technologies coming on board. At the local level, you've got the clinical products teams, and at the higher level, you've got people like HealthShare, but they generally only act on advice from, as far as I'm aware, from the vendors. So we wouldn't change technologies unless the vendor directly approached someone like me, or if they directly approached HealthShare or the clinical products teams. There are cases where we've been ordering the same product for 17 years and we should have switched to a new product like 4 years ago, but that information was never transmitted. Yeah.
So, as an example, I guess we heard in the context of I think it was a different inquiry from people who were sort of advocating for hospitals to go back to using curtains that could be or screens that could be laundered, as opposed to the kind of plastic or single-use, or I don't know the terminology, apologies.
Yeah, single-use plastic, yeah.
Yeah, and they were saying that there was an obstacle because once you are using that particular type of product, that then you continue to tender for that product, and the people who were offering a different way of doing things weren't getting a look in. So is that your experience as well?
That's definitely my experience. So the clinical products team in HealthShare will respond to whatever we decide to consume. So if we start consuming single-use plastic curtains, they'll say, right, that's their priority. We're going to get them on tender, get them on contract, get the supply chain running, store it in the central warehouse and get it to them. And of course the company is super happy, and we just keep doing it out of almost tradition, yeah. But it wouldn't be too difficult for certain people to point out that we should be using a different product. And then that could be fed into the system instead. That's not too difficult to do, but nobody really does it, I don't think.
Thank you. Looking at staffing, I'm particularly interested in the use of agencies to move staff around, move nurses around into particular hospitals. And we've seen the inefficiencies that's created in the space for doctors' agencies. Is it the same in nursing? How many sort of different agencies does the New South Wales government use, and is it effectively pushing up the staffing costs?
So I'm not sure how many agencies are in use, but we are getting reports of increasing use of agency staff, and they're in a range of different contexts. So first of all, there are permanent positions that haven't been advertised. So they're vacancies that are within the existing staffing complement that aren't advertised, often for months on end, because of budget cycles. And so decisions are made to pay agency staff instead, even though that's more expensive, because it comes out of a different pot of money. And so it's accounted for differently. So we get those kinds of examples regularly. We also get situations where nurses, due to some of the inflexibility around current rostering arrangements and whether or not that sort of works with their work-life balance, particularly when, you know, we're talking about majority of women who've got childcare responsibilities or responsibilities for ageing parents. So we're finding more and more of our members who are resigning from their positions in public health to take jobs with agencies where they'll be paid more and have more say around the hours that they're able to work. Then there are settings that are just very difficult to employ people in because they're environments people maybe don't want to work in or are known to be just less desirable areas for people to move to. And so we've got some hospitals that are running entirely on agency staff. You'll go in and there'll be one or two permanent staff and everyone else is agency staff, and they'll come on sort of fly in, fly out contracts for a couple of months because there's not enough to incentivise people to move to those areas permanently.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tudor.
Mr. Ruster, I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, but your evidence is there are some procurement contracts which work well for a devolved model and some contracts that don't.
Yes, I would definitely agree. Yeah, I think that.
So a proposition which said we should have a centralised government procurement agency may not work well for some local area health districts.
That's a very high level question, sir. Centralised means potentially good governance over costs and efficiency, but different units have different requirements, and it's going to be hard to have bespoke consumables to different areas with a central model like that, if that makes sense.
Another example would be, so things like the duress alarm systems that you want a certain standard to be applied across the board, these are things that should be managed centrally. Things like purchase of milk. It might make more sense to buy milk from Norco if you're in the Northern Rivers than to stick with the contract with whoever else might be the supplier of milk to New South Wales.
And sometimes it can be very beneficial for local businesses to be able to contract with their local hospital.
Yes, but I think that decisions need to be made about which things fit in which category, because I don't think that the balance is right at the moment. Another example that we had was one local hospital who, in their mental health unit, continued to have issues where patients were smashing through the glass to the nurses' station. So very high-risk patients, high levels of violence. And every time they were smashing through the nurses' station, the hospital would just replace the glass with the same glass that was in there before. And when I raised the fact that clearly this glass was not fit for purpose and went into details about the kind of glass that they were using a 6 mil glass that was appropriate for a residential apartment. And the kinds of impacts that glass in a residential apartment might have are quite different from a high-risk mental health unit where people are picking up a chair and using that to try and physically smash through something. The argument that I was getting back from the health district about why they didn't replace the glass with something different is, well, our supplier says that this is the best possible glass. And then I had to send them a whole lot of information about the fact that this wasn't the best possible glass, and in fact it wasn't the glass that was recommended for this kind of setting in the health facility guidelines, and really they should have a 12 to 14 mil glass, not a 6 mil glass. And then we had endless kind of debate about that until finally it was...
A local supplier could have provided the 14 mil glass if in fact that was the decision.
Well, what they said to me is that the local provider couldn't provide a 14 mil glass.
If they couldn't, then it should be outsourced from another supplier in the event that a local supplier couldn't provide it.
But because they were just taking advice from the supplier, they were saying, no, this is the best possible glass. And it took putting quite a lot of evidence in front of them about the fact that it wasn't suitable, it wasn't the most appropriate, and it wasn't all that was available. Here's
let
what
me
they
put this
should have.
probably a hospital that needed a printing done. Should it use a local printer or a Sydney printer? Say it was a hospital in Wagga.
I think that I'm not really focused on printing. I'm focused on issues
but
where...
as a question of procurement, though, in health, would you support a policy which says that local procurement policy should in fact be supporting local businesses as a matter of principle?
Where that doesn't cause impacts with the safety and quality and appropriateness of the purchased product.
Yeah. So printing probably fits within that sort of category, does it?
I have never had anyone speak to me about printing. My role is really about safety. So
but
no one
if in
contacts me
fact
about that.
I was to tell you that hospitals in regional areas were getting their printing done in Sydney, would you have any problem as a matter of principle saying that they should be getting that work done by a
I'll
local
take a
printer?
point of order.
Point of order has been taken. Mr. Deanna.
The opposition should be directing its question to the expertise of the witnesses
Well, they've
before
submitted
the
and made a submission.
inquiry, rather than directing questions that are clearly outside the area or the remit of the submission that's been provided.
Well,
I would ask you, Mr. Tudorhope, to be mindful of the expertise and the submission that the witnesses did make. Perhaps draw you
well,
back
then
to
I'll
that.
put it to you, Mr. Russell. You're a procurement officer, so as a matter of principle.
It's difficult to comment on that, sir, because any large-scale or small-scale purchases by the hospital systems need to be subject to a governance model, and it's difficult to implement a governance model on local businesses individually. Obviously, if there was a governance model in place over the things being supplied to the hospital, then of course it sounds more cost-effective and helpful to the local community to use local businesses. Yeah.
It sounds it, so you would. I move on. In relation just to the issue that you raised in respect of emergency monitors, why wouldn't that be solved within the hospital environment?
Sorry, which emergency monitor issue?
Well,
are you talking
the
about?
buttons that you press for duress monitors.
I'll refer
Duress
to Veronica
buttons.
for that.
Why wasn't it the responsibility of a purchasing officer to purchase uniform duress monitors?
All I can say is that there's a statewide policy that says these are the features of the duress alarms, but when we go out and see what's happening in reality on the ground in the different health districts, the alarms that are being purchased do not meet those
So is that solved by
requirements.
having a purchasing officer who is buying a particular duress model which is uniform?
I believe so. I think having a uniform duress model across the state means that if you're working in Campbelltown Hospital today and then you're working in Blacktown Hospital tomorrow, that you know how that alarm works and that it works across the site and it works whether you're in the emergency department or in the mental health unit, and that's a much more sensible approach to the purchase of life-saving equipment.
And the example that you gave, you were surprised in a local health district. Does that include within one hospital? You
Yes.
might have a variety of. Well, isn't the real question is what was going on in that hospital where a purchasing officer was buying a variety of duress monitors which didn't talk to each other?
So that's one question, certainly, but the other question is why is it that when you go across multiple local health districts that the alarms don't comply with the statewide policy? And so when you look at that, clearly it's difficult. You've got people in those LHDs that don't have the requisite level of knowledge or experience about how to ensure the alarms meet the functionality. It would be better to have that centralised with someone who does have knowledge and experience of the different alarms to go, this is the alarm that actually meets the requirements, and that we can make sure that our staff, whether they're working today in Blacktown and tomorrow in Campbelltown, will know how to use it and can rely on it actually having the functions that it needs to have. So one example would be some alarms have what they call a man down function or a person down function, and some don't. They're all supposed to have that. So if you think that it's got a man down function and you're relying on someone coming and they're not coming, that's a problem. And we have had situations where members have been unable to use the duress of being down on the ground and no one's found them for 3 or 4 hours when they've had, say, a medical emergency or something. And that man down function should have worked.
Thank you very much. We are at the end of time. I would like to thank you both for appearing today and for the submission. If you took any questions on notice or if there are supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in touch and you have 21 days to provide a response. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome to you both, and thank you very much for making the time to give evidence and for the submission from the union. Could I get each of you to state your name and position and swear either an oath or affirmation, perhaps beginning with Ms. Brooks?
Absolutely. My name is Naomi Brooks. I'm the Director of Public Affairs and Communications at the National CFMEU Construction and General Division. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Malia.
Yes, Rita Malia. I'm the State President of the Construction, Forestry and Maritime Employees Union, New South Wales Divisional Branch, Construction and General Division, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to start by making a short statement?
I'll be brief. I think we've set out in our submissions in detail the kind of rigour we'd like to see around procurement in construction. Obviously, the construction industry is a pretty important part of the economy. It's a major employer across many trades and sectors, and it's also a place in which people can train, upskill, and also where we can have more diverse industry, more diverse participants, particularly in respect of First Nations people and females. However, we don't think the rigour around procurement really sets a very high standard or sets a positive message to subcontractors and contractors doing doing state government work, utilising taxpayers' money, and give money, sort of value for money to the taxpayer, and more broadly New South Wales as it currently stands. Jobs are poorly regulated, they blow out of budget, contracts are under-tendered, and all sorts of problems occur which end up being the problem of the state government in terms of having to dish out extra money to to ensure completion of projects. So we really need a reworking of all the rigour around procurement. We need proper standards set, we need proper compliance enforced, and certainly the CFMEU is keen to be part of that process to ensure high quality jobs, non-exploitation of workers, the recognitions of people's rights, but also at the end of the day, good quality products for the people of New South Wales.
Thank you very much. I might begin then by asking you, Ms. Malia, about the CFMEU's experience more specifically with businesses complying to procurement policies. So why it is you have the concerns you have.
I think, there are things written on pieces of paper and policies which require contractors to do the right thing. It all looks great sitting on the shelf, but what really happens out there in the real world is quite different. It starts from the tendering process where people tender for projects well below the proper value of the project. When you take into account proper labour costs, insurance, and the high standards of safety are met, that programs are going to be met, then down the track as times start to blow out, people start being injured, perhaps there's a fatality, the job's not finishing when you're expecting it to finish, particularly in the civil space where we've got a lot of experience now with a lot of civil infrastructure work. you just end up with a race to the bottom. So it sort of starts badly because of the quality of the tender process. It's the culture which then it basically supports in under tendering to win the work. Those who actually want to do the right thing can't win the work, so everybody's sort of pushed to cheat, and then you end up with these problems halfway through and towards the end of projects, which end up costing the taxpayer extraordinary amounts of money. And we've seen that on the Snowy Hydro, we've seen that in infrastructure projects in New South Wales, and that's really kind of replicated in a lot of other types of non-civil projects. So that's our experience. You have high insolvencies in the construction industry, particularly in the subcontractors. You have high levels of people breaching safety. I mean, our officials are on projects every day dealing with, sometimes really basic safety issues, other times very serious safety issues. But these are things that if the standards had been set at the beginning, if the expectations had been set at the beginning, and if the cost involved was truly reflective of what is required to do these things properly by way of, looking after employees on the project, but also broadly to deal with the quality of the product, you would, probably avoid a lot of these issues. So, it's a system which kind of encourages cheating as we see it at the moment.
So I wonder then if you could speak to, in your submission, and we've heard about it in other submissions and evidence, about the ACT secured local jobs code and how it might work. And there's consideration of both weighting of tender aspects of the tender process, but also this two-gate tender process. Could you explain a bit the difference, but also what each of those things do in your opinion?
I'm going to defer to my colleague here who's helped us put that submission together.
Beautiful.
Hi everyone. So we're huge advocates of the two-gate tender process, and this is a model that has been developed over time from what was originally a conventional weighted process. But then what we found was that when you weighed factors that weren't about the direct cost or timelines, that it wasn't really clear or transparent about how you weighed these things against each other. So say if you have a business that has a history of safety breaches and that workers have died on their site, it necessitates quantifying human life against a contract value. Or it necessitates serious substantial breaches to wages and conditions against a contract value. And so we were trying to find a way that fundamentally met the public's expectation around value for money while still complying with what government's trying to achieve with broader social need. And so this two-gate tender process is a process that was developed as a repercussion of the weighted system essentially not working very well, and there not being transparency about how the weighting actually functions, where a company first needs to be audited to be granted a certificate. And that can look at the entire history of that company. So obviously we're very deeply invested in construction, but it also could look into, for instance, tax compliance or anything that could cause reputational risk to the government. And then once they're granted a certificate in any kind of tender process, there's a two-gate system where the first gate is looking at whether there have been breaches of the secure local jobs code in the ACT. So for instance, if a principal contractor is employing subcontractors that also don't have a certificate, then that would be a breach of the certificate, because it's important in construction in particular to make sure that there is compliance down the supply chain, because if it's just focused on the principal contractor, you're realistically looking at the white collar jobs in construction and you're not actually looking at the blue collar workers and some of the lower paid workers as you move down that supply chain. So it will also look at any kind of legal proceedings against a company, and if there's been any finding against the company, and points can be docked from the certificate. And then at the second stage, you can look at the overall certificate and whether, say, for instance, a company still has 100 points, which is the total value of a certificate, compared to a company that might have 10 points and be limping over the line to the second gate process. But then you can genuinely look at value for money and timelines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deanna.
Yeah, I might just first put on the record that I'm a member of the CFMEU, a financial member. I just wanted to ask about the role that you see the CFMEU playing and other unions in the procurement process.
Well, I think we have a lot of knowledge about who the players are and also, you know, how they conduct themselves. And because our officials are on the ground, we're also negotiating enterprise agreements with companies, and we have a pretty good sense of who the quality builders and subcontractors are versus those who are not and who are more likely to cheat. And so I think there's a lot that we can contribute to ensuring that good quality, you know, that intelligence around, you know, who's in the industry, where they come from, what their pattern of conduct's been, how they've operated, operated in terms of their insolvency history. Obviously, the industry is still quite prevalent with phoenixing and companies, you know, disappearing one day and appearing the next. I mean, it continues to occur for all sorts of reasons. So we've got pretty good knowledge around that. Obviously, we've got very good knowledge around safety, and we have our officials out there monitoring safety, dealing with safety issues, and trying the best we can to ensure that people are safe on these projects. So I think that there is a lot that we can add to the government's capacity to identify, you know, who is worthy of a certificate and to get through this process, and who isn't. And then during the life of the project, be part of that process of monitoring. So it's all well and good to get through the process and get the certificate and get the contract, but of course you do need a compliance arm, and you need to be assessing that that contractors and subcontractors and principal contractors are doing what they're supposed to be doing in terms of the obligations to the state, their employees, you know, the general public. So I think there's a role that's very important. Obviously, our preference is for good union jobs, companies with enterprise agreements. I mean, those with enterprise agreements tend to be the more compliant ones. I mean, they're not necessarily 100% compliant, but there is a rigour around that makes compliance a lot easier to monitor and enforce. And of course, we want to ensure that workers have every right to join their union and to have that proper representation on the job to ensure their safety, ensure they're getting their wages and conditions, and they get home, you know, safe to their families every night. So there is a real partnership that the unions, the CFMEU, and in the past we've had those partnerships with government agencies to ensure that one, we avoid the problems, but also if there are problems along the way, that they can be addressed rather than it all becoming, you know, a very big problem towards the end of a project.
Thank you very much. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission and for coming along. I wanted to just go back to the ACT code. Can you talk about how that's sort of permeated beyond just government work? Has it lifted standards across the board in the ACT?
Yes, because the certificate applies down the entire subcontractor supply chain and takes into account if there's breaches of the code across their business operations. Mm-hmm. So if you have a business that is consistently underpaying workers and there is a proceeding against the business and it's found that that has occurred, then that is a breach of the code. So it, in terms of using procurement as a really strong mechanism to transform the industry, to make it more economically stable, and to make sure that workers are paid well, the ACT system is excellent at achieving that outcome.
And presumably there aren't many companies in this area that operate in the ACT and don't also operate in New South Wales.
Oh yeah, that is absolutely accurate. At least in the Queanbeyan region and the southern part of New South Wales, and then with your tier 1 and tier 2 contractors, they're operating around the entire country.
Okay, so when we are talking about potentially applying something like the ACT code here in New South Wales, it wouldn't. It appears to me it wouldn't be a particular burden on companies because they're already complying with the ACT code. Would that be correct?
I think that would be accurate, and then you also have a range of different procurement codes in other jurisdictions as well. So Victoria also has, I think it's called the Fair Jobs Code, which was based off the ACT two-gate tender process, and they also are far more explicit with having targets around diverse workforces, in particular with women. I would say that the Victorian model is the best model when it comes to having high standards for encouraging women into construction, and these models, like once your tier 1 builders adopt these models, it starts to be rolled out across their business across the country.
Thank you. There are a couple of aspects of your submission that touch on issues that we've been talking about in other parts of this inquiry. The first one I want to talk about is in relation to the subcontractors, and we see this a lot in the construction industry, where we have a principal contractor who might be up to standard, but then it seems very hard to actually get through to the subcontractors. In the submission, it talks about putting that obligation on the principal contractor to ensure that the subcontractors are doing the right thing. I guess what would be the alternative to that, and is the idea that if the subcontractor is found to be doing the wrong thing, that it's the principal contractor then has points taken off them or is less likely to receive work in the future? How would that work?
I mean, I think it has to be driven by the principal contractor, because subcontractors come and go. They have obviously need to comply, but the driver of what happens on these projects has to be the principal contractor. I mean, they're the ones ultimately responsible to the government to deliver the project. And if they're saying to the government, well, this is the model, we're going to subcontract these packages out to these people to do this work, then there must be some real teeth in the obligation that they have to ensure that they deliver, and also to ensure that those that they're subcontracting to are complying. And what we've seen a lot in New South Wales is we have these sorts of standards, like principal contractors obtain a statutory declaration from their subcontractors confirming that they've paid all their wages and conditions, etc., their premiums to work cover. But then they haven't, and there isn't really any punishment or consequence of just accepting a statutory declaration, taking that on face value, paying the money that has to be paid for the next stage of work, and then the reality is actually that subcontractor hasn't met those obligations. So you do need to have a robust system, a system that does put some responsibility on the principal contractor, and has to mean something, because unless it means something, then you'll just end up with these paper processes that looks like they're ensuring these people are doing what they're doing. And as you know, in construction, there's a lot of subcontracting, and then when you get into the fit-out stage or the kind of less organised, structured stage of projects, I mean, sometimes you just have no clue who is on these projects, and really they're the gatekeeper, the principal contractor, and they ought to have some real responsibility to ensure that the standards are applied across the project over the life of the project. I think that's good for workers, it's good for the state, it's good for the budget, and it's good for the ultimate product that's delivered to New South Wales.
And also, if you're thinking about the government's aim for small and medium enterprises to also be eligible for procurement in construction, realistically that happens down the supply chain. So they're not likely to be the company that is tendering directly for a project from the New South Wales government, but they, if anything, you have the most small and medium enterprises operating in construction than you do in, I would presume, almost any other industry. But in order to make sure that you're having operators down the supply chain who are small and medium enterprises being able to be in a strong financial position and pay their workers well, and not essentially have liquidity issues where they need to phoenix or do any other kind of dodgy operation in order to reform because their finances don't stack up. You need to make sure that small and medium enterprises in construction also have an equal playing field where they're not being undercut. And so it's essential that it goes down the supply chain in construction if you're actually going to make sure that small and medium enterprises don't have liquidity issues.
So if we're putting the responsibility then on the primary contractor, would there, in terms of, I guess, the contractual obligation between the government and that primary contractor, would we be asking them to take active steps to ensure compliance? And then are they reporting back to government, or is that for their own purposes to ensure that they're...
I think they should be taking active steps, and they should be showing the government or the government agency that's what they're doing. And we're seeing that in other spaces. I mean, a lot of these principal contractors, put a lot of effort into promoting that they have a diverse workforce. But they're not employing those extra women directly. They're not employing those Indigenous workers directly. They're requiring their subcontractors to carry that labour, because most of the labour really that's doing the work on the job at that level are done by the subcontractors. And they will report back, the great achievements, and there have been some good achievements on that front on a lot of government projects. So if they can do that for the good news, they can certainly be doing it to ensure that, the employees on those projects, whoever they are, paid well, that the safety standards are met, that the subcontractors are doing what they're contracted to do and they're receiving proper payments. I mean, we do sometimes have a security of payments issue, and money doesn't flow as it should. And that, you don't have a situation where people are having to corrupt the system with rectifications or asking for amendments to their contract to meet costs that were unanticipated. So there really needs to be an active oversight by the principal contractors, and they need to actively show that these things are happening, as well as they can on the project. It would really, I think, improve things no end for that to occur. And the subbies will comply because they want to win the work. So, they'll be held to account. They'll have to tender for jobs correctly too, to make sure that they're factoring in all of these obligations, and rather than trying to undercut each other and cheat to try and win the work and then worry about it later.
Thank you. Mr Tudor.
So would you see your organisation as having some role in the certification process?
I don't think we would have a role in the certification process, because I think it's up to the government to decide at the end of the day who they contract to, but certainly we would have a role in providing whatever intelligence we have in terms of what we know about the history of the history of the companies, about their breaches or non-breaches, the safety standards, and then we will certainly have a role in their monitoring once they win the work. Because
so you will have a role in compliance?
We have rights under the various acts, whether it's safety or industrial, to ensure that there's compliance with respect to employees, and we would consider
this would give you an additional right, would it not, to access a site to establish compliance with the terms of the certification?
May I talk to the Secure Local Jobs Code of the ACT to answer that? It doesn't provide an additional right in terms of workplace access. That is not what it does. How it works is you have an independent registrar who is a public servant that issues the certificates according to how the government establishes the way to measure that company. And then any party, another business, a union, an individual worker, like a concerned consumer could report what they think might be a breach to the registrar, and the registrar, an independent public servant, would make an assessment. So there is no additional worksite access or right that is granted.
So
through this process.
it'd only arise in relation to potentially if a member reported back to your organisation some issue. Is that right?
Well, we have a broader capacity under the Workplace Relations, under the Fair Work Act, and the slip, or the Work Health and Safety Act, to independently, ensure that there's compliance with our enterprise agreement. So it doesn't necessarily take a member to initiate the complaint. We also deal with the industry regularly. We have, we have contacts with principal contractors and subcontractors. If subcontractors are financially in trouble, it's often to the union that they turn to. So we've got a lot of knowledge that doesn't even necessarily require us to access the site as you envisage it, to be able to assist the government in ensuring that ultimately these certificates are complied with.
You in fact also call for the code to apply to public-private partnerships, do you not?
Anywhere where there's government money being spent, we think that this
so that
code should be
includes
complied
grant
with.
money.
Includes
Grant money.
Yes.
You would expect it to apply to.
Yes.
So
Any
in relation to the work being done in relation to the delivery of the renewable energy infrastructure, you would expect it to apply in relation to that, would you not?
Yes.
Have you had any discussions with the Minister for Energy in relation to that?
Our branch hasn't known at this stage.
So would it act as an impediment potentially for the delivery of renewable energy infrastructure?
I don't think so. It obviously attracts considerable government money. We've seen what's happened in the Stowe Hydro with the various blowouts in terms of budget and the conditions in which workers in that project have to live under. I think that it's a pity there wasn't a code before these big projects were tendered that are already happening in that space. So it's not an impediment. In fact, it will guarantee that those who contract or tender for the work will be able to do it properly within budget, safely, ensure that the employees on those projects and the workers on the projects get paid, and deliver according
So
to
the
their
contract,
promise.
the contracts being entered into by the government, or in fact being guaranteed by the government, you would expect that they would have to go through the gateway process
Yeah, I think so.
for the purposes of delivering those projects.
This doesn't speak to our coverage, but the ETU, which we operate very closely with on work sites, is deeply invested in the renewable rollout, and their greatest concern is that there are 40,000 electricians short to deliver this work. And at this point in time, you have projects being rolled out that have no apprentices on those sites, and you cannot build the rollout unless you have apprentice electricians so that you can build that 40,000 workforce. And something like the Secure Local Jobs Code or a Secure Australian Jobs Code could deliver the workforce needed.
So that could
to do
in
this
fact
work.
delay some of those projects, could it not?
Why
If we
do
don't
you
have
think it would delay
if you
the
don't have the
projects?
labour available to be able to fill those positions.
If you don't have the appropriate workforce, it is of course challenging to deliver any kind of project, but something like a Secure Local Jobs Code assists in making sure that there is adequate labour coming through to deliver these projects.
Do you also see that as part of the procurement policy, there should be policies to support local small businesses? Do you agree with that as a tenet of ensuring the delivery of local components in the procurement process?
So you might note in our submission that we talk about security of payments as an issue, that we would say that the biggest issue in construction is making sure that companies are paid for the work that they have already completed. And that in construction, and I'm not so bold as to speak beyond construction, we would absolutely love for there to be a security of payments framework so that companies
those businesses
are paid.
And whether they're small businesses, big businesses, local businesses in regional areas, where a lot of these bigger projects might end up being in terms of the area that you're talking about. I mean, we don't want to see those businesses be put in a difficult position. So if the standard is lifted at the top, it's going to be lifted for them.
There are a lot of construction businesses going broke at the moment, are there not?
Some are, yes.
Why is that, do you?
There's lots of reasons. I think it's a lot of under-tendering where the projects have been tendered at costs that are unreasonable, unrealistic. So you get to a point where there isn't the money to do the work. There's certainly the security of payments issues which still arise where people don't get paid for the work that they do. There's people who take too much financial burden and then they don't have the business acumen to actually turn that into a profitable business. There's a myriad of reasons why companies fall over, and the CFMU has been making submissions around the security of payment space. Well, I've been with the union for nearly 30 years and we've been making those submissions about ensuring a proper payment system, ensuring that people are tendering for the proper value of a project and that they're kept to account. I mean, there's lots of reasons why these companies fail, and it's generally because the cash flow fails. And it starts at the beginning. They're all, not all, but many are having to cheat to win the work and then aren't able to deliver the work, and there isn't anything in the system to ensure that they can deliver the work.
And sometimes delays are an impediment to, in fact, being able to have proper cash flows, are they not?
Look, the way and the speed in which things are being built in this day and age, delays doesn't seem to be the massive issue. I mean, the schedules that are in place at the moment sees construction projects delivered in extraordinary record times. And sometimes there can be delays, but it's not really about the delay. It's just the structure in which people win the work and then subcontract out the work. It's a model that's unsustainable if the cash isn't going to where it needs to be, or if it's not sufficient for these companies to deliver and survive. So, and there's a lot of tax rorting and all sorts of other things and reasons why companies, go bust. And the tax office has obviously taken a particular interest in construction in recent times in that regard as well. So, but the schedules are pretty tight. They really do deliver these projects very quickly.
Thank you very much, and thank you both. It's the end of our time. Thank you both for appearing and for your submission. If there's any questions taken on notice or any supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in touch, and you have 21 days for that. Again, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you both for appearing today and welcome. Could we begin by each of you stating your name, position and swearing either an oath or affirmation, starting with you, Ms Gatfield.
Thanks. My name's Mel Gatfield. I'm the New South Wales Secretary of the United Workers Union, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thanks. Aaron Jones, the Political Coordinator with the United Workers Union. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to start by making a short statement?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee. As I said, I'm the Secretary of United Workers Union and I'm joined by Aaron, our Political Coordinator. With us today we also have Milena Petrovic. Milena is a United Workers Union member, a school cleaner at Randwick Girls High, and she's worked there under a number of different contractors for the last 24 years. Our union represents workers in a range of industries: logistics, food and bev manufacturing, casinos, hospitality, early childhood education and care, aged care, cleaning and security. But as you know from our submission, we really wanted to use this opportunity to focus in on cleaning and security, despite those other sectors also being affected by procurement. Cleaning and security are highly labour-dependent services that the New South Wales Government currently spends hundreds of millions of dollars a year contracting for. Both in security and cleaning, we've just got systematic issues with compliance related to workplace rights and entitlements and the mistreatment and exploitation of workers. There's a number of reasons why these two sectors share those issues: vulnerable workforces, commercial pressure to minimise labour costs, the prevalence of precarious forms of employment and diffuse accountability throughout the supply and property management chain. Indeed, in May this year, the New South Wales Anti-Slavery Commissioner said that he had heard in his role from cleaners and security workers who've suffered various forms of modern slavery here in Sydney and in regional New South Wales, and that some of those workers appear to be working under current contracts by the New South Wales Government. We welcome the findings and the recommendations in the committee's first report. We think the current approach to procurement is not working and needs to change. And in our submission, we made a number of recommendations. In summary, we believe that agencies should consider direct employment rather than contracting as a first port of call, as a means of supporting quality jobs and delivering more effective services. If services are contracted, we need to include enforceable labour standards within the contract terms. We want compliance with industry best practice codes of conduct within pre-qualification steps. We require job security on the change of contracts. We think that there's a real opportunity that buildings leased for government office space could participate in the cleaning accountability framework. And that we believe that there should be an independent unit within government to investigate and enforce contractually obligated labour standards. And finally, we think that all contracts should be available in a searchable online database. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your submission. And welcome, Milena, and thank you for making the time to be with us today. We do appreciate it. There's lots to cover and not a lot of time, but I wanted to start with one of the areas that I'm particularly interested in, which is cleaning. And you mentioned CAF, which the rest of the committee might not be familiar with, so I might get you to explain it a bit. But there's aspects that I'd particularly like you to focus on. One is the use of a pricing schedule within the contract cleaning sector as a way of ensuring that within a tender there is enough money to pay workers their legal wages. So if you could talk about that, and then perhaps think about how that could be applied in procurement and maybe even to other sectors like security.
Yeah, happy to. So the Cleaning Accountability Framework is an organisation that's existed for just on a decade, which was set up by the union along with property investors and other stakeholders in the industry, contractors, and it operates as both a top-down and a bottom-up mechanism to ensure compliance and to combat some of the risks that Mel mentioned about modern slavery. So it works and as you mentioned, the pricing tool is really a critical part of this. That sort of embeds the sufficiency of contracting from the start, that when a building manager or a building owner is tendering for their services, that they're using a pricing tool that says, to comply with modern award obligations, with all other worker entitlements, as well as considering industry standard productivity rates for cleaning, this is the minimum cost that would be required to clean your building. So if you're receiving bids from a company that is less than that, then something is wrong.
Can I just clarify? So what it essentially does, it says it takes this much time reasonably for a cleaner to clean this amount of office space.
That's right.
This is how much that time costs. That's how much, that's the minimum that must be included in terms of pricing. Otherwise, you can pretty much say that that contract doesn't account for wages.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
That contractor bidding there is either not understanding their full obligations or is assuming that they're going to make it up somewhere else.
Or they're not delivering on the scope of the contract. So what the government in this scenario is, if you're procuring for cleaning and you're paying for a certain standard of cleaning, if you don't have that schedule there, you're not going to get what you're paying for.
So in other words, it's a mechanism for whoever is putting out a contract to say, if this is the cost, the absolute minimum cost that must be in this contract, otherwise someone is trying to compete based on undercutting labour standards.
That's right.
That's right. And can you perhaps explain if that and how that's worked in the private sector?
Yeah, so the accountability framework is, like I said, has been in place for about a decade, and there has been a significant amount of buy-in within the private sector from property managers and from owners and investors that are looking to have their buildings certified to meet these obligations and to ensure that they're not in breach of any modern slavery issues, and also as part of their overall ESG framework to ensure that they're acting as a responsible owner and that they're investing in a responsible way.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I know I'm a bit focused on cleaning, and I noticed that you do talk about insourcing and school cleaning, and you mentioned the requirement to consider insourcing before contracting for services in your submission. Can you say a bit more about how you'd see that operating and what services that you could see this impacting were it to be implemented?
I think what we are saying is that there has been a culture in cleaning, at least for the last 30 years, that it has been outsourced in most of the government. There are very few areas where cleaners are directly employed, and the same with security guards. And we think that this is an opportunity for each agency, when they're considering what they're doing, to actually have to consider insourcing at the start and to use things like the pricing model to actually say, are we getting bang for the bucks that we're spending? Because it's a huge amount of money that we're spending.
Thank you. Mr. Diadam?
Yeah, I think so. Also place on the record that I worked with Aaron Jones in a previous capacity.
I should place on the record that I was on
Seems
the
like
CAF
a lot of
steering
people in
committee.
this inquiry I've had some dealings with. Look, I wanted to ask about perhaps some specific examples of where the absence of transparency in terms of the contracting arrangements has been an impediment in terms of enforcement, and particularly maybe some examples around where you've had difficulty enforcing sort of basic sort of labour conditions with a contractor.
Yeah, absolutely. So currently we find it extremely difficult to actually access the full contracts. We can access the summarised information, see what the cost is, who the company is, but terms within those contracts are very important to how the work is actually carried through, and extremely relevant for our ability to represent workers and to bargain with those employers. We're at a complete sort of asymmetry of information when we're sitting down to bargain with an employer that's under a contract, under a multi-year contract, and they know what the cost of it is, they know what any indexing terms are, and we're not privy to that. So it's both difficult for us to improve conditions and also difficult for us to see what the actual terms are to verify that they're delivering on that service.
Do you think that with greater transparency, you would be able to. Let me just ask another question.
Yeah.
You're supporting the the proposition from Unions New South Wales around an equivalent to the ACT Secure Jobs Code. One of the elements in that is, in your recommendations, is around greater consultation with workers, delegates' rights and support for bargaining. Can you perhaps talk a little bit about why that's critical?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, firstly, it enables us to be present in the workplace, speaking to workers about issues, about safety concerns, to establish the consultative mechanisms with the employer as well to deal with issues on the job, and then for us to be able to bargain in terms of support for freedom of association and collective bargaining. When we have enterprise agreements in place, it gives us another mechanism to actually enforce those standards. So through something like an equivalent of the Secure Jobs Code, if we are establishing labour standards in addition to, say, the modern award standards, where we're able to bargain and reflect those in an enterprise agreement, it gives us an ability to enforce them.
And can I just add that, you know, if you think about cleaners, they're often the invisible workforce. They start before we start work. They are there after we finish cleaning up, and they're often on their own. And security guards are often only in one or two. So having a voice is a really important part of this as well.
Could I go to one of the other themes that we've been looking at throughout the inquiry, which is, you know, that policies exist and we can, you know, read them and they sound very good, but they're not necessarily enforced. So I wondered what's been your experience in terms of government contracts and the enforcement of, you know, mandatory conditions that already exist in those contracts?
It's been a real struggle. If you look at the whole of government cleaning contract over the last 30 years, the standards that are expected from cleaners and the contractors that employ them have kind of risen, and at the same time the amount of cleaners employed has
no, you can keep going.
I'm not used to the bells. Has diminished. So I think that understanding what's in the contract when it is completely confidential has made it extremely hard to talk about what is the scope of work. When we surveyed our members recently, they had just a ridiculous amount of time to complete all of the tasks that were expected of them, but they didn't have the time to do it. And if you want to enforce, well, what is in this contract? What is the scope of work? You need to be able to have some transparency about it. So that would be kind of one area that I'd point to.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming and for your submission. I just wanted to talk about, when we're talking about procurement of you know, contracts that are effectively not completely but almost all labour cost. In what circumstances would a government, I guess I'm really struggling to understand how a government could outsource that cheaper without it resulting in wages being lower than what the government could provide in a direct employment situation. Why do you think inherently the idea of privatising these sorts of services like cleaning services is always going to result in I guess a pushing down or a suppression of wages, because that's the only way that it can be cheaper than government doing the employment itself?
It is reasonably, as you say, there isn't that much equipment, you know, that you need to set up a cleaning company. I think that's right. I think the experience that we've had of private contracting in cleaning is that it's a race to the bottom. So the contracts are done on cost, and it's the minimum amount that people will tender for, and how that plays out is in what cleaners are expected to do in the time that they have, and a whole lot of other practices that we've talked about, where people, you know, vulnerable workers, you don't need to be able to speak English proficiently to clean. You are often cleaning on your own in a workplace, on your own. So there's a lot of opportunities for, you know, bad things to happen.
How many workers if we were to take all of the cleaners back and have them directly employed, how many are there?
There's approximately around 7,000 cleaners across the whole of government cleaning contract in New South Wales. You've got about 2,200 schools, then all of your offices, the courthouses, police stations, some ambulance stations, some other government buildings. Yeah, there's a lot of cleaners.
Because you can imagine a situation where a government outsourcing labour when there's, one or two people that are also, working for a company and doing other things. But when we're talking about a workforce of 7,000 people, it just strikes me that there's quite a lot of inefficiencies built in outsourcing that rather than having it kept in. Excuse me, I'm just so... I'm baffled by why that decision was ever made. Do you think that the decision by government to outsource that many jobs has pushed down the wages and conditions of cleaners across the board in non-government work as well?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that definitely has had that impact on the workforce. And you have to remember that most of these jobs are part-time, that people are often working across. So especially in regional New South Wales, we have a number of members that are cleaning a school in the morning and then going to the courthouse and the police station later in the day, and that creates a decent amount of a job. So yeah, I think that there's definitely been that impact.
So in jurisdictions where they didn't do that, are there any? Have we got Australian jurisdictions that haven't outsourced their cleaning? And what do the wages and conditions look like in those states? Do you have any data comparing?
Yeah, so in Queensland, in Western Australia, in Tasmania, cleaners are and in the ACT, cleaners are directly employed. They have collective agreements that pay over the award. They have standards of quality that, what the cleaning standards are that are quite transparent, everyone understands. There is consultation about the work that they do. So I think there's a lot of places that you can look around Australia where there's a different system.
And was it the ACT that reversed it recently?
Yeah, 2020.
2020.
Yep.
Have we seen any impacts from that in terms of sort of raising then the wages and conditions across the board?
Yeah, definitely in wages and conditions, in security of hours, in not knowing that you don't have to apply for your job every time a contractor loses the contract or the contract comes up for retender. That's been a really big issue for cleaners, consistently having to go through that process. And I think we've heard from the Department of Education, especially in the ACT, that the cleaning standards have improved.
What do you think the impact on government has been then? Has it been some massive cost to them versus when they used to outsource it? Or was it... You don't know?
You should talk to them, but I don't believe
maybe
so.
We will. So if we then apply that as a general principle across the board to other... should we have, as you say, if you're introducing procurement into areas where the cost is primarily labour, and we've seen this sort of downward pressure then on wages and conditions as a result, the suggestion of at least putting a base amount saying, well, if you were paying your workers properly, it would at least be this cost, and all bids need to be above that.
Yeah.
Should we also then be saying, if you've got that you then compare it to if it was a direct employment? It strikes me that is a stepping stone to ending the privatisation of these services, because if government is required as well to compare it to a direct employment, then it would probably be cheaper. Is that the suggestion, that we have both of those things, that we say that you need to have at least this kind of minimum amount for the bid, but also that we need to be comparing it to a direct employment model?
I think so. That makes sense. So if you have standards established for particular industries in terms of for government procurement, that these are the minimum rates that we would be requiring contractors to pay and to price accordingly when they bid, it would make sense that you're comparing that to the cost of insourcing, that you're not comparing the minimum wage to the cost of a relevant industrial instrument, that you're comparing it based on a standard that you're setting for your government procurement.
would that limit, I guess playing devil's advocate, would that then limit the ability for workers in those industries to further increase their wages, for instance, because, you know, even though you've sort of set it at a certain level, say that there's a, you know, a bargaining process for a 10% increase, you would still be bound then by that contract, or would you build into the contract the ability to increase the amount that's paid by government as you have to increase to cover?
Yes, it's good. It's a good question. It gets into sort of some of the details of bargaining under that kind of framework, and I think we've seen that in contracting, the modern award acts as both a floor and a ceiling. If you were to require wages is an easy example. If you were to require wages, say 6% above that, that's the figure that we have for our safeguard policy, which has been adopted for the security industry in Victoria by the Victorian government. There's value in bargaining within that framework because it gives you that means to actually have those rates enforceable and to have an industrial instrument that sets those rates and gives you the process to defend those. Whether there is margin above to negotiate above that, I think that is going to come down to sort of the employer and the context at a time. But there is value in having an enterprise agreement that reflects those rates in itself. So yes, would you be setting a new standard? Potentially. But that standard is higher than where it is. You're setting it at somewhere that you would be otherwise precluded from bargaining to. And in terms of indexation through the contract, I think that's a really important part of it, that you actually have the ability for an employer to provide increases through the life of their contract. And you could look at different models of doing that so that there is scope to have enterprise agreements that include agreements, whether that's looking at a CPI or a wage price index plus indexation or something else. I think you could include that within the standards.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Tudor.
Ms. Gov, how many members are there in your union?
Nationally?
No, in New South Wales.
In New South Wales, around 30,000.
30,000
Yeah.
members of your union. And you're affiliated with the ALP, are you not?
Yes, we are.
The amount which you contribute to the ALP each year is how much?
Point of order. Point of order has been taken. Excuse me, Ms. Gutfield.
Sorry, Chair, I'm not entirely sure that this is relevant to the terms of reference of the inquiry. It's to do with procurement.
Yes.
Government procurement.
Yeah.
While we do give wide latitude, Mr. Tudor, I'm struggling to understand how that does
I'll
refer.
come to in relation to the procurement contracts, would you see it as a process where membership of your union would be something which would be desirable for the purposes of certifying compliance by a particular organisation if the employee workforce?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Well, if the employee workforce of a particular contractor to the government was unionised, would it in fact lead you to say that that should be a certified or preferred contractor for the government?
Well, not in that order. Like, our aim is to improve the working lives of, in this scenario, cleaners. So we would want them to be involved in the union, but the standards that we would accept the contract to be held to are about basic workplace standards.
Let me break it down. If we have a process which says that as part of procurement that each organisation or contractor should be certified in terms of workplace practices, would you see that as part of the gateway process to contracting with the government?
No.
You wouldn't?
No.
What would you see?
Well, I think part of the gateway process, and jump in, Aaron, if you want, is the standards and the history of that contractor. Like the previous person that you had from the construction union, the issues in cleaning especially are quite similar. There's lots and lots of subcontractors. There's been lots and lots of phoenixing. So what you would want the board to look at is the history of that company and to see how compliant they've been with a number of different laws.
So from your perspective, of course, that would be ameliorated or to a greater degree if the workforce of that particular contractor was heavily unionised.
I think I'll just add a sort of a particular point that's relevant to cleaning and security. That a cleaning and security company doesn't have a standing workforce ready on reserve to fill a new contract that they win. What is often the case is that
they take over an existing.
They take over an existing contract and largely the existing workforce are the workers that they recruit from. That's Mel mentioned the importance of job security on contract changeover, which is something that's extremely important, that those workers actually have job security when a new contractor takes over. So I think it's just important to clarify that we're not looking at a sort of a notional workforce that is sort of coming in that is separately unionised to an existing workforce.
So it'd be an existing unionised workforce, potentially.
Potentially, which then speaks to the standards that would apply whichever contractor was awarded the work.
How much? What are the contributions of an employee to your union by way of union fees?
Depends on, so it's around $14 at the moment, depending on where you're working and how much you earn.
In terms of the industry, what proportion of the industry is unionised?
I think you would say about 20 or 30%.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Jones?
It changes between the sort of subsectors of the industry, so some more, some less.
Well, in terms of the employee workforce, which is currently supplying services to agencies of government, whether by way of direct employment or contract employment, what percentage is unionised, would you say?
Again, it's higher, so there will be some areas where it's sitting at 60 to 70%, and there'll be other areas where it's at 10%. The whole of government cleaning contract really struggles, and over the years it's struggled more and more with finding cleaners to clean schools and government properties in the city, in the northern suburbs and in the eastern suburbs, and now even out to the west, as people can't afford to live in these places. They have to travel further and further away, and what we've seen is more and more international students being employed by the contractors or by subcontractors to try and fill the gaps, and that has created lots and lots of issues.
And that would remain an issue even if they were directly employed.
It's an issue for Sydney, isn't it? That it's a very expensive city to live in, and essential workers like cleaners need to be able to find somewhere to live.
So that component of the workforce which is providing services to government agencies at the moment, the 10% would be potentially that part which is harder to service, so to speak. The areas
and higher turnover of cleaners.
Higher turnover. Yeah. And the 70%, where would they be? They would be more, in regional areas?
Yeah, where people don't move around so much and have been cleaning. We've got members that have been cleaning their schools for over 30 years. So they used to be government employees, and they've now been working under the contracting system. So, you've got more stability in those areas.
So is it the case, is it not, that the provision of the requirement for permanency generally brings with it an increased likelihood that they would join your union?
I don't know.
Don't know. In terms of the process for contracting with the government, Ms. Boyd has indicated that it intuitively suggests that if you were contracting with the government, it would be cheaper than potentially contracting with a private contractor. And I think you agreed with that, did you not?
Well, I think that they...
if you don't have the administration costs of a company seeking to not only provide the services but also make a profit, you would intuitively suggest that in those circumstances it would be cheaper to be employed directly by the relevant agency.
I don't know whether it would be cheaper, but there would definitely, there's existing infrastructure that you need to manage a massive contract, like the whole of government cleaning contract, to make sure that the cleaners are turning up and doing all of that. So there's some infrastructure that government would need to have as well
in
as
place
the
to
contractors
actually
have.
administer a contract as well, and that's the point I was going.
Yeah,
without profit.
So.
With no profit though.
So the administration and the increase in the bureaucracy for managing that workforce would be an added cost of including that workforce, would it not?
I'll jump in on that point. So currently with the whole of government cleaning contracts, you have it broken down to 9 regions.
Yes.
Cumulatively this year, they're valued at $518 million. So you've got a significant amount of that money going to the profits, administration and management of those different contracts. And you're recreating systems within each of those contracts, or within each company that holds those contracts. You're recreating, you have a HR system, you have a management system.
Unfortunately, I missed my follow-up question, but that's okay.
Always supplementary, Mr. Chair.
It will be.
Thank you both very much for appearing today and for your submission. We do appreciate it. And Melina, again, thank you very much for making the time to be here with us. We appreciate it, and the work that you do on our behalf. The Secretariat will contact you for questions on notice and supplementary questions, and you'll have 21 days which to respond. Thank you.
Thank you.
we might begin. Welcome you two both, and thank you for making the time to give evidence and for your submission. If we could start by each of you stating your name and title and swearing either an oath or an affirmation, starting with you, Mr. Nosser.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Igor Nosser, and I'm formerly the Chief Advocate of the Textile Clothing and Footwear Union of Australia, New South Wales branch, and formerly an advisor to the International Transport Workers Federation, as well as being a published scholar in the field of supply chain regulation. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Luigi Moresano, and I am a National Research Officer at the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union. And I'll go with an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And would you like to begin by making a short statement?
I think Mr. Amorisano will go first.
Yes. Thank you the committee for the invitation, and thank you for the opportunity to present our submission on government procurement practices in New South Wales. As I said, my name is Luigi Moresano, and I am a National Research Officer for the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union. And today, with our submission, we aim to emphasize the critical importance of appropriately define the concept of what is value for money in government procurement. Value for money, in our view, must never be misconstrued as simply achieving the lowest price. In circumstances where the lowest price has been derived from breaking the law. Instead, we believe that value for money encompasses a holistic view that considers the entire life cycle of the procured goods and services, including the governmental costs incurred as a result of their economic, social, and environmental impacts. Our approach advocates for a procurement model that ensures fiscal responsibility while strictly adhering to legal standards, particularly concerning worker pay, condition, and safety. Our submission underscores a zero-tolerance policy toward any practices that circumvent or avoid this minimum legal standard for those doing the government work. Government procurement should preferably, in our view, actively promote health and safety, not just for the workers within the supply chain, but for the broader community as well. This includes fostering an environment where the promotion of health and social development and sustainability are prioritized, along with cost effectiveness in government procurement. So what we propose with our submission is a robust system of supply chain regulatory oversight, where suppliers are contractually obligated to disclose pertinent details to nominated third-party agencies, including Australian trade unions. And this nominated agency must be chosen on the basis that they are best positioned to monitor compliance with labor law. They should also be chosen on the additional basis that they are capable of ensuring that ethical standards are upheld throughout the supply chain. The model we propose not only safeguards workers, but also potentially the broader community. This model also aims to foster a culture of compliance within the provision of goods and services for government procurement, as well as proactive cooperation. In our submission, we have also highlighted successful precedents where trade unions have been effectively third-party monitors, and various national agreements with major retail, which are also provided or referred to in the submission. And these models demonstrate the viability and benefit of our proposed model. In closing, we advocate for pilot trials of this procurement model in specific Australian industry sectors, these trials will allow us to refine the protocol and demonstrate the model effectiveness before broader implementation. By doing so, we aim to set a new standard in government procurement that delivers value for money without risking reliance on law breaking and illegality. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Mr. Nosser, do you also have a statement?
Yes, I do, Chair. Before making my opening statement, I'd first like to seek the committee's indulgence to briefly deal with a housekeeping matter relating to the formatting of our submission. The final portion of our submission consists of a number of legal instruments and explanatory text for those instruments which have been referred to in the main prior body of the submission. We'd request the committee's approval for us to provide the committee with a reformatted version of the existing submission in which those legal instruments and derivative explanatory material referred to in the existing main body of the submission has been separated into distinct, clearly identifiable appendices. We believe that such a reformatting of the submission would aid the committee and other interested stakeholders in more easily accessing the contents of the submission.
Thank you.
I'll leave that for your consideration.
Yes, thank you.
I come to the committee with my colleague personally with a history of involvement in the oversight and regulation of contract networks more generally and supply chains in particular. This results from my experience in a variety of industries where supply chains are prevalent and has led to the insight, which is certainly not confined to myself, that any attempt to secure compliance within supply chains must harness the commercial power and legal authority of the lead firms in those supply chains. And as we are today dealing with government procurement, that is a reference to the commercial power and legal authority of the government procurement agencies. The model that Mr. Amorosano is referring to is a tried and tested model in the context of a number of industries already, specifically in the area of textile clothing and footwear, and I believe you've already had evidence at the beginning of this morning's hearing in relation to the circumstances in that industry. But those circumstances which have led to rampant non-compliance with legal minimum standards for the workers working in that industry are replicated across a number of other industries as well, and that this model has effectively three elements. Those elements are, they deliver the ability for the lead procurement agency, in this case government, and assist that the government procurers to track the flow of their work through the various layers of supply chains through to the ultimate locations where the work is performed and the workers who are performing it. That tracking capability relates both to the locations where the work is performed, but also to the intermediary parties and their commercial arrangements between themselves. The second element of the model is a capability to cross-check the information that's derived from tracking the flow of work in order to ensure its accuracy, especially in situations of rampant black market operating. And thirdly, this model is built around an obligation for the tracking agencies to report back to government about what has been found in the supply chain in order that there can be a prompt, low-cost, effective remedy to the problems of illegality in relation to the minimum standards for workers, rather than expensive, bureaucratic and other legal processes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nosser. If I could begin, you note in your submission, and Mr. Amorosano, I think, referenced it in his introduction, in your submission, a proposed government procurement model. Could you please sort of detail this sort of step by step and how it would work? Make sort of an explicit recommendation, I guess.
Happy to. Firstly, this model is guided by a need for fiscal responsibility to ensure that there's no misuse of public funds. So efficiency is the order of the day. And in addition to that, because of my own personal experience of advising businesses in relation to their supply chains, It's also guided by the need to minimise bureaucratic requirements as well. So practically speaking, the suppliers, the first tier suppliers to government of goods and services are required to enter into contractual arrangements which are based on, by the way, on long-standing precedents that have already been in practice in Australian industry, various Australian industries for the better part of a quarter of a century. But those first-tier suppliers are required to disclose to government to whom they further give out work. And they're required to enter into contractual arrangements with government whereby the work that is given out also places obligations on the parties that receive it to further report when they further give out work. So that's the basis of the tracking aspect of the model, and this is done on a very low cost basis of a simple notification at regular intervals, such as every 6 months, to report back a list, as it were, of parties to whom the work has been given, with information about the locations of those parties, their identity and contact details. And those contractual obligations entered into by the Government Procurement Agency would also require the parties that receive that government work to make available, upon request by the government's nominated monitors, of the contractual arrangements for that giving out of work, including the pricing and the volume of goods or services that have been contracted. So that's the simple basis of the tracking mechanism.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Nosser. You may have had a look at other submissions or indeed heard the evidence of witnesses this morning talking about the example of the ACT Secure Local Jobs framework, and I wondered if you had any reflections on what you proposed in light of the suggestions regarding that style of framework.
Thanks for this opportunity to address that. We're very clear in our submission, Mr. Amarasano and I, that what we're proposing is not in competition to other approaches such as the ACT one or various ones put forward by various organisations in relation to a variety of industries, but are rather complementary in a certain key way. The function of this model is simply to ensure that the law is not being broken in regard to the work done as a result of government procurement contracts. So various aspects of, for example, certification that have been proposed, we're not in any way disagreeing with them, but rather we're proposing a model which, in a sense, underpins the various other models in terms of providing, and in one particular respect I should actually nominate, most of the models that we've been referred to, that your committee's been referred to, are in a sense complaint-based or reactive in relation to breaches of law, for example. We're proposing a model for proactive inspection of the circumstances of contracting out of government work, which is not waiting for something to go wrong, but rather is proactively checking that the right thing is being done in relation to compliance with minimum standards. So in that sense, the model we're proposing is different but complementary to those other models.
Okay. When you talk about sort of, I guess, something being complaint-based, one of the systems that has been spoken about has been this, well, one of the mechanisms being referred to has been this two-gate mechanism, which is sort of a pre-certification, if you like, before then being eligible to go into a tender process. Is that still fits within your broad?
I think all the submissions that we've seen from a variety of trade union organisations are complementary to the model that we're proposing, rather than being inconsistent or competitive with them. And I'd draw attention to the fact that the model we're proposing is within those contractual arrangements, which we're quite actually happy to give you specific information about, a two-tier structure, which is firstly to ensure that the law is not being broken in the provision of goods or services of the government, but then The second tier aspect is to, through joint agreement between government, the third-party monitors and the relevant industrial actors, specifically employers and businesses, to try and develop best practice models. An example in cleaning might be the Cleaning Accountability Framework. In relation to the textile clothing and footwear industry, it would probably be Ethical Clothing Australia's code of practice. But a best practice model which would assist government in relation to their approach to the range of initial tenderers. So once again, what we're proposing is not inconsistent or competitive with the other suggestions, such as the two-gate model. In a sense, fits in with it, but proposes another way of approaching the preference for tenderers, in that a best practice model developed for a particular industrial sector would be one of the bases for choice of tenderers.
Okay, thank you. I think this probably goes to that part that you're talking about in terms of the post-award compliance and enforcement. You mentioned, and in your submission, you mentioned a role for both unions and other stakeholders. I'm anticipating what might be a criticism of that is that, that's a third-party involvement that you don't need, and perhaps there might be some questions as to the legitimacy of those third parties involved in the process. How would you respond to that suggested criticism?
Well, firstly, to clarify, because the use of the term stakeholder almost inevitably leads to the phrase multi-stakeholder initiative, for example. What we're proposing is that the tracking mechanism is not a classic multi-stakeholder initiative. It's a regulatory adjunct to government procurers to ensure that they're informed of where their work is being done, by whom, and under what conditions. It's proposed that the implementation of this model is done strictly on a step-by-step basis. I think there's a famous saying that the best way to eat an elephant is one spoonful at a time, so we're not proposing a holus bolus rolling out of this model across all of government procurement. We're proposing a step-by-step implementation with prioritisation for sectors which are characterised by, on the one hand, high risks of exploitation to vulnerable workers and high costs of that exploitation, such as, for example, sexual harassment in highly feminised industries, on the one hand, and sectors which also potentially pose risks to the broader general community, as being the first pilot examples. In relation to the question of legitimacy, I suppose the best way of addressing that is to say that I've been actively advising major employer groups for the better part of a quarter of a century. I think if you ask around, you won't hear any criticisms about me as not acting in good faith. The goal of my activities have always been to come up with a model that is certainly viable from a business perspective, and yet ensures that the law's not being broken, driven by one fundamental imperative, and this is why it's, in a sense, been accepted so widely by business organisations and individual businesses. It recognises that there's a lot of businesses that want to do the right thing. They don't want to either break the law or benefit in their supply chain contracting practices from law breaking further down the supply chain, but are often themselves stumped about what they can do about it. And one particular example I remember was the international corporation Reebok, where the organisation I was working with, which was then the Textile Clothing and Footwear Union, presented information to Reebok about what was happening in their supply chain, and they frankly didn't believe it, and they called in their supply chain manager to the relevant meeting, and after we finished our presentation, he said, "I think you know our supply chain better than we do." And that was the basis then for them talking with us about an arrangement whereby, and this is the basis of the model, for government to leverage the existing capacity of good faith third-party monitors to track the flow of work and cross-check the information, so that businesses that want to do the right thing can ensure that there isn't illegality in their supply chains to the best extent possible. So I don't see why the Australian Retailers Association or the transnational Nike Corporation or Reebok or a variety of other companies would have adopted this model if they'd been concerned about that legitimacy aspect. I can't think of a better way of addressing that issue.
Thank you. Mr. Nosser, you provided a number of appendices to your submission, which you referenced in your opening statement, and peer-reviewed articles and industrial awards. It was quite a weight of documents. Could you just please very briefly point out to us why they were attached?
I'm happy to, and by the way, this is one of the reasons why we're asking for your indulgence about reformatting, because they're all in a sense jumbled at the end, and if we can separate them out for you, they'll probably be easier for you to access. But having said that, it's interesting having a bell. So
yes.
It takes me back to Boxing Days.
Well, you might go back there again shortly, but anyway.
Hopefully on a mutual agreement basis. But now, the reason they're included are they're specific examples of this kind of model being adopted across a range of industries by profitable high-profile companies or associations of profitable high-profile companies, such as the then Australian Retailers Association. That's the first reason they're included. They are included as examples of the adoption by those businesses or business associations of this model incorporating a tracking mechanism whereby those businesses and associations expressed to us that they didn't consider themselves a commercial police force and didn't want to have to do that work. And they're also, of course, mindful of having, if there was any alternative, it would probably have to be commercial consultancies, which are extremely expensive for them. And so, in a sense, what was being proposed to them was a low cost, in fact, it was a no cost for them option of finding out what was happening in their supply chain, because the third element of the model that I referred to, after tracking down the flow of work and then cross-checking the information, was the obligation on the third-party monitor, in this case a trade union, to report back to the lead firm about what had been found. And the goal of that was so that simple communications between the lead firm and further parties down the supply chain provided what I refer to in scholarship as a commercial remedy mechanism, whereby there was a prompt rectification of the issue that didn't require extensive prosecution, preparations and court cases, which would simply lead to fines that at best would be considered a minor cost of business, and at worst would be an excuse for companies to pull the plug and then Phoenix as new operators.
Thank you very much. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Thank you very much for attending and for your really interesting submission. I just wanted to pick up on one of the questions the Chair was asking in relation to the role of unions. It's beneficial, by the sounds of it, then, to have unions helping with that compliance piece. Where do you see the value of unions? We hear a lot about, not from me or from my colleagues here, but we do hear from some others that there is that somehow having unions involved will increase costs for business, and that it's a sort of a net negative in a system. But can you tell us about the benefits of unions and having them help with compliance? I can, and also at this point I'd just like to define that in relation to that tracking mechanism, it's based on an existing model that's been it's still a valid legislative instrument in this state, which gives me the opportunity to say that there's an ongoing inquiry being conducted by the Modern Slavery Committee into that ongoing legislative instrument, which is the New South Wales Ethical Clothing Trades Extended Responsibility Scheme 2005. That's been operating for the better part of 2 decades, and in that model there's not only powers for the union but also for the state inspectorate. And what we're proposing is that that's a very good precedent for the model that we're suggesting as well too. So we're not speaking about union monopolisation, we're talking about both the relevant trade union and the relevant state or federal inspector, in the case of the FWO,
also being empowered, and then having the discretion as to whether they're going to exercise those powers. And in a situation where the experienced trade union organisations are also in a position to help train the inspectorates how to utilise the information that's derived from this tracking mechanism as well too. So that's just a footnote. But in relation to the benefits of trade unions, I think there's a huge amount of evidence on the record that in relation to industries characterised by what I referred to before, that is high risk of exploitation of vulnerable workers who are then faced with a high cost, personal cost of that exploitation, often in circumstances which lead to hazards and risks for the general public, that in those circumstances, trade unions have shown a greater ability to penetrate the black market situations and know what's actually going on. So there's an intelligent surveillance benefit to trade unions in precisely those priority sectors. I stress that that's information that's already available. The model that we're proposing is to build on that capacity to find out the specifics of what's actually happening in particular supply chains.
Thank you. On page 8 of, I think it's your paper that's attached to the submission, there's a discussion about, you use the example of long-haul freight transportation. It's not quite supply chain, but it seems to be touching on the concept of suppliers obviously using the transport system or exerting control over aspects of the transport system to sort of work out what their preferences are, I guess. So, a major, I don't want to sort of reword what you've written, but the way I took it was, you could have a supplier who could choose to have freight moved by rail because they thought that was better for the environment or whatever, as opposed to doing it by road. And so you've got sort of the power of suppliers to shape social outcomes in terms of not just subcontractors, but also the choices it makes. Can you talk more about sort of that and, particularly in relation to the transport network? I find that really interesting.
Okay. I think one thing I should stress from the beginning is that we're proposing a model that creates a tracking capability initially for a specific reason, that is to determine what's happening to vulnerable workers in high-risk supply chains. But that tracking mechanism is not necessarily confined to that one role. That once it's achieved, it can be utilised in a whole variety of ways in relation to any contract network or supply chain. So whether you're concerned about the minimum legal standards of workers or in animal welfare situations, what happens to livestock in transport supply chains, this same mechanism enables, say, government procurers or lead firms to know what's going on throughout their supply chains. And in a sense, by doing so, it creates a need-to-know obligation on those leading firm parties, whether they're government in public sector procurement or effective business controllers in private. So we think there's value in this approach much more broadly than just in relation to the protection of vulnerable workers in supply chains. And as Mr. Amarasano referred to in his opening statement, we emphasise a concept of value for money which is not simply confined to the contract price for procurement, although that's crucially important both for government and for the businesses concerned, but a holistic assessment of government costs, because illegality in supply chains can lead to, for example, injury of vulnerable workers who often in black market situations will not be covered by workers' compensation. So the cost of that's going to end up on government, whether through default provisions in workers' comp schemes or even under Medicare. So that's a direct governmental cost of that illegality. which is in addition to the costs that are suffered and the damage suffered by the workers concerned. Mr. Amrosano's statement referred to the costs not only relating to social costs, but also costs of social impacts, but also of environmental impacts. So this is now a long-winded way of getting around to the question you're asking about, which is that you can not only track the impacts on people, you can track the impacts more broadly on environmental circumstances, or as I said, animal welfare, among other things. You can locate where goods end up, especially if those goods have damaging consequences themselves through pollution or functional problems. So there's a consumer benefit that's available from the same mechanism as well. Stressing always that we're not looking for a gold-plated costly model. We're talking about a low-cost, no-cost model leveraging existing capacities with strictly defined protocols jointly agreed by all parties on a step-by-step basis. But if you look down the track of a successful rollout step-by-step through initial pilots, which we propose for domestic industry, but as our submission goes into, are fully capable of being extended internationally, which is particularly important given international economic competition aspects as well. That there's a capability through this to give government the ability to deliver more bang for buck across a range of separate issues. So if I can just use one example, I know I've been very wordy and taken up a lot of time.
No, it's great.
But
Thank you.
if you're talking about healthcare supply chains, the people who are affected by that are not only potentially vulnerable workers on insecure arrangements, but it's also a question of patient care, whether in aged care or public or private hospitals. And furthermore, there are very intriguing statistics about the impact of the current setup in healthcare in terms of climate change. There's specifically an organisation that we refer to on the very first page of our submission, which is based in the United States, Healthcare Without Harm, which has done excellent research about the way modern healthcare practices can be reconfigured, often at lower cost than currently, to achieve environmental benefits in terms of minimising pollution and also minimising climate change consequences through the release of greenhouse gases. So if you've got a government that's trying to achieve a variety of different outcomes, such as protection of working people, but also climate change transition, and also protection of patient care, this tracking mechanism, we believe, gives a way of potentially getting all those benefits through one mechanism.
So if we could show, for example, on that sort of, if we think about green exports, being able to export products to the rest of the world for, the other importers want to see that we've got, proper green credentials behind, even things like, green steel and stuff. I guess having this in place where we're able to track our own supply chains very easily makes it then easier to export products to the rest of the world.
I think definitely, and I look at the case of the European Union requirements. Firstly, the separate jurisdictions in the European Union in relation to modern slavery. For example, the French statutes, which impose very severe penalties for wrongdoing being found in supply chains, but also the forthcoming European Union directives relating to costs being imposed on goods imported into the European Union, precisely along the lines of the criteria that you've been discussing now. And by knowing what's happening in the supply chain, a business in Australia will be able to, or a government who's providing exports or assisting exports, will be able to fine line the system of production in order to minimise the chances of falling afoul of those kinds of directives.
Thank you. My time's almost up, so I will.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Mr. Amrosano, have you read the current procurement policy framework?
I had a look at it.
Did you? And how does it set out the objectives in terms of procurement policy? Do you recall?
Not necessarily, no.
So, procurement policy under the current government has a number of features, and they include various items called value for money, fair and open competition, easy to do business, innovation, economic development, social outcomes and sustainability. So most of those are, I suppose, policy positions you'd agree with?
Yeah.
So if you've had a look at this policy, what about this policy would you be changing?
How is that policy enforced now?
So it's only the enforcement is the only issue you would change with this policy position at the moment?
Well, we have also proposed what we believe it is value for money.
Yeah. Well, how would you change the requirements relating to value for money? Because there is an explanatory note relating to value for money. What positions would you adopt to change what currently exists in relation to value for money?
Well, I might have to have a better look exactly, but I can say that we
Would
believe...
you do that on notice for me? Would you have a look at the current procurement policy and identify the issues, because it talks about supplier conduct, it talks about probity and fairness and fair and open competition. What about in terms of the policy framework which currently exists, do you say should be changed or altered to encompass the strategy which you are seeking to adopt?
It might, yep.
Well, it might. It may not either, may it?
Yeah.
If this might be a document which you fundamentally embrace, although I do take into account some of the observations by Mr. Nosser in respect of following the compliance with a framework, and then it may stop potentially to make sure, well, are you complying with the terms of the agreements which you enter into with the tendering agencies. But this is a document which is the current strategy adopted by the government. I would have thought would have been the starting point.
If I could just intervene, I think Mr. Amorosano said that he would be prepared to take that on notice, Mr. Tudor Hope. So if you wanted to move on to the next.
No, but this is the starting point, is it not, for a submission relating to procurement practice?
Well, on our view, the starting point is how do you enforce that words are words and stay on a paper like that?
And your model for enforcement, and I think Mr. Nosser tends to agree with this, that the enforcement provisions would by and large be conducted by the trade union movement.
May I clarify?
Yeah, sure.
I think I said by a combination of third-party monitors, including the trade union movement, and also specifying state inspectorates.
So state inspectorates and the trade...
And also the Fair Work Ombudsman as well.
And that would be a fee-free process, would it? Would it, for the purposes of a tendering process?
May I respond? Or
yeah. No, whoever wants to respond.
Well, what we're proposing... Thank you. This is very specific and practical.
Yeah.
The examples that I've cited in the past were all on a fee-free basis, by the way.
Yes.
Because if... I don't have the time limitation. Would you like me to explain?
Yeah, okay. No, please do. Please do.
Okay. The organisations concerned who pioneered the model were very keen to work against black market operators whose business model was breaking the law, which was destroying the commercial viability of legally compliant companies, and thus saw it as in the interests of their organisation to do this.
Could you achieve potentially the same result by beefing up the Office of the Anti-Slavery Commissioner?
To be very practical, I don't think at this point the Anti-Slavery Commissioner's Office has the expertise.
That's what I meant by saying if you beefed up with the expertise of the Anti-Slavery Commissioner, is that
if I could take you back to the earlier testimony, it was that the reason why this was being done by unions is they have an accumulated intelligence surveillance expertise about what's happening in those black market sectors. As far as I know, that's not a capability that the Office of the Anti-Slavery Commission has currently, and in order to get them to that point, are you going to require the same decades of experience and training as those other organisations. I just don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, well, with due respect to the trade union movement, I'm sure the majority of operations of the trade union movement, there are times when, of course, the trade union movement hasn't acted with sufficient probity, has it not?
Are you asking about our model, or are you asking about history in general?
About generally, you've adopted the trade union movement as an organisation which could monitor compliance.
Institutions, Damien.
I think I have to be clear about what I said. We're talking about specific trade union organisations chosen on a specific basis. I don't think our model has said that all trade union movement organisations are holus bolus going to become nominated third-party monitors.
Okay. One of the things that I think, in answer to questions from the chair, is that you haven't examined necessarily the various secure job codes which have been adopted by the ACT in Victoria and are under consideration in Queensland. That's correct, isn't it? You haven't.
Well, to state my position and my history, I was actually involved in the initial negotiations that led to that ACT code, but I'm not familiar at the moment with its current provisions. I haven't kept up to date with that.
So you're not advocating to the committee that the committee should adopt as a recommendation that we adopt the ACT model.
Once again, to be very specific, I said that what we're proposing is not competitive to those models. It's complementary in the sense of focusing on that compliance with legal minimum standards. So that's what I actually said. So
one of the things that you are
and to be very specific, we haven't said you should adopt the ACT model. We've said that we're proposing this very specific model.
Yes. So one of the priorities you have adopted in relation to that is to minimise cost.
In terms of the structure of this model?
Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, and that's an overall. So if the ACT model, in fact, was a model which increased costs to both for the establishment of a bureaucracy and for compliance, that would not necessarily be a model you would support.
Well, once again, I have to be very specific, so I'm not being ambiguous or misconstrued. When we say minimise cost, we say minimising costs as long as the minimisation is not based on law breaking. And the model we've proposed is precisely focused on ensuring that there isn't that law breaking. So that's to amplify in relation to the ACT that you're talking about. Before I could answer your question, I'd have to see whether any cost increases associated with the ACT model are in fact designed to minimise the law breaking, and if you didn't incur those costs, you'd then allow that law breaking to happen. So I'd need that information before I could answer your question.
Well, that raises it's very complicated. So effectively, if you adopt the ACT model and you wanted to minimise costs, you would be doing so in a circumstance where you would be saying to those people, in terms of complying or being a successful tenderer, it would be a minimal cost to you to be a successful tenderer if you are an organisation which is got no history with potentially breaking the law or other issues which are identifiable in relation to you.
I've got a problem in answering your question on the following basis, that I've been precisely involved in industries where companies that have a good track record of compliance, and thus, according to your question, would be one of those companies that you just referred to, being pushed by commercial imperatives into relying on law breaking within their supply chain. So I don't think it's possible to say we've got a company here that's got this track record, we can assume that track record goes into the future, because that company, which may even be an ethical company, might be subject to commercial pressures from unethical competitors, in fact even black market operators, which forces what was formerly a ethical company with a good reputation into increasingly relying on illegality in their supply chain.
So, can I ask you this? How does your model minimise corruption risks?
Which particular corruption risks?
Well, corruption risks both by suppliers and those people who are seeking to benefit from contracts.
It's funny you actually asked me that, because one of the first firms, major high-profile Australian businesses that I was involved with, ended up, through their involvement with us, discovering that one of their procurement officers was in fact on the side engaged in corrupt practices with subcontracted suppliers. And they found out, because of our tracking and cross-checking mechanism, revealed the truth about that officer's behaviour, which wasn't known to that high-profile business.
Well,
In fact, there was Australian Federal Police aftermath to that. So, but sorry, please continue.
No. But in fact, it's an important component of this whole process. Is, however, and it's part of the existing procurement policy framework, is to minimise corruption risks. So that's what I've asked you to
give you on notice. Yes.
On notice to look at that policy. So the framework which you're suggesting is, where do I find in your framework a process for specifically identifying issues which create corruption risk?
Well, I think in my other answers, I was referring to the fact that this particular model has much wider implication than simply in relation to the conditions of vulnerable workers. It's a tracking and cross-checking and reporting back mechanism, which means that various forms of illegality, including corruption, which inherently rely on invisibility, concealment, and an absence of transparency, are overcome by that tracking, cross-checking and reporting back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both very much for appearing today and for your submission, and the committee will consider your request.
Thank you to the committee for considering our submission.
If you took anything on notice, or if there are supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in contact and you have 21 days in which to respond. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both, and welcome, and thank you for making the time to give evidence. As we have been doing today, I will disclose that I have worked with both Professor Boersma and Professor Wright in my time as an academic. Thank you for appearing. Could each of you please state your name, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, starting with you, Professor Boersma.
Sure. So my name is Martijn Boersma. I'm an associate professor at the University of Sydney Business School, and I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Professor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Chris Wright. I'm also an associate professor at the University of Sydney, the Business School, and I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to start by making a short statement?
Yes, I'll make one on both our behalf. So, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present evidence today, both on behalf of myself and my colleague Chris. Government procurement represents a substantial portion of the economy and provides a unique opportunity to drive significant social and economic benefits. The power of procurement, public procurement, can indeed and should be harnessed to promote decent work, local employment, and sustainable development. In line with the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights and the Sustainable Development Goals, it's crucial for government procurement practices to integrate social considerations. In New South Wales, we have made commendable strides towards transparency and accountability, which is exemplified by the New South Wales Modern Slavery Act. However, there is still more room to leverage public expenditure more effectively to foster local job creation and regional economic growth. Our submission makes several key recommendations. We argue for establishing a centralized procurement oversight. We argue in favor of lowering the threshold for contract disclosure as well, prioritizing local suppliers, integrating social procurement clauses, and potential supplier debarment as well. I won't go into too much detail because you've probably read the submission. Our recommendations are designed to ensure that procurement practices not only deliver value for money but also promote social and economic development. By prioritizing local content, enhancing transparency, and embedding social considerations into procurement processes, we can create a more equitable and sustainable future for New South Wales. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could begin maybe with your first recommendation. It has been a sort of recurring theme in our hearings and evidence about the various benefits or otherwise of centralised and decentralised systems. You're talking about a centralised procurement oversight. Some would probably argue that this already exists in the framework, that there is a procurement board. Indeed, I think Mr. Tudor has with him the procurement frame, the policy framework, that there is this centralised system already. So why do you think this hasn't been adequate, and what might need to change?
Yeah. I did read the report from June of this year, and obviously there are a lot of, I suppose, dimensions there which highlight the current shortcomings of the New South Wales Procurement Board, which I suppose can be summarised in terms of lack of effective oversight, transparency issues, data collection issues, ineffective self-attestation, which is another issue. I think broadly it's about striking a balance between the devolution of procurement and centralisation. Ultimately, a part of that has to do with the, I suppose, lack of expertise of procurement officers as well, which is something that I got from the report. And finally as well, I think which is a suggestion made in your report as well, is the need for improved feedback mechanisms for, I suppose, failed tender processes as well. So there's a range of items there which I think, without, I suppose, wanting to, I suppose, criticize too much the work that they've been doing, that there is, I suppose, euphemistically room for improvement, if you will. And those 10 items that are mentioned in the report, I think, highlight that very well.
I mean, a related issue that, again, we have been canvassing a bit is, and I think that the last witness mentioned that a policy which is just words on a paper doesn't really mean much in reality. Do you think enforcement is an issue? Do you have any thoughts on enforcement? And this might be for both of you. I know Professor Wright also has worked in this area.
Yeah. Well, definitely, and I think I mentioned, for example, the New South Wales Modern Slavery Act before, which again is very commendable, but at the same time suffers enforcement issues where obviously there are requirements for companies, government agencies or publicly owned companies to take reasonable steps to make sure there's no modern slavery in a particular supply chain. But I suppose the stick's not really there, or the follow-up is not really there, and I think that as Mr. Morisano also mentioned, there's a need to, I suppose, operationalize I suppose these policies and these procedures in a way that I suppose actions them more clearly and I suppose results in actual outcomes rather than just having a procurement policy there. And I think a centralized approach can enable that.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Professor Wright, did you?
One of the things that we state in our submission is regarding social procurement clauses and the ways that this could be strengthened, or that the committee could consider strengthening, including around workplace representation. and I mentioned this regarding enforcement because the challenges around enforcement have grown considerably over the past decade or so in Australia, including in the areas that are often contracted out by government, cleaning, security, these types of business services, for example. I would just note that that there are, I think effective enforcement is increasingly recognised within the academic research literature as being a multi-pronged approach, that government has a role to play, but so do the trade unions, and so do employers and employer associations. That's something that I think that the committee could consider, the inclusion of representation mechanisms within social procurement to ensure that that workers are effectively represented, and that concerns that they might have regarding whether their labour rights are being enforced, whether the terms of contracts regarding labour issues are being enforced, are then raised through appropriate channels. So that is one way, inclusion of clauses relating to worker representation, that the enforcement issue could be addressed more effectively.
Thank you. I think Mr. Young.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in because actually that was the question I was going to ask you about. I mean, the position of the state historically, certainly for the last couple of decades, has been one of some sort of ambivalence about worker voice, and you're advocating for a much more proactive advocacy of that as a public policy objective. Certainly from my experience, I was involved from a trade union side in the process of privatisation of the corrective services, one of the privatisation of jails, and it was certainly an objective of the employer at the time to use the privatisation or the outsourcing of that service as a way of weakening worker representation, weakening the influence of the union in the workplace, and undermining the kind of conditions of employment. So I just perhaps wanted to ask you to perhaps elaborate on why you think this is actually beneficial to have a shift in, I suppose, from a ambivalent to an overt support for unionisation and worker voice.
Sure. Thanks very much, Mr. Adam, for the question. I think worker representation is important for a range of different reasons, to enable people to have a say in the decisions that affect them at work, as a fundamental principle of ensuring that organisations function in a democratic way, but also because the research evidence suggests that these have social benefits and also economic benefits as well. So there's been extensive research done within Australia, in Europe, North America, some major reports by the OECD produced within the last few years have drawn attention to the positive impact that worker representation mechanisms can have upon employee satisfaction, upon employee retention. People who are represented are more likely to stay in their jobs longer. This can have positive impacts upon productivity, both directly and indirectly. More satisfied workers are more productive workers. Workers who are more satisfied stay in their organisations longer. That reduces hiring and training costs for organisations as well. For those reasons, among others, these are clauses that should be considered, and they're relevant to procurement because in parts of Europe, in North America, some of the recent changes to procurement policy introduced by the Biden administration that have had consequences for local and state government procurement have also included worker representation mechanisms too. There was a report produced 2 days ago by David Peets, Professor at Griffith University for the Australian Institute and the Centre for Future Work, which drew attention to the benefits that I've outlined in terms of worker representation mechanisms, including highlighting the benefits it can have for workplace health and safety. So the evidence supporting these mechanisms is overwhelmingly supportive, and I think that these are that the committee should take this into account in considering how it can use the powers of the New South Wales government to ensure that procurement produces positive social economic outcomes.
First
Can
of
I?
all,
Sorry.
oh, sorry.
Well, could I just add to that really quickly? So I think another thing that's important to note there is there's been a lot to do around supply chains. How do we make sure that there's no labour standards, non-compliance in supply chains? And I suppose from the middle of the 1990s onwards, there's been an approach of, I suppose, code of conduct and auditing, which is usually company-led. And recent developments, academic developments and papers have, I suppose, emphasized very strongly that worker representation mechanisms, admittedly both union and non-union, but incorporating worker voice in those, I suppose, code of conduct and auditing processes makes all the difference with regards to enforcement, coming back to that previous question, and making sure that you're not just creating some sort of paper trail, but that there's actual substance where worker conditions have been verified by the people on the ground. So whether that's union or non-union, I think that worker voice component is absolutely essential in that regard.
Thank you. Professor Boersma, if I could ask you a question, I know that you work in the modern slavery space, and a question posed to the previous witness was, in terms of compliance, couldn't we just beef up the Office of the Anti-Slavery Commissioner? Isn't it the case, forgive me, I'm going to defer to you on this, isn't it the case that the legislation in New South Wales at the moment doesn't allow for a compliance mechanism with regards to that function? So it wouldn't be possible without changing the legislation to give the Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure of that, but if I can, I do definitely want to second the opinion expressed by Mr. Nossar in saying that I suppose capabilities in this area have traditionally lain sort of outside the office, and I recognise that the Office of Commissioner Cocaine has only fairly recently been established. I think that he is reaching out to many different organisations to, I suppose, form collaborative approaches to the issue, but I don't think that naturally that would sit within his office or a beefing up, I think is a term I heard before. Like, I think that there are other institutions, whether that is New South Wales Industrial Relations, for example, where in cooperation potentially with the union movement and other agencies that have been more active in this space over a long period of time, I think the compliance question would sit there more naturally than with the Office of the Anti-Slavery Commissioner. That said, I think there's definitely a role to play for his office, but I don't think that sort of the central onus of compliance should sit there.
Yeah, in fact, as I know, there is a compliance and inspectorate function within the government already. If I could ask Professor Wright, you've done work looking at, I think you call them, I'm trying to remember, ecosystem comes into it, where you look at skills, industrial relations and location and how they all need to fit together in order for us to be able to fill skills gap, anticipate skills needs. I wondered if you could speak to that, particularly with regards to the role that government procurement might play in creating the type of ecosystem that does actually allow us to train the workers that we need for the future.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Skills ecosystem is the term.
Skills ecosystem,
that I've done work on, and building upon the work of others. So it's this is it's a complex policy objective because, as you alluded to, there's many different policies and many different levels of government that feed into this, and I guess the objective being, how do we ensure that we have mechanisms in place that allow skills and workforce needs to be addressed efficiently. That's a complex equation because there are you've got training, vocational and higher education, industrial relations, regulations that affect the quality of employment and therefore the attractiveness and therefore the supply of workers going into jobs. Immigration policies as well, increasingly important, always an important part of the ecosystem around skills, but increasingly important in recent years. But regarding what role procurement could play in this, in several jurisdictions, procurement plays a very important role. So one notable example...
That's for us, not for you.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Is from Switzerland, as recognised as having a very effective system for vocational education and training. So there was in Switzerland, the cantons, which I guess are the equivalent of state governments, have training and apprenticeship targets as part of their social procurement policies. It's one of several criteria that governments can take account of when they're awarding contracts. So there was a study done in 2014 by Miriam Strupler-Leiser and Stefan Walter, looking at procurement policy mechanisms that gave preferential treatment to firms that trained apprentices. The authors found that these policies have a tangible increase on the number of firms who train apprentices, and creates incentives for firms to offer training places. And they did this without compromising training quality. So in the Swiss context, the increase was relatively small in terms of the quantity of training being provided, but this needs to be seen in the context of a system that is already very effective, that is much better than Australia's systems, including, I dare say, the New South Wales system of encouraging people to complete apprenticeships. So if a similar mechanism was developed in the Australian or New South Wales context, a well-designed policy, I would suggest, would have the potential to deliver more significant impacts in terms of the quality and the quantity of training increase that will be provided. So that's one perhaps most notable example of how procurement can be used to increase training quantity and while maintaining training quality.
Thank you. I'm going to pass to Ms. Boyd, but do you think you might provide on notice that paper to the committee? Thank you.
Thank you for being here and for your submission. It's fantastic. So the chair has done her usual thing of stealing some of my questions, but I will persist. I just wanted to ask you about, similar to the previous set of witnesses, we sometimes get this negativity around the involvement of unions in procurement and in the system as a whole as being, somehow bad for business and for the economy. Can you talk us through the benefits of unions and whether are unions themselves or the the encouragement of greater unionisation itself a social good? What does the evidence show us?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And when I teach IR, industrial relations at university, have done at UTS and elsewhere. And one of the things I always tell my students is that when you read about unions in the newspapers, the stories are always very adversarial. It seems to be in continuous conflict with employers. But the fact of the matter is, and it's much less sexy, I suppose, to report on in the newspapers, is that there have been lots of collaborative approaches there as well. And indeed, the multi-stakeholder model to approach labour standards non-compliance, particularly in industries where we've seen long history of non-compliance. For example, the cleaning industry, which is an industry that I myself am very familiar with. There, the union has come together with the peak body in the cleaning industry, the major cleaning companies, the Fair Work Ombudsman, to try and resolve this issue, which individually they've not been able to, which is basically undercutting and ultimately labour standards non-compliance in various forms. And the realization on the part of unions was, as well as the realization on the part of business was, that the problem in the industry was systemic and neither actor could by themselves fix it. So they came together to try and resolve this, and they have been doing that now for 12 years. Indeed, it's a very vexed issue, so they're making incremental progress towards resolving the issue. But I think that's one example that deviates from, I suppose, the common narrative of unions always being adversarial towards, I suppose, having a very constructive working relationship together with business. So I think that is and that's something that's not emphasized enough in the media landscape, and hence I think commonly a view is adopted that unions are just there to agitate, whereas obviously that's part of what they do sometimes, but the collaboration model has been proven to be very valuable. And just to quickly add to that as well, again, in terms of worker representation and worker voice, they're obviously I suppose, the originals in doing so. And I think the recognition there as well is that in having worker representation through union voice, we can address these issues, I suppose, in a much more direct way, labour standards, no compliance, and other social issues. So yeah, I think that the typical characterization of unions is misrepresented there. Yeah.
So if unions are helping with that sort of compliance piece around workplace laws, I would imagine there is evidence that non-compliance is damaging to businesses and to the economy as a whole. So does it then track that having unions in there to help enforce workplace compliance is actually can be beneficial for industries?
Absolutely. And one of the reasons why, and again coming back to the cleaning industry, one of the reasons why the involvement of the union was actually very much welcomed is because a lot of the cleaning contractors felt that they were competing in a sort of an unfair playing field, because a lot of the other dodgy cleaning contractors, to call it that, were dragging the market down with them. And so there was a desire on part of the companies that wanted to do the good thing, or at least be legally compliant, to sort of say, okay, well, what can we do to stop the dodgy contractors from undercutting the rest of us, because we're obviously missing out on work here. And the involvement of the unions was very helpful there in sort of establishing, I suppose, I'm not going to bore you with the specifics of the cleaning industry, but effectively what they did, again, in that multi-stakeholder framework, is put a bottom in the market in terms of tendering costs, and it indicated that if you would tender below a particular point in time, that it was more likely that you were going to be non-compliant. So either you were overworking people or you were not paying them their entitlements. And again, that could not have been achieved without that sort of multi-stakeholder approach, including the trade union.
I might just add, if I may. I mean, there's no system of effective labour standards enforcement anywhere in the world which doesn't involve unions playing a prominent part. So the countries where enforcement is recognised as being very effective, the Nordic countries, for example, unions are very much front and centre of the system, along with employer associations, in jointly working towards enforcement and to creating a level playing field. The countries where non-enforcement or wage theft and non-compliance with labour standards is a significant problem of public policy, the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and increasingly Australia. It's the fragmentation and the decreased effectiveness of these systems has coincided with union decline. So, and as just to restate earlier, it's not just unions who are saying this, it's academic researchers, and it's the OECD, which has changed its view on this. In 1994, it produced its jobs study, which concluded that unions and collective regulation was economically detrimental. In 2006, it revised this to say that certain forms of collective regulation can be positive. And 2019, it completely changed its views from 1994, finding that unions are beneficial socially and economically, including for productivity. And then there's been other studies by economists in the United Kingdom and elsewhere finding that unions have a positive impact upon innovation. So there's a strong business case, and by that, if we look at unions might be bad for certain businesses, but not for the businesses that high-income countries like Australia need to build their economies around, which is high productivity, high innovation business models. The evidence is overwhelming.
Yeah,
and conclusive.
It was a bit of a leading question because I've done my own research on that as well, and I've read a lot of those papers around the drive of innovation and how vital it is to have that sort of union pressure to, particularly in periods of transition of economies, to really sort of build that innovation. There's
a paper by academic Wolfgang Streeck, whose term uses the term beneficial constraints, that unions can encourage businesses to do things that they might not do of their own accord, but that ultimately lead to higher productivity outcomes. And I think that the characterisation, the negative association with unions is very much a historic one from when the labour market industrial relations system and the economy was very different to what it is today. When the pressures upon, when representation was much higher, where unions' behaviour was different to what it is generally characterised today. And I think it's not a relevant reference point looking at periods like the 1970s. So much has changed in the labour market that it's essentially an outdated characterisation, not one that reflects current reality.
And the bit about the worker voice and the I know we've touched on this already a bit, but I guess the impact of greater worker voice on worker well-being and how that impacts on productivity. Can you talk around that as well?
Yeah, I think, without wanting to completely repeat my answer to Mr. Diadam, basically I think the link is more satisfied employees are typically more productive, but also they have higher retention, which lowers training costs, which lowers staffing costs, and which can positively impact productivity. So I think that's the kind of the causal chain in how kind of the research establishes the positive impacts.
And presumably greater well-being in terms of then reducing the impact on social services, on health systems and everything else as part of that.
Indeed, yeah. So, I mean, there's been studies highlighting the positive impacts that union representation can have on employee health, including well-being. Which would have positive impacts along the lines you suggest.
This was just a chain of questions leading you to the conclusion that unions are a social good. So thank you for indulging me. I think my questions are done though, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Tudorhope.
Thanks. Aboriginal procurement policy adopted by the New South Wales Government is a policy position, of course, which does demonstrate social benefits from the use of procurement, does it not?
Yeah.
And you'd agree that to the extent that you were characterising a circumstance where procurement was used for the purposes of benefiting those employers that provided training or apprenticeships, Aboriginal procurement policy would be another example of how that currently works with the New South Wales Government.
We've included that in our submission as one example of a procurement-connected policy that can result in sort of, I suppose, positive social impact,
Yeah, and similarly, the small and regional business policies, they are, again, examples of policies which governments can adopt for the purposes of ensuring the delivery of social outcomes.
Sure. Yeah, no, there's a few examples in there, both from New South Wales as well as elsewhere, where we outlined.
So is there a point, though, where you actually crowd out the space?
Where to stop? No, that's a fair question. I think that we deal with these issues as they come up. I remember back in 2017 having discussions around modern slavery with corporate governance experts, and I was basically where they were looking at me funnily saying, surely that's not an issue that we need to consider. And obviously here we are now, and the New South Wales Modern Slavery Commissioner is about to appear. So I think we shouldn't sort of rule out any particular approach there or any particular social issue in terms of how we can address that. And I think, again, modern slavery was one. If we would have talked about that in the social procurement context, I don't know, 7 years ago, we would have everyone would have been a little bit funnily, but now we are. And so I don't think it's a question about crowding out the space. I think it's, I suppose, responding to issues that as they arise.
So, but in relation to current New South Wales procurement policy, it requires agencies to take into account the modern slavery as part of the supply chain, does it not?
It does. Yeah. So Commissioner Cocaine has made some good strides. They've introduced particularly. He's
going to be here shortly. So
he is. No, he will. Trust me, he will tell you all about it. Anyways. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So one of the things that you adopted was a buy local policy, and you were referencing the Tasmanian buy local policy, and it in fact, I think the policy was a benefit of 25% to Tasmanian businesses or Tasmanian economy. Is that correct?
I'll take your word for it. I'm not
Well,
intimately,
it's part of your
I'm not
submission.
intimately. It's in there to, I suppose, demonstrate the fact that something akin is already happening in other jurisdictions. I'm not intimately familiar with the policy itself. Yeah.
So that you could, in fact, if you wanted to benefit local jobs in New South Wales, you could in fact do a similar thing, but just by increasing the weighting which you give to benefit, which is economic benefits to New South Wales.
That's right, yes.
And that could be just part of a procurement policy?
I would say so, yes.
And governments could do that tomorrow if they wanted to.
Well, governments are doing it not just in Australia, but other jurisdictions as well. In the
Oh.
United States it's happening as well. And, you know, if there's a risk that if Australia doesn't follow, that New South Wales government doesn't follow, then perhaps New South Wales businesses get left behind.
Well, and in fact, if the government wanted to do this sort of stuff, it doesn't require a great inquiry to do it. It just
Well, it is a great inquiry, yes.
It is.
My apologies.
I'm not sure what the question is.
Well, I'm just saying that the process to go through can be adopting as part of your procurement policy 30% benefit to New South Wales as part of procurement policy. You don't need necessarily to be told to do that. You could, a government committed to do it could just do it. Well, Tasmanian government did it.
Through a process and establishing specific guidelines that are transparent.
Well, there's already a policy in New South Wales, is there not, for 20% weighting in favour of local content.
I'm not actually sure what the line of questioning is, Mr. Tudor.
Well, do you agree with me that the current procurement policy in New South Wales is a 20% component of local content, weighting in favour of local content?
Sure.
Okay. Well, then, if you had a political determination to increase it to 30%, you could just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, look, I think part of this as well, and this comes back to the previous question that was asked, is, and I suppose this comes back to the key point of your question with regards to whether we need a big inquiry and a long report in whether to I suppose, deal with this. I think what the report has uncovered is a number of shortcomings of the agencies that are ultimately meant to enforce this. And so I don't think it is, I wish it was as easy as waving a wand and doing that tomorrow, but I think that I suppose the shortcomings that the report has highlighted in approaching this need to be addressed first in order to enable a change in policy, to be honest.
You and I can agree on that.
Okay.
Is that to the extent that you have a procurement policy, there does need to be opportunities for ensuring that the policy is being properly administered. And to the extent that there are supply chain issues, you need a mechanism. Now, how do you see that mechanism as being put in place? What's the structure of it? What's a proper compliance structure look like?
Sure. Well, obviously, you've heard a version by Mr. Nossar before. I think that's one approach to take. I think to refer back to something I said before in terms of incremental process, I don't. From my experience in working in industries that have been quite problematic with difficult supply chains, I think it's oftentimes building on what you have. So we shouldn't throw out, for example, I mentioned code of conduct and auditing before. We shouldn't throw that out altogether because it's been a system that has not really been delivering all that much. What we do is see how we can improve that. So if we can improve certification efforts, if we can improve auditing through, for example, worker voice mechanisms to try and get not just a paper trail of someone saying that they're complying with this, that, and the other, but actually people who know whether there's non-compliance or not, and verifying that gives, I suppose, that makes those efforts, I suppose, more robust. So other things, which is something that Commissioner Cockayne will talk about now, are model contract clauses, other, I suppose, co-regulatory initiatives that can unfold. So I wish that I had, I suppose, one distinct approach that I said that would be it, but we've seen, I suppose, all bits and pieces of fine-tuning of the current system, again, whether that is multi-stakeholder approaches, whether that is worker voice mechanisms, whether that is standard contract clauses, which together can help facilitate that incremental process towards improvement, if you will.
So the establishment of a new bureaucracy for measuring or the compliance, is that something you would advocate for?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily establishing a new bureaucracy. As a matter of fact, I think that by centralizing procurement, we can actually get rid of a lot of red tape, because we are getting rid of a lot of potentially duplicative processes that are happening across the board. I think as well, I mentioned before the level playing field. One of the things that's mentioned in the report, which I read, is with regards to the barriers of entry to small and medium enterprises as well, which I think is something that can be greatly facilitated by centralizing procurement oversight. So I don't think we create necessarily a new or larger bureaucracy. I think what we're doing is actually looking at where we can have the most strategic impact in changing our procurement practices, and that's more done through fine-tuning than it is through, I suppose, creating entire new, processes.
I want to just pick up with you to explore the nature of the contract which exists, because generally what happens with a procurement contract is there's a contract between an agency and a supplier. So to the extent that there are enforcement provisions relating to if agencies wanted to in fact embark upon enforcement, they would do so internally through enforcing the terms of an existing contract, which I think you've suggested should have more robust potentially terms in terms of compliance. So rather than set up a new bureaucracy.
Yeah, but that assumes, I suppose, that there is a level of knowledge amongst procurement officers amongst all those agencies, which is not necessarily the case, I believe, especially with new legislation coming out with regards to modern slavery. And again, Commissioner Cockayne will tell you about his efforts to try and reach out to all different government agencies to, I suppose, educate them about their requirements. And obviously, if you would have a more centralized approach, and I'm not arguing that everything necessarily should be centralized, but that we need to find a balance between centralizing and devolving. Clearly, if that would sit centrally, then we would be, I suppose, could be more confident about the expertise required and the capability building required in order to enforce the different types of, I suppose, social dimensions of contracts as well, rather than relying on procurement officers that sit devolved across different agencies who might not have that skill.
You made a passing reference to certification. What's your vision or view of what would constitute certification?
That's a good point. Again, if I can refer back to my experience with the cleaning industry, so what that multi-stakeholder initiative did initially and still does to a degree is certifying individual office buildings to ensure that working conditions for cleaners are acceptable. But that's a very labor-intensive way of doing that. A different approach that they're now taking, again in response to listening to concerns from the market and businesses and cleaning companies, is to say, well, actually what we do is we can pre-qualify particular contractors first. So what we do is we engage with the cleaning contractors, we ask them to provide evidence of, I suppose, the way in which they do business, just to frame it like that, and to say, actually, we certify them prior to doing an audit of the building that they work in, so that, I suppose, that streamlines the process. It gives them a tick of approval even before we audit their building. So to say, okay, well, this company doesn't have any major breaches in terms of working conditions for X amount of years. This company doesn't have any major breaches in terms of organizational health and safety in the sort of preceding years.
Do you reduce the pool of potential businesses that then want to engage in the...
No, actually, as a matter of fact, I think what it does, it creates more points of differentiation in terms of competition. I think that, again, speaking to the cleaning industry, all tendering contracts sort of sit at the same level, the minimum amount of profit margin that they can make while still being legally compliant. So there's very little to differentiate these companies. And what we found is if you introduce other, I suppose, potentially social dimensions as points of differentiation as well, but also environmentally, then those might also then become decision points for contractors to engage.
Thank you. We have a couple of minutes left to share. I think Mr. Nanda has a question.
Thank you, Chair.
What's the minute?
You'll get one as well.
Just to be clear, in the current procurement assessment processes in New South Wales, you'd agree that there is no framework for public officials to consider direct and indirect social and economic benefits against upfront contract costs when determining value for money propositions.
The current guidelines seem quite vague from my reading of them.
Sorry, what was the answer to that?
Essentially, yes, is I agree. The current guidelines appear quite vague in terms of how they treat social procurement targets.
So on that basis, is it fair to say value for money is more often than not interpreted as being based on price and not much else, because price is a clear, finite measure against which to assess a contract?
I think so, yes. That would be my reading of it.
But price is not necessarily value for money?
No. I mean, price is relevant, of course. It's a factor that should be taken into account. But look, it's up to the government about what criteria it sets. But I believe that there should be a great emphasis placed upon training, upon decent work conditions, like decent wages and secure employment, given that these are challenges that exist within New South Wales and Australia, and these are things that governments can and should use their procurement powers to try to address.
Thank you. Mr. Tudor, you've got another minute 15 if you have any more questions.
Well, in terms of the current procurement policy, do you accept that there are requirements relating to compliance already with work health and safety regimes in terms of the people who are tendering with the New South Wales government?
Yes.
You do? Yeah. So a component which required additional certification that you do, that's already been addressed in the current procurement policy, is it not?
I believe it could go further.
It should go further?
Yes, I think it should, yes.
Yeah.
Beyond work health and safety.
Well, tell me how.
Well, training targets, given that is an issue of poor outcomes in New South Wales regarding
I accept that.
Ensuring compliance with industrial instruments. There should be, I believe, clauses stating clearly that that all businesses that gain tender contracts should be compliant with relevant industrial instruments that relate to those areas of.
I think as well, if I can add to that very quickly, I think it's also a discussion about responses versus risk rather than and reward. So I think oftentimes these terms in terms of compliance is seen in the negative, and I think in order to use public procurement as a lever to improve conditions, we could also frame it in terms of, I suppose, a reward. So rather than having to comply at the risk of not being awarded, you might also be rewarded by demonstrating that you are, I suppose, better than your competitors. And again, this comes back to that point of differentiation that I mentioned.
But you do that by loadings, wouldn't you, or weightings?
So you may answer this one, and then we are out of time.
Oh, sorry. Yes, that's one way that you can do that. Yes.
Thank you both very much for appearing today and for your submission. I think you have taken a couple of things on notice, and if there are supplementary questions, they will also be provided to you by the Secretariat, and you'll have 21 days to respond. Thank you again for appearing.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much for taking the time to give evidence and for the submission as well. Could we begin by asking you to state your name, position, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, James Cockayne, New South Wales Anti-Slavery Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. And would you like to begin by making a short statement?
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you so much to you and the committee for the invitation to give it evidence today. A few years ago, the UK Home Office developed a methodology for assessing the socio-economic impact of modern slavery cases in that country. It considers, for example, the healthcare, law enforcement, and other socio-economic impacts of these cases. If we apply that methodology to the estimated modern slavery caseload in New South Wales, we arrive at a figure of around $9.6 billion. That is, over their lifetime, the modern slavery cases now estimated to be in New South Wales will cost this state around $9.6 billion. That's the size of the negative externalities imposed on our economy by tolerating modern slavery, including illegal forced labour practices in the production and distribution of goods and services here and abroad that we consume. And that's before we even consider the negative impact of tolerating modern slavery in our extra-jurisdictional supply chains. Modern slavery is in that sense like the global heating caused by carbon emissions. It's an unintended byproduct of the way we organise the production and distribution of goods and services in our economy. Like carbon, it will take a system change approach to price the true costs of tolerating illegal labour practices back into our economic systems. And in New South Wales, I would argue we're blessed, thanks to parliamentary action over the last few years, to have some of the strongest tools available to achieve this systems change. The Modern Slavery Act of 2018 in New South Wales and related 2021 legislation made it a legal requirement for more than 400 agencies to take reasonable steps to ensure that they do not procure goods and services made with modern slavery. They have to report on this annually. The New South Wales Anti-Slavery Commissioner independently monitors this reporting and can raise concerns with Parliament, and the New South Wales Auditor General also has an independent modern slavery audit power. Over the last 2 years, I've worked closely with these entities to develop a framework for implementing these obligations. In December 2023, I published 200 pages of guidance on reasonable steps, which provide detailed guidance for New South Wales government procurement actors and helps align their practice with Australia's international commitments. Specifically, commitments made by the governments of Australia, Canada, New Zealand, UK and US several years ago to use public procurement to tackle modern slavery, and our commitments under the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights and the OECD Guidelines for Multinational Enterprises on Responsible Business Conduct. I and my office have worked closely with New South Wales Procurement to develop this framework and to provide a suite of tools, an inherent risk identification tool, model tender clauses and model contracting clauses, and e-learning and in-person training opportunities. Our approach to the work has been shaped in part by a study I commissioned from researchers early last year. I asked them to look at when social procurement reforms have worked. They looked at experiences in the UK, US, Netherlands, Europe and beyond. And that research forms the heart of my written submission to this inquiry, in which my colleague Lucy Forbes played a critical drafting role. I'm not going to repeat my submission today, but please do allow me, Chair, just to highlight very quickly the 6 key insights that emerged from that study about when these reforms work. First, normative frameworks. Buyers need clarity and consistency across procurement contexts about the conduct expected of them, or what we in New South Wales call reasonable steps. And suppliers need that clarity too. Secondly, financial resources and capability. If there's to be a shift from a narrow focus on risks to the organisation or risks to business to broader social risks, procurement officials need training and ongoing support that has to be adequately resourced across all implementing entities. Third, impact measurement. It's critical to have clear metrics to understand the link between buying and contract management practices and social outcomes. And these should be system-level metrics. Otherwise, the process risks becoming narrowly performative, focused on reporting and compliance. Fourth, clear policy objectives, closely related to the previous point. Social procurement policy needs to be underpinned by a clear theory of change shaping preferred procurement practices. In the modern slavery space, this means that buyers need to be equipped to reward suppliers that produce goods and services in ways that do not depend on forced labour and modern slavery. And that may mean, for example, adopting policies that preference suppliers that are certified to operate in ways that minimise modern slavery risks. And it certainly means, and our guidance requires here in New South Wales, consideration of modern slavery risks in tendering processes. Fifth, engagement with the broader market. It's not enough to simply impose obligations on buyers. There also needs to be provision for and resourcing for engagement with suppliers to uplift suppliers' capabilities. And that includes small and medium enterprises. Otherwise, social procurement risks becoming a de facto barrier to entry for SMEs. More broadly, social procurement initiatives appear to be most effective where they involve co-regulation with industry. In the anti-slavery space, this is likely to play out as supply chain-based risk identification and risk management solutions. Section 27 of the Modern Slavery Act here in New South Wales gives me the power to issue codes of practice on identifying and managing modern slavery risks in supply chains, and I'm currently working with industry to develop 2 such codes of practice. One dealing with modern slavery risks in renewable energy value chains, with a particular focus on solar panels, and one focused on investment lending and asset management. Sixth and finally, but critically, technical implementation support. The last key lesson from the research was that there needs to be a central implementation body supporting implementation by all the different actors across the system. Of modern slavery, that's essentially the role that the Act already gives to my office. Thank you so much, Chair. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you for that overview. So you've just mentioned and covered that the New South Wales Act, indeed your role, the key focus is mitigating modern slavery risks in government supply chains, essentially. So it would seem sort of that our consideration of what changes to make to the procurement process is central to how you might perform your role in the future. Would you agree?
Yes.
In thinking about that, but also in listening to the key points that you just drew out, there's a couple of things I wanted to ask about, and in fact largely thinking about them in the context of discussions we've had in these hearings. The third point you made, it's hard to know where to start because there's so much in so little time, but the third point you made was about impact measurement and looking at system level metrics to make sure that if we are, striving for outcomes, that we actually can be confident that they're being achieved. And I think a question was asked, I think of Mr. Tudor-Hope, to one of our other witnesses about what might that entail if we're thinking about measuring, I think Mr. Tudor-Hope posed it in terms of social return on investment, but if we're thinking of impact measurement, what are the types of things that we might be considering, or could you point to schemes that are in place that we might consider?
Certainly. So some of them are fairly low-hanging fruit. For example, we now, as of several days ago, have arrangements in place on the Buy.New South Wales platform that allow us to identify when reported contracts are over a certain threshold, what we have identified as involving products that attract high modern slavery risk. So we can identify across government where modern slavery risk is pooling around certain products or in certain agencies or certain supply chains. That's useful in 2 ways. First, it allows us to use scarce available resources to go after the risk and to support the actors in the system that are most exposed to that risk to effectively mitigate and manage that risk. Second, what we think this will allow over time, and that information and the reporting that we'll receive from the covered reporting entities, is the development of a data set, essentially, that allows us to track return on investment, for lack of a better word. These efforts were made by these agencies to address modern slavery risks, and over time their performance improved in these ways, and modern slavery risk came down in these ways. That's very important, I think, also from a capital markets perspective. In a period where capital markets are very interested to understand the environmental, social and governance performance of not only firms but also governments when they issue bonds, for example, the existence of that data and of this framework is going to give us a head start over some other actors in capital markets and may in time lead to capital pricing benefits here in New South Wales.
Thank you for that. If I could go back to the first point that you made about normative frameworks, and it goes to some of the questions that I have, and it goes generally to some of the concerns that I have. Normative frameworks, reasonable steps, the framework that we currently have, indeed even your shared implementation framework, all of those, as you said, operate in that normative space, which, you know, ideally nudges behaviour in the right direction. But in terms of what we've currently had or what we've had to date, the kinds of frameworks that we've had set up seem not to have been working in terms of implementation. There seems to be a gap, either in implementation or enforcement. What do we need to do to bridge that gap so that it's not just a normative question, it's actually what happens practically?
So if we look internationally over the last couple of decades, Chair, I think we see a movement away from reliance solely on voluntary standards and initiatives towards what is often now called a smart regulatory mix. So thinking across the system about the incentive structures that are set up by a combination of mandatory and voluntary arrangements and how they can reward good practice in various ways and make it less rewarding to engage in bad practice. Not necessarily penalising it, but just removing access to, for example, certain contracts or market benefits. Here in New South Wales on modern slavery, I think we're very lucky in what the Parliament has done over the last half a decade in that it sets up such a smart mix. So we have, for example, under the Modern Slavery Act, the possibility that the Procurement Board, which now has as one of its objectives to address modern slavery risks, that it can actually adopt directions that will require those subject to the Procurement Board's jurisdiction, for lack of a better term, to follow this guidance. So there's the possibility both to pull the levers in government around public procurement and to incentivise private sector behaviour to align. And in fact, I would argue that there's not only the possibility, but increasingly it's a market expectation. And as we see jurisdictions such as the European Union moving now to mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence, we're actually hearing from business that they want to see this kind of clarity here in Australia and in New South Wales, or they risk being left behind. They are going to be receiving, they are in fact, I know for a fact, already receiving questions from European partners, European investors, European buyers of their products about the way they manage these risks, and they're going to need to be able to collect data and report that effectively. Having consistency across jurisdictions would make this much easier and more efficient and effective. And we have the underlying international normative frameworks. Australia has subscribed to those that give us the common baseline to work across.
If I could just pick out one piece of that. So you talk about the Procurement Board. I'm not sure if you are aware, we tabled an interim report a couple of weeks ago, and one of the findings of that report was that the Procurement Board, the level of oversight, there were some concerns regarding the Procurement Board. Do you have any suggestions looking forward as to what might be I guess what we've heard here is that the Procurement Board oversight has been lacking, so that anything that's reliant so far on the Procurement Board being where those kinds of sanctions or anything else emanate from hasn't worked. Do you have any thoughts or comments about future ways of operating to avoid, I guess, the lack of enforcement or lack of compliance?
So my experience with the Procurement Board is limited. I should start by saying that, and I haven't read your interim report. I apologise, I've been on leave for a few weeks.
Absolutely fine.
What I would say is that the current structure, of course, gives the Minister a level of oversight over the board. I guess the question is what other levers could be brought to bear in a regulatory structure that ensures diverse voices are heard to understand whether the board's choices are leading to the outcomes that the Parliament or the government are seeking to achieve.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
No, it was a very good segue into the next question I wanted to ask you, which was, you mentioned in your points again, engagement with the broader market, and in fact looking at co-regulatory options, and indeed that's emerged as a bit of a theme today. So I wondered if you could explore that a bit further, and perhaps you did speak about a couple of codes of practice and whatnot, but I wondered if you could expand on who are potential co-regulators, who are the parties that might be involved.
Yeah, so let me stick to the domain that I'm mandated in and know best, the modern slavery domain. And I might come back to something I mentioned, the code of practice on managing modern slavery risks in renewable energy value chains, and explain why we decided to go in the direction of having a discussion with industry. We work with the Clean Energy Council to explore whether this is feasible. It's still a work in progress, I should hasten to add. The short answer is that all different market actors need clarity on what to do about the fact that they recognise there are serious modern slavery risks in the solar panels, in particular, that we're buying in this country, but it's not easy to find alternative value for money sources of supply that are clearly slavery free. So what actually is the expectation of government, of investors in that space? There are norms emerging through all of the work being done that I mentioned overseas, but it needs to be translated to the Australian context. So we engaged in extensive informal consultations first before deciding to formally move in this direction, and it became clear that we are potentially able to bring greater clarity to the market, both government buyers and private sector actors, through a conversation about what reasonable steps look like in some granular level of detail, while aligning with Australia's international commitments and indeed the Federal Modern Slavery Act. That has to be designed together with those who are going to be impacted. There's no point imposing an expectation of, for example, terminating contracts that are made with solar panels that are found historically to have been made with forced labour, if that's going to lead to a disruption of energy supply, for example. So there's a lot of detailed work that needs to be done there, and industry, workers, other affected stakeholders have the expertise that's needed to ensure that any regulatory design in that specific supply chain is effective. And I would argue that you can see the same kind of pattern emerging in other supply chains as well. Co-regulatory approaches are more likely to produce effective, sustainable outcomes over the long term.
Thank you. I wondered if I could go again and ask you, I guess, more explicitly about the shared implementation framework, which I understand includes guidance on incorporating anti-slavery considerations and indeed model clauses into the tender process and into contracts. At the moment, that's not mandated, is it? These are suggested things to go into contracts which would help an agency, government department, make sure that it abided by what it needed to do. But they're not mandated, are they?
So a range of entities, including all New South Wales government agencies, have a legal obligation, a mandated obligation to take reasonable steps. We have provided guidance and resources that we indicate in our expert view are reasonable steps. They have been to some extent developed in collaboration and consultation with those affected entities. I believe the previous Auditor General, in one of her last appearances before the Parliament, indicated that the Auditor General's office is likely to treat that guidance as, in effect, and my words here, not hers, the auditable standard against which the modern slavery audit would be conducted if or when that power under the relevant act is exercised. What is missing at this stage, as true Chair, is a formal direction from the Procurement Board, which will formally require those under its jurisdiction to implement. Now, I'd say two things about that. The first is we have a very positive, productive, ongoing discussion with the Procurement Board, and I'm confident that in time, essentially through a process of co-regulatory design, we will have a Procurement Board direction in place. It's going to take some time because we want to give as much clarity to government agencies as possible about exactly what we're going to be looking for them to do to implement this.
Clarity could come through saying you have to put this clause in a contract.
It could on that, for example, but the guidance, as you mentioned, covers many, many different things. The guidance itself says that in areas of high modern slavery risk, there's an expectation that they will, covered agencies will use the clauses. And the last thing I'd say super briefly is government agencies are using the guidance. They're already implementing it. They're not waiting to be told that they have to. we know for a fact many of the largest government agencies and many of the smaller government agencies are already implementing this framework into their practice.
Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your submission and for your attendance this afternoon.
Welcome.
Can we start just by talking about, I note some of your comments in relation to the to SMEs and the not wanting to put that sort of unreasonable burden on those smaller players, but still, I guess the preference is to work with them to try and eliminate modern slavery from their supply chains. Can you talk us through sort of the work that's already been done on that and yeah, what more you need, I guess, to make that work better?
So the place perhaps to start is the term reasonable steps. In its wisdom, the Parliament chose that language to explain what's required. So a lot of our early consultations with different buyers that have to report under this framework was around what's going to be reasonable. And that depends, of course, both on the risk to people, but also the capability of the buyer organisation. But the reality is that most buyers will take reasonable steps by imposing expectations on their suppliers. So very quickly we come to the point that it's actually supplier capability that's quite critical here in order to achieve the social outcome we're looking for. And if the expectations that are imposed through procurement practices are too onerous, the danger is that that becomes a de facto barrier to entry for SMEs. So both in designing those expectations and how they calibrate to the capability of the supplier, and in thinking through, for example, training, we need to engage directly with a range of suppliers and SMEs, and that is where I would quite openly say my office and others in government have more work to do in the years ahead. The Small Business Commissioner has been active on this issue and published a very helpful, I think it's called a fact sheet, in this space. There is plenty of work for us to do to engage SMEs to make sure that even allowing for that sliding scale calibration of what's reasonable in their context, that the expectations that we're articulating that buyers are going to impose on them through contracting practices, for example, are going to be reasonable. The other thing I would just quickly point to there is the way our model contract clauses work. So our model contract clauses, following best practice developed overseas, instead of asking buyers to displace all the risks down onto the supplier by saying, you, the supplier, warrant and represent, you have nothing to do with modern slavery, they instead set up what's called a shared responsibility framework. So what that means is if the supplier identifies there's modern slavery in their supply chain, they notify the buyer and then they work together to remedy that situation. And that means it's not all on the supplier. It may be partly on the buyer to upskill the supplier, to train them, to help them develop the capabilities, or it may indeed be on the buyer to look at their purchasing practices and think about whether there's something about the way they're imposing purchasing requirements on the supplier that actually make it more likely that there's going to be modern slavery. For example, unreasonable pricing or unreasonable just-in-time production expectations.
Yeah. So you've got 2 full-time staff working for you, or full-time equivalent? Is that the extent of your
on this
resources?
issue? Yes, I have all up. I have around 15 people currently working for me, but we also do a number of other things such as supporting survivors of modern slavery to find referrals to assistance, policy work, communications, awareness raising, training, various other things.
Yeah. So it's quite a task with 2 people to be doing sort of not just bare minimum, but actually sort of doing that sort of outreach work and really getting in there to work with people to solve the problems, I guess. What sort of resources would you require in an ideal world, do you think, to actually do that properly?
Well, I would say 2 things. I think the resources don't necessarily need to flow to me in my office. The rubber hits the road here with the implementing agencies, the buyers. So the reason we've been able to get as far as we have with such a small team is we've had wonderful collaboration from government agencies, notably from New South Wales Procurement and Treasury. And there are a number of agencies, excuse me.
No, you're right. There's nothing worse than having to talk when you're trying to cough at the same time.
For example, New South Wales Health, Transport, others, are really putting their shoulder to the wheel in their effort to understand their obligations and implement them. So we say there are 2 people in my office. There are dozens and dozens of people across government now who are really working here and there quite seriously to implement this new framework.
Yeah.
But we do, as you rightly point out, there will be a long period of capability development across government and indeed with suppliers. So we're working to develop e-training resources. We've just published our first one through Compario. I think in the first month it was already completed, that training course by 100 people across government. Here we go again. Excuse me.
It's... we can all relate.
We're developing additional resources. We have a newsletter and so on. But yes, there's a resourcing question, and I've had productive early conversations with government about how we are going to resource that into the medium to longer term. Where I think the rubber is going to hit the road is once we see reporting flowing at scale from reporting entities. If we really want to see progress, they're going to want, frankly, entity-level bespoke feedback on what are we doing, what could we be doing better. We've got over 400 reporting agencies. We've explored creative options around machine learning-based primary analysis of the reporting we receive and then improving that through manual analysis. That's an ongoing conversation with government. But we ultimately will likely need more staff, either on payroll or find creative ways to collaborate with other agencies or indeed with universities to have a stronger analytic bench strength.
Yeah. Are there, I guess, players in sort of civil society who are helping with this, that, we have certification schemes, and are there sort of ways for other players in the industry to help, or is there any...
There's huge scope for other stakeholders to get involved in this, and they are, and they're not waiting for us. For example, there's very important work going on in the property industry and construction industry. The Property Council of Australia has developed a collaborative system for receiving information from suppliers and then sharing that amongst buyers. One of the big problems here is lots of different buyers asking the same suppliers for social and environmental and other information. Then that information is not shared, it's not comparable, it's not clear what use it's put to, it's highly inefficient, and it leads you down the path potentially of greenwashing if you're not careful about the underlying validity and reliability of the information. So collaborative solutions in that kind of space are already emerging in different supply chains, different industry sectors. I would argue there's more government could be doing there, not through interagency collaboration, but actually through collaboration between, say, the big construction buyers in New South Wales government and the industry. We're all going to need this information for different purposes. I would say that there might perhaps be benefit in clarification from the ACCC that such collaboration is not anti-competitive. There is a tradition of pre-competitive collaboration around these kinds of issues in other countries. It's less well developed here. The ACCC does have the powers to clarify something like that, but probably needs, to use a colloquial phrase, a bit of a poke in order to understand that there's an appetite from government and industry for clarification of the rules of engagement around that kind of collaboration.
Yeah, okay. So just to clarify then, so it's data analysis and that sort of piece of work that is going to require significantly more resources as we sort of get to that point. Is that going to be the pinch point?
In the first instance. So if we break the reasonable steps down in really big blocks, they're designed to help buyers identify risk, manage risk, and remediate harm. I do apologise.
No, I don't.
Where most entities are up to at the moment is still the risk identification phase. So that's where their focus on collaboration is. Soon enough, they will be managing contracts where they know there's risk. They'll be buying solar panels and know there's risk, and they'll have to manage that. And they'll be thinking about how do we engage with those supply chains. We can't all do it separately. So soon enough, their minds will turn to collective contract management approaches. And then soon enough, when modern slavery risk does crystallise in one place or another, they will begin thinking about how do we collective engage around remedy. How do we remediate the harm that's occurred or changed the practice of the particular suppliers in this supply chain. So I think there's actually scope for collective engagement around these issues. But that's a bit different from the tradition of devolved procurement practice that's dominant under the current framework in New South Wales. So it might be that there's scope for, or a need, I should say, to clarify the terms in which that decentralised devolved model is deviated from in order to develop shared collective capabilities around risk identification, risk management and remediation for efficiency and effectiveness sake.
In industries where, and excuse my ignorance, probably going to tell me I should be aware of this already, but in terms of industries where we know there are components that it's not possible to get part of that supply chain to be sort of ticked off as being ethical, where we know that there is modern slavery, but there is no slavery, where there is no actual alternative for something essential. Is there a role for the Commissioner in sort of advocating or working with industry to set up our own, I guess, production of that part? And I'm thinking about solar panels in particular. I know that there are elements that come from overseas that we're not entirely comfortable with. Where is the advocacy role for creating new industries to try and help break that reliance?
I think industrial policy is properly for the executive, and you'd understand I'm independent of the executive. I report to all of you, the Parliament. So I think industrial policy, and certainly on something like solar panels, that's going to have implications for tariff policy, trade policy, bilateral relations and so on. That's probably a matter for government, whether it's here or in Canberra, rather than for an independent statutory officer.
Yeah.
But what we can do, and what we do is we name the risk where we identify it. So our inherent risk identification tool that's available to all of the buyers gives them a common standard based on information that we make clear to them to identify where that risk is. And again, it's about bringing the certainty and clarity to all of the players in the market so that they can then make the case. The market can make the case to government. We need industrial policy if we're going to have access to alternative slavery-free supply, for example.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tudor-Hope.
So, thank you, Dr. Cotton. Agencies do have access to your inherent risk identification tool.
They do.
And I note one of the things that you have done is issued your Commissioner's guidance on reasonable steps.
Yes.
Are you satisfied that that guidance is being adopted by New South Wales agencies?
The process has certainly begun, yes. We have active ongoing conversations with them, and we have a little helpline, email helpline. We get quite a few questions coming in from the agencies. So we'll see how far they've gone when they issue their first annual reports, many of these agencies that speak to this issue, but we're optimistic.
Let me ask you about potentially a real-life example. Say you've identified, for example, that solar panels is one where you have identified inherent risk factors. Say we were purchasing, or New South Wales Health was purchasing protective equipment from China. What steps constitute reasonable steps by that agency to establish that the equipment or whatever was being purchased was not being done by forced labour in Uyghur camps?
So there are 7 reasonable steps set out in the guidance. The first is called commit. It's about the kinds of policy frameworks and risk management frameworks that they need to have in place at an institutional level. Yep. The second, third and fourth follow the structure of the existing New South Wales procurement framework. So that's around plan, source and manage. And the guidance sets out in great detail what is required in terms of looking for modern slavery risk in that particular procurement that you've described, then how you engage with the supplier, how you manage the contract, Then there's several others, I think it goes up to 4, so there's 3 others that go to the steps that you have to take if indeed it turns out that you procured something made with forced labour. And in that case, what you would likely be doing is engaging with suppliers down the supply chain to look at whether there was some way for them to alter their production practices, which really means their workforce management practices, in a way that would allow them to continue to provide at the agreed price the good that you're purchasing while not relying on forced labour.
Some of the, I suppose, inherent factors would be, and we've heard today about circumstances where the cleaning industry is able to establish what a reasonable price for cleaning would be, and in circumstances where a tender was well under or significantly under that price, it may be a certain indicator that the tender was potentially availing themselves of some sort of modern day slavery provisions. Is that the sort of tool which you would expect agencies to adopt?
We would be very encouraged if they moved in that direction. We see something like that, for example, in the security sector in Victoria, where again a regulator has helped develop that pricing information. Often market actors are unwilling to share that information as it's deemed commercial in confidence, so there is a role for government in helping to develop that kind of pricing guide. And as you described, Mr. Tudor, it provides a very clear signal when corners are being cut. So there's a lot of detailed work has to be done, and that has to be dynamic as well, because prices change as inputs change. But that kind of tool we would be very keen to see develop. As you say, it may be for the agencies to develop those tools rather than for us, because they have the expertise about how much it costs to produce and source rolling stock, for example. We don't have that expertise. What we can do is help them understand what kinds of things might they be able to find in the information shared with them that might be indicators of forced labour, and the inability to square the price with the workers being paid a living wage is a very good example of such an indicator. Another one might be to do with recruitment practices, where suppliers are clearly relying on the recruitment, particularly of migrant workers who are having to pay to get a job. That's a very good proxy indicator for vulnerability to debt bondage and modern slavery. So breaking it down to that kind of practical level is a very smart approach to take.
And in terms of the reporting, why shouldn't that constitute some of the reporting which is required of agencies and contractors alike? Why isn't the granular level that you've identified potentially part of your requirements relating to reporting?
It is.
It is.
So right now we have a reporting framework that is now being rolled out. We have various questions to which the answers are mandatory. For example, information about use of migrant workers is not yet mandatory, it's optional. And the reason is that the feedback from the agencies is that they cannot access that information yet. But by making it voluntary, what we're doing is sending a signal to them that this is the direction of travel, and we're encouraging them to move into conversations with their suppliers about the fact that they're going to want to start having access.
You could include that as part of your tender documentation, could you not?
Absolutely.
Will you be using migrant labour? If so, how are you using?
Exactly.
And that could be part of the documentation.
Exactly.
Which agencies adopt. Is it appropriate, therefore, that agencies really should be looking at the level of detail they should be including in their tender documentation to deliver the data which you're wanting to receive?
Absolutely.
So that should be potentially a recommendation for what you would say a proper procurement process?
I think if the aim is to ensure that procurement processes contribute to effective social outcomes in line with government and parliamentary priorities, then tendering practices are critical to achieving that outcome.
Well, because one of the current procurement guidelines require agencies that they must comply with public works and procurements, including requirements to take reasonable steps to ensure that goods and services procured by and for an agency are not the product of modern slavery. So the reasonable steps, which you've already delivered a guidance for reasonable steps, why shouldn't it include tender provisions?
It does. We provide model tender clauses at different levels of modern slavery risk, explaining the kinds of issues that should be addressed and even providing draft language on the types of the way to include this in their tender documents.
So, and that's already in place in terms of the procurement policy which is being adopted by the New South Wales government.
It's included in our guidance on what reasonable steps are, and the Procurement Board is considering how to reflect that in potentially a direction.
The annual reporting of by agencies commenced on the 1st of July 2023?
It covers conduct starting from the 1st of July 2022.
Right, so have agencies started to report already?
They have. They've had limited guidance on what to report on. So the reality is that they've only had my guidance on reasonable steps since December, Christmas essentially, of last year. So it's, for most of them, they're all on slightly different cycles, but for most of them, it's the reports coming in the next few months that will be the first real test of how they report against the guidance now available.
So in any of their reports you've seen to date, have any identified reasonable suspicion of breaches of modern slavery requirements?
There's only a very small number that have reported to date because of the way the cycles work. There's a small number report in April, and then most will report between July and October. The ones reporting in April are universities that happen to be captured, and some of them do indeed address modern slavery risks in quite a lot of detail.
And in circumstances where they've actually identified...
I'd have to take that on notice.
One of your recommendations, and this goes to Ms. Boyd's point, one of your recommendations relating to a need to fully finance the Commissioner's monitoring function under Section 9(1)(e) of the Modern Slavery Act. So did you receive any additional funding in the recent budget?
No.
And did you put in a budget bid for additional funding for that?
That may be cabinet in confidence. I have to take that on notice.
Okay. It's perceptive. So how much additional funding would you say you need?
To do what, Mr. Tudor-Hope?
Well, you want to have a fully funded monitoring function as part of your office.
I'll take that on notice, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Okay. Have you? There's a. Have you been successful in obtaining any funding from the Digital Restart Fund to deliver a shared portal for all New South Wales government agencies and local councils to manage modern slavery risks in procurement?
The process whereby we applied remains on foot, to my knowledge.
So have you been given any reasons why that hasn't been provided to date?
Yes.
What are they?
I believe that's cabinet in confidence.
Well, I'm not entirely sure why that would be. There is a significant one of the questions that Ms. Boyd asks you in relation to is even where you have identified a modern slavery risk, you appear to say that in certain circumstances, because of the potential to impact on the New South Wales economy, there's a level of tolerance we should have for that modern slavery risk.
So my response to that, Mr. Tudor-Hope, is that is how the legislation has been written. That the requirement under the legislation is that organisations take reasonable steps to ensure that they do not procure goods and services are made with modern slavery. The legislation has not been written as a strict liability standard that they may not procure goods and services made with modern slavery. It's a subtle but I think really critical difference. The tools that I've been given require me to reflect the statute.
What he's got.
Well,
You can only work with what you got. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for appearing today and for your submission. I think there were a couple of questions taken on notice, and if there are further supplementary questions, the Secretary will get in touch with you about those as well, and you'll have 21 days to respond. Thank you once again for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you all and welcome to the hearing. Thank you for making the time to give evidence. If we could start by each witness stating name and position and swearing either an oath or affirmation, starting with Mr. Musso.
Thank you very much. Paul Musso, National Disability Services. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor on Disability Employment there. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Simpson.
Jim Simpson, Senior Advocate, Council for Intellectual Disability. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson.
It's actually Ben Alexander, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. Would each organisation like to start by making a short statement? Okay. Mr. Alexander or Mr. Simpson, would you like to go first?
Thank you. We shall keep it short,
yes,
but we'll start with a short conversation between me and Ben, if that's okay.
Certainly.
And then I'll have a few comments to make as well.
Certainly.
So Ben, I know that you've worked in open employment, you've worked in a bookshop, and now that you work for us at the Council for Intellectual Disability. And I just want to go to one example of that. I mean, right now you're involved in providing some training for Woolworths. Could you tell the committee about the training that you're providing for Woolworths?
Yeah, I actually finished giving training staff across different Woolworths across Australia on Monday, and we're helping support them to help them the people with intellectual disability are going from supported wage to full wage, and we're helping give support to store managers and assistant store managers on how best to go about going to the full wage.
And Ben, doing that kind of work, I mean, how do you feel about doing that kind of work?
I think it's a good thing because it'll give I know that I've heard that some staff members at Woolworths with intellectual disability are a bit apprehensive about going on the full wage because, like most, a lot of them are on the DSP and they're a bit cautious about potentially losing money from working a certain amount of hours.
Right. I know there have been times where you've been out of work and sort of been sitting at home, and how have you felt in yourself at times when you've been out of work?
I have not enjoyed it. Those times I was like sitting at home and I was like, I want to be working 3-4 days a week, earning money from working rather than getting money from the DSP.
Right. Good on you. So look, members, there's basically two kinds of employment that people with intellectual disability experience. There's open employment in ordinary workplaces, such as Ben has been talking about, and then there's Australian Disability Enterprises, which Mr. Musso will talk more about later, where there's a lot of people with intellectual disability gathered in the one workplace. The Disability Royal Commission, in line with contemporary thinking about the place of people with intellectual disability and other disabilities in society, has fully included people in society as opposed to people being segregated from society. The Royal Commission has recommended that governments do a lot more work to increase the opportunities for people with disability to be in open employment, and specifically including through procurement processes. So that really ties in with the key thing that we are seeking, that there be requirements or preferences in state government procurement practices to give preference to organisations, contractors who are going to provide employment to people with disability, and in particular people with intellectual disability. And the reason I really add and emphasise those words, including people with intellectual disability, is that the employment rates of people with intellectual disability are particularly low, I know within government services, having talked to so many senior government people over the last 2 years about this issue, no one disputes our assertion that there are very few people with intellectual disability employed in government jobs. So it's been a hidden and really extremely unfortunate problem. The second thing just to note is that we acknowledge the continuing role that Australian Disability Enterprises have. There's nothing said that we're aware of in government procurement policies about employment of people with disability and open employment. On the other hand, there is an existing preference for Australian Disability Enterprises to receive government work. We're not seeking a full stop on that, but we are seeking, and again in accordance with Royal Commission recommendations, that there be a requirement that if those Australian Disability Enterprises are to continue to receive government work, then they are transitioning towards a social firm model. And when I say a social firm model, I mean going towards a model where there's people with disability and people without disability working together in the same workplace, and with an emphasis on support for people to think about and move into open employment. So that's our opening statement.
Thank you very much.
I'd love to go on for half an hour, but I know that you would. That wouldn't be appropriate.
I think Mr. Musser might like to have a bit of a say as well, so I might pass over to you, Mr. Musser, for your opening statement.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee. National Disability Services is the national peak body representing disability service providers in Australia. We have over 1,100 members nationally, 300 in New South Wales, and our member organisations include supported employment service providers, otherwise known as, or previously known as Australian disability enterprises, and our recommendations to the committee in our original submission were informed by our long-standing work with those members across Australia. We appreciate the efforts of the New South Wales government agencies to procure goods and services from those organisations. We've received very positive feedback from members that have commercial arrangements with New South Wales government agencies. We have made several recommendations in our submission to the committee, and that again, I think there's a lot of very positive work going on at the moment in New South Wales government agencies, including Treasury, who I've been working with. I've worked closely with Transport for New South Wales and the Department of Customer Services as well. And the Department of Customer Services recently held a very positive initiative, the Disability and Indigenous Supplier Showcase, which I had the pleasure to attend and present at. And otherwise, I'm very happy to talk about the work of Supported Employment Services and the sterling work they do, employing people, the vast majority of whom are people with intellectual disability. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. I might start just where you finished off with Mr. Nusso. I too attended that excellent expo. Have there been others by other departments that you know of, or is that the first that you're...
It's been the first expo of that type I've attended for several years. I believe the last expo of that type was held back around 2019. Again, that was held held by the New South Wales government. There are employment expos that highlight the work of our service provider members as well. They tend to focus more on people seeking jobs or a career in supported employment, as opposed to commercial arrangements between government departments or agencies and those disability enterprises. So it would be nice to see more of them, certainly.
Okay, thank you. Your submission refers to the Viability Procurement Initiative. And I wondered if you could tell us more about this. I mean, obviously, we're trying to think about what are the things that have worked, what are useful changes we can make. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about it. What were the outcomes? Any suggestions around it? How has it been beneficial? If not, are there changes, other options?
Look, it certainly has been beneficial. The government has a very positive approach to highlighting the directory in the Viability website. That's mentioned in the relevant procurement policy. So certainly I know for a fact that there are quite a few New South Wales government agency representatives who are investigating these organisations and investigating commercial arrangements or purchases with them. I'd like to be able to get a handle on, quantify what the value of the New South Wales government's purchases from these organisations is. We survey our members annually, and one of the questions in that survey is what amount of goods and services have been purchased by by government agencies at the Commonwealth, state and local government level from your organisation, and they are purchases of the organisation's commercial goods or services, as opposed to funding they might receive for provision of NDIS supports. What we did know that we had 10 members reported that they had commercial arrangements with New South Wales government agencies, and I think that worked out at an average of about, I think it was about 160,000 per organisation, whereas we had 10 Victorian members report that they had, I think the total was around 23 million, which was around 2.3 million per organisation. So a significant difference, but of course because it was a survey, it may not necessarily be reflective of the actual amount purchased by New South Wales government agencies. But again, one of our recommendations has been it would be wonderful to see those figures quantified, whether on an agency basis or on a total basis in the New South Wales Government's annual report.
Thank you. Mr. Simpson, do you think that the public sector, we've been talking a lot about procurement and procurement officials and what they need to, the vast array of things they need to understand. Do you think that there's relevant knowledge and experience currently to make decisions around ensuring the inclusion of people with disabilities or facilitating necessary adjustments when procurement decisions are made?
No, we certainly don't. I mean, the very low rate of employment of people with intellectual disability generally reflects a number of things. It reflects the fact that there are not great skills in employers in relation to the particular skills required to employ people with intellectual disability, and that in turn would flow through to people in government who are making decisions about procurement. The kind of skills that are really needed are skills around assessing individual capacity and individual strengths, and then thinking about job carving or job customisation, which I can elaborate on if the committee would like, so as to use the strengths that a person with intellectual disability has to provide a productive and included job in the workplace. Our experience as one organisation is most certainly that those things work. We have been funded by the Commonwealth Government for a number of projects aimed at upskilling workplaces to pursue those avenues. And for example, we've had some recent success with a project specifically focused on local councils.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Musso, one of the things that we are grappling with is trying to quantify the impact, both social and economic, of initiatives that we might want to implement. And I note that there is an economic impact tool that you refer to in your submission. I wondered if you could tell me more about that. And also I understand that some of your members have actually reported to government agencies using this tool. I wondered, are we able to get on notice maybe some of those reports so we can understand a bit better how that impact has been measured?
I would probably need to get, you would probably need to get permission of the organisations to provide. I know one of our members definitely does develop those reports. That economic and social impact tool, we developed that several years ago. It's a measure of the economic and social impact or benefit of the provision of supported employment services. And it can produce a dollar figure. It's a cost-benefit analysis, for want of a better term. And it also provides a figure that reflects a social return on investment. So, for example, for federal government outlays on NDIS employment supports, for every dollar of those employment supports that these organisations are funded for, they can produce a particular dollar amount of economic benefit from that $1. Usually it's a significantly higher figure than $1. For example, it might be $2, $3 per $1 expended by the Commonwealth. We've recently had that cost-benefit methodology overhauled by Taylor Fry Consultants, and we'll be updating the impact tool and strongly encouraging our members to use it, and also to develop those reports that demonstrate that economic and social impact. While it's all very well to talk about an economic impact, I think obviously the provision of these services is a human story rather than just an economic one, and obviously we had a focus within the tool that could demonstrate that as well.
Thank you very much. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, and thank you very much for coming and providing your submissions and the evidence this afternoon, and good to see you both again, Jim and Ben. I just wanted to pick up on this supported employment services. Are these services that effectively are paying a lower rate to people with disability, or is it only that I say only, it's quite important, but is it just that it's a segregated space?
Both those things are of major concern.
Right, so they do pay lower.
Yes, Paul may be able to give more detail, but I mean, we were talking to one of our staff members just yesterday who has worked in open and then segregated in employment and then come to us, and you know, he related that he was receiving $2 an hour for the work that he was doing in an Australian disability enterprise. And anecdotally, that's a very common figure down towards that level, but Paul may be able to provide better data, overall data, than I can.
Thank you.
Yes, look, I just wanted to say that I think Jim and I have very different perspectives on the two issues that you've raised, both the wages issue and the employment setting issue as well. For my sins, I've worked in this area of wage setting in supported employment for well over a decade. NDS was heavily involved in the review of the Supported Employment Services Award, which is the award that covers the working conditions and pay rates for employees with disability who work in what were formerly known as disability enterprises. For convenience sake, I'll probably just refer to them as disability enterprises, if that's okay. The Fair Work Commission, after a mammoth review of the award, which took over a decade, finally made a decision back in December 2019 to completely overhaul the... December 22, pardon me. It went on for so long I lost my time frame there. Completely overhauling the wage setting arrangements for employees with disability. Now, they introduced 2 new grades into a classification structure. They abolished all the old, rather arbitrary and inconsistent wage assessment tools that were used previously. They introduced the supported wage system as the sole determinant of an employee's rate of productivity. Now, again, it's a very complex concept that I would rather just touch on at the moment. But the upshot of these changes was that it was to ensure consistency, it was to ensure increased wages for these employees, and there was a 3-year transition period around the introduction of those increased wage rates. Now, I know that the Disability Royal Commission made a recommendation stating that they would like to see all supported employees earning at least 50% of the minimum wage within a 5-year period, and the full award wage, or the equivalent of the full minimum wage, within a decade, at the end of a decade. The way the new wage setting structure works in the award, I think we will end up seeing probably around 70% of supported employees working in supported employment services earning around 2/3 of the minimum wage by the end of that 3-year period. And that is a significant increase, and it does come with some risks to the viability of these organisations, in particular with attendant job losses for employees with disability, mainly probably those employees who have more severe disability, who require more on-the-job support. I think they're most at risk of being displaced from the labour market as a result of these changes.
But the Disability Royal Commission looked into this deeply and came up with the recommendation that these whatever we want to call them, supported workplaces need to be phased out, and that we're moving to an inclusive model. So on that basis, when we look at our procurement policies, we could move quicker than that, couldn't we, and say, actually, we're going to preference those organisations that are moving quicker on that scale to raise the minimum wage and actually treat people with disability with the respect they deserve.
You certainly could do that. I mean, again, I would be very curious to see what the criteria was that the government used to select those organisations. But I think what we have been doing, NDS again has been working very closely with our members to encourage a transformation of the provision of that supported employment model, particularly moving away from what were called by the Royal Commission as segregated settings. We prefer, NDS and its members prefer to refer to them as congregate settings.
It doesn't sound as bad, but they are segregated. Well, I mean, they are a workplace that's just only has people with disability in it.
With respect, my interpretation is that a segregation implies a lack of choice, whereas a congregation is a group where people are willingly congregating or gathering. So I think no one is forced to work in one.
Choice implies that there's actual something to choose between. If it's a choice between no work or work at, not at the right wage, that's not really a real choice, is it?
Regrettably, that's correct. Obviously we would all like to see far greater number of employment opportunities for people with disability, and obviously people with disability to have far more choice with regards to their career options and the work options they choose. But again, I'd like to think that our members are well on the way to evolving into providing a far wider range of employment options for people with disability, including those that more closely reflect their skills and their career aspirations, and that will enable them to work in more mainstream settings. And we are monitoring that through our annual survey of our members as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tudor, do you have a question? No question? Okay. Ms. Boyd, any questions for you?
I was getting cranky. It's probably best not to come to me. Just perhaps I could go back to CID then. So I think I'm just looking at your recommendations. You make a distinction there between, I guess, the major contracts and those that are not, and you talk there about specifically including a substantial number of people with intellectual disability. Are there, I guess, what would that sort of substantial amount look like? Would it vary depending on the type of work and the workplace? And are there any other jurisdictions in Australia that do this better than us?
We haven't sought to come with a specific proportion, but we'd be happy to work with government on nailing that. I don't know of other jurisdictions that have done it better offhand. I do know, and this is the reason why we've made that distinction between major contracts and others, that there are existing procurement requirements in relation to, I think, major construction requirements, that there is a ratio of First Nations people and women employed, and so that's the model that we're coming from, is saying, well, look, it would be totally sensible to equally include people with disability in that sort of context. The other thing I just want to emphasise is that in relation to people with higher support needs that Paul referred to, there isn't nearly enough good practice out there. However, there is one standout Disability Employment Service Job Support who have a standout record in terms of supporting people with moderate intellectual disability, in other words, people with higher support needs, into employment, open employment, and being able to maintain that employment. And that's something, I think, 68%, which is a pretty good success rate if you look at disability employment services generally.
Thank you. I think I'm done.
Okay, thank you. I thank you all very much for making the time to come and speak with us today. We appreciate you being here and your submissions. If there were any questions taken on notice, or if there are any supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in touch and you have 21 days to respond. We thank you again for your time.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
You. Damien to be cranky.
Yeah, good. That's better.
We're more used to that. Okay. Here we go. Welcome, Mr. Pigeon, and thank you for making the time to come and give evidence. Could we begin by getting you to state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. So, my name's Bradley William Pigeon. I'm the Acting State Secretary of the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union, New South Wales ACT, and I'd like to make an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Would you like to start by making an opening statement?
Sure, thank you, Chair. So, for quite some time, our union, the AMWU, which consists of around 15,000 members, has significantly been denied work over time through poor procurement choices. For too long now in manufacturing, construction, and also public transport and energy infrastructure, we've just been denied opportunities to partake in jobs and good secure jobs which should have been, built or manufactured here in New South Wales. What we've experienced as a union, we've seen jobs being offshored, to which businesses have shut down over time, skills have diminished, opportunities for our children and their futures denied by previous government. For the past 14 years, the AMWU have been heavily active in a campaign called Build Them Here, which primarily talks about public transport infrastructure such as ferries, buses and rail rolling stock. What we do know and what we hear from our members on the ground is that there are consistent issues with items purchased overseas, not just from an economic standpoint but from a skills and development point, to the point where we see the likes of the inner city fleet, that train, cost blowout up around $4 billion. If you think about that number, $4 billion, what could we spend that on? What we do know is that we can build trains here in New South Wales. We should have built trains in New South Wales, but the track record of the previous government clearly indicates that, and in fact we've had a previous Premier say publicly that we can't build trains in New South Wales, yet where is she now? And I won't go any further on that. But
what is this?
What we want to see is the opportunity for our members and the communities by and large across New South Wales partake in new projects, both in rail manufacturing and obviously the transition, which has a lot of green jobs available as well. So I'll just leave that as my opening remarks and happy to take any further questions.
Thank you very much. I wondered if I could ask you a question. You referenced your campaign about local manufacturing, and I think it's called Build Them Here. And I just wondered, what challenges have you faced in that campaign? Have you managed to, secure contracts on that basis? What barriers have you seen in that campaign?
The barriers throughout since 2013 have been quite clear, and it's due to a previous government's rhetoric to purchase things overseas. We've had a previous transport minister that consistently says that we cannot do things here, yet if we look at the current class of Tangara train, that was built in the Hunter by AMWU members. That train is still in operation today. Yes, it's a bit tight around the edges and needs a bit of work to be done to keep it reliable in service, but that train demonstrates that we can build things here. What we do know is that we've been denied opportunities over the past 12 years to do that.
Thank you. In your submission, and we've heard quite a lot today, I don't know if you've had a chance to see any of the evidence today, we've heard quite a lot today about the Secure Local Jobs Code in the ACT, and I note you referenced that in your submission, and also the Victorian equivalent. I wondered if you could talk us through why that's important to your union or your members, and why you're advocating for that.
Look, I think it fits into some of the federal stuff that we're advocating as well around Future Made in Australia. But why it's important in New South Wales is because it allows our members to have opportunities to partake in the construction or manufacturing of publicly owned assets. As I've previously stated, we can build stuff here. It is quite evident. We have members on the ground right now in Newcastle that are building trains and locomotives for private enterprise. So we do currently have the skill base. What we need is contracts to be signed to ensure that we can partake in those programs, which has a greater economic benefit for New South Wales as opposed to offshoring.
So that really, I guess, refers to what they call in the ACT code, that sort of second gate, that industry participation plan aspect in terms of, the planning around industry. What about that? What's being referred to, I think, as the first gate, which is the idea that organisations that are going to engage in tendering for government contracts should be, I guess, pre-certified based on their previous workplace behaviour, compliance with labour laws, those kinds of things.
Yeah, absolutely. It's important that we have those things vetted properly. When we talk about workplace safety, that should be front and foremost of any business that wants to partake in any program, whether it's construction or manufacturing of the like. What's important is that we have good industrial relations in place to ensure that these projects run smoothly, operate properly, and by having best labour practices will ensure that it gives government a level of confidence that we can execute these projects on time and on budget as well.
Okay. And what about the suggestion that we've had that anything that requires that kind of pre-certification or checking isn't really necessary because businesses have to comply by the law, so we can almost assume that they're already doing what they should in terms of labour law?
I'd never assume in that space, to be honest, Chair. What we do know, there are some people out there that whilst on the face they appear to be doing the right thing, as we understand through whether it's payments or superannuation or whether it's consistent industrial issues around especially payment of wages. What we've experienced is that it is a common problem, and we see it in the labour hire space and subcontractor space as well.
Okay, could you explain a little bit more about that?
Sure. So when we see group training providers supply apprentices to industry, what we see is a lot of the time those apprentices are on usually award wages or plus 5%. We do normally have enterprise agreements in those workplaces which contain an index to the trade rate in the agreement. So an example would be, say, C10, which is the entry-level trade rate for a mechanical tradesperson. And what we do see is that rate is predominantly far greater than the award rate or the award plus 5%. What we do know, award wages for apprentices are not livable wages in this current day and age. So we have a campaign on foot to try and change the awards to increase the apprentice rates. But what we'd like to see, rather than try and change the awards, we'd like to see government, as part of the procurement process, have some tight provisions in there to say that anyone that partakes, for instance, say the new future fleet of trains, say new Tangara replacement, that any subcontractor or supplier will be paying as per the applicable site agreement rate and not the award rate. Because what we do see, we see apprentices that are exploited to the market, to which they're charged out normally from the subcontractor to the prime as a tradesperson as well.
Okay, thank you. You've spoken a bit about not building stuff here anymore, and you've given trains as the example. Mm-hmm. What kind of impact does that have locally for workers and the manufacturing when government procures offshore rather than choosing local options?
What happens there is a horrible experience that I've been through too many times, is in relation to redundancies. People with no certainty, people with no future. when we see, especially apprentices, potentially in the second year of their 4-year apprenticeship, when projects wind up, they're left to the whims of the market. With no certified skills, no opportunities, and struggles to obtain work due to tight opportunities in the job market. We've seen that in the Hunter Valley too many times through whether it's shipbuilding, the last program I was involved in before becoming a union official, to whether it's a downturn in the coal industry, to whether it's actually trains built overseas, ferries, and the likes. It's a horrible circumstance, and one that has a human element, and as an official is quite difficult.
So what I'm hearing also is one of the implications is particularly with regards to future workforce. So once we, as a government, take a decision to offshore, not only is there an impact on those individuals, which of course is difficult to deal with, but also it means that we're then denying ourselves trained tradespeople into the future because we've cut off that opportunity. So you're also concerned then, I guess, about the training implications and the workforce of the future?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm concerned. I mean, I've on the public record welcoming the recent announcement of the Tangara upgrades and also the viability of future fleet or further subsequent programs. But what I am still concerned about is what are the skills and the training? How do we future-proof our workforce is ready to partake in programs? So when it comes to skills and training, what we do know, TAFE has predominantly been the institution that we've utilised to train tradespersons. What we've seen through cuts in funding, sale of assets in TAFE, precarious work of TAFE teachers has delivered a somewhat very difficult challenge in training the future of our workforces that are required.
Thank you. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming in for your submission. Just listening to you talk just then, I was just reminded of the Spanish-built light rail and when it cracked in 2021. It cracked because apparently it was required to go around a bend and go a bit too fast, and although the Spanish supplier had been sent exactly what the route would be, they hadn't factored that in, and then it turned out that the instructions on how to weld the cracks were written in Spanish. And I remember sitting in an inquiry at the time and asking the Transport Minister why it was so delayed getting this thing corrected. And he was saying that because of COVID, they were trying to Zoom these Spanish engineers in to try and teach people on the ground how to actually repair the light rail. And it all just struck me as so absurd that we'd ever gone offshore. But in response, the Transport Minister said that there was no Australian bidders and that there was no workers here, which is what you started with your opening statement on, that that there was no capacity. In those, I guess, what could they have done better? So we've heard about skills and training, but should we be also in those, if there is a real circumstance where we don't have capacity, so say that is true, should we be requiring those companies to train up our workers in the process so that we do have an onshore, how should we be doing that? Yeah, absolutely. There should be part of the process of any program that there's a skills training component awarded to those programs. Yep. One that sort of future-proofs industry, but also it stops these scenarios like that welding scenario you just mentioned. It still bewilders me as well, mind you, and that is one of many examples where we've got major shortfalls that need to be addressed. Yeah. So requiring that kind of skills upgrade, as you say, boosting TAFE, and ensuring levels of apprentices and trainees and cadets in major projects. Is that sort of have I captured all of that? Yeah, so what we've done in anticipation from the union, we took a proactive approach to say, look, in Newcastle we have a lot of OEM potential suppliers for future fleet. We know of those companies where we've got good industrial relations, good safety records, good payment of wages. We've had a lot of great, robust discussions with industry about
training programs and different mechanisms to which those businesses can access, such as National Reconstruction Fund money, the ratios of 1 in 10 workers for training programs as part of that criteria. So there are other avenues for businesses to partake and get funding arrangements, but by and large the ratios are what are important, because what we do know as part of a transition, I've spoke about this in many settings, is an example for electric bus technicians. We need about 6,500 of them by 2030.
Yeah, right.
Where are we going to get them from in a hurry? And this, when I look at the ACT government and their program that they've got, and I spoke to their Transport Minister as of last week and been invited to go down and understand how they've implemented that program, what are some of the constraints they had of getting off the ground, but by and large, replicating something like that here in New South Wales.
Yeah.
Because we are upon a structural change, and as each day goes by, it's becoming difficult to reach the targets that have been set.
Yeah. And you see that mistake continually being made. Even now people are talking about it with the, there's a whole other issue, but the nuclear submarines, and who the hell would be able to actually work on them if we don't have that workforce, if we indeed do ever get them. I think one of the other things I picked up in your submission was in relation to this kind of subcontracting, particularly when it comes to local jobs and local use of local content as well as local labour. When we're contracting with one company who then outsources and gets a bunch of different components from overseas often. Does the ACT do that better than us here? What would you recommend?
The ACT in a bit of a weird predicament, to be honest. They've kind of have a problem about getting manufacturing in the ACT due to the price of land down there. It's predominantly a defence space down there, and with defence contracts attracts big dollars as well. So the actual market to manufacture in the ACT is quite difficult. But they've identified predominantly the skills issue they're going to have for their current fleet of maintaining their buses of the like. So in terms of them, they are quite different to us. I think we're a little bit different, where we've got manufacturers, but we actually haven't quite got the centres of excellency to perform those transition of skills that are required.
So it's a broader point then about government identifying skills shortage and saying, well, we're going to put everything in to make sure that we actually have workers in these areas as we go forward. It seems like such an obvious thing, that I guess if you've been reliant on the markets to do everything for so long, then we do end up with these kind of shortages. I think that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tudor.
Were you a bit disappointed when the government purchased ferries from Tasmania?
No, because they were built in Australia.
Sorry?
They were built in Australia.
So your definition of local content is anywhere in Australia?
Wherever we can't build them, the preference is to build them in Australia.
So the fact that New South Wales workers didn't get that opportunity didn't worry you?
We didn't have the opportunity or the skill base at the time to do it.
You sure of that?
Yeah, positive.
Well, what was wrong with the trains which comprise the new intercity fleet?
The consistent issues that they have with the commissioning phase. Just for the record, I was previously the organiser for doing this role for UGL Kangiangi for the intercity fleet. Our members consistently approach me about issues with those trains.
What were they?
Anywhere from wheels flattening out on the lines due to brake jams.
Well, and that was because they were sitting there for a long period of time not operating, isn't that the case?
Oh, not when they're operating up and down the Blue Mountains. And
Well, they weren't allowed to be operated, were they?
They had to do it for test and activation.
Yeah, but now that's the case. But all that time that they were sitting there, that caused the problem, didn't it?
Well, not a flat spot because it's not moving.
Yes, it did, because effectively, because of the amount of time that those trains were sitting there not operational.
I'm trying to understand how something that doesn't move attains a flat spot when it's hard metal.
Well, these trains are used everywhere in Europe. What was the problem when they arrived in Australia?
The problem is the design was immature. That they were
these are the state-of-the-art trains, used everywhere in Europe. You say that they are immature.
Yep, absolutely. Why have they got so many?
So
faults?
what point of order?
I'm trying to understand the
Sorry,
relevance
Mr.
of the
Pidgeon,
question.
we'll get back to you shortly. I'm just going to take a point of order from Mr. Namber.
Yeah, Chair, if courtesy could be extended to the witness. There have been now a succession of questions asked by Mr. Tudor-Hope and barely a moment given to the witness to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Namber. Mr. Tudor-Hope, I would ask that you do allow the witness to answer the question.
He's a big boy.
Mr. Tudor-Hope, thank you. Mr. Pidgeon, you can continue your answer if you so wish.
Yeah, so look, the train of the inner city fleet, they've had multiple wiring issues, they've had configuration issues, they've had to change the configuration for guard provisions around safety.
That's the problem, isn't it?
No, not by
That was
and
the
large.
problem, wasn't it? It was the guard compartments were the problem.
No, the actual problem was there was no due diligence done by the government to see if these things would fit the tracks.
But when you identified $4 billion,
Yep.
and I'm not sure that that's the final number, but anyway, you identified $4 billion, and they're not running yet, are they?
No.
Not in service.
No, I have not turned $1 for us.
Indeed. Why is that?
Because they're taking an extra long time to actually configure the trains properly. There's some issues with software that still need to be rectified. Our train system within itself is going to digitalisation as well, which is having effect on those class of trains.
But they could have been operating. They could have been operating in New South Wales at least 2.5 years ago. Could they not?
Safely.
Yes, they could have.
I disagree with that assertion.
They could have been operating 2.5 years ago.
Look, that's your view, and it's certainly different from mine.
Well, and in fact, the only reason that they weren't operating was because the RTBU would not operate those trains without guard compartments. Isn't that the case?
That's not solely the case.
Well, but it was the predominant case why those trains would not operate. Isn't that the case?
We have manufacturing
Mr.
faults.
Tudor-Hope, I'll just draw you to the previous point of order and my recommendation that you allow the witness, as a courtesy, to answer the question. Mr. Pidgeon, you can continue.
Yeah, sure. So the assertion's made somewhat incorrect from my observation. When we look at the trains itself, when they are in going down the lines as live exercising or commissioning, when they are breaking down consistently and getting towed to the depots to get fixed, whether it's the brakes jamming on, whether it's actual couplings that hold the trains and passenger sets together malfunctioning, whether
So is that all reported?
It should be reported.
Reported. So there's documentation which would substantiate the allegations you're now making.
Yep.
Where would we find those?
I'm sure if you approach UGL or the Department of Transport or whoever the regulator may be.
So one of the things you've advocated, of course, and you and I can agree to disagree on the new intercity fleet, but in relation to your proposal for 90% local content for major construction projects and 80% local content for complex manufacturers by local content, you now are telling us that your local content is Australia and New Zealand.
That's the figure that we aim for, yes.
And if that does not comply with Australia's obligations under its international agreements, what do you say happens then?
Well, the international trade agreement's not fit for purpose.
So you would be advocating for the abolition of the international trade agreements?
Potentially, yeah.
And if that impacted on Australia's opportunity in primary produce in the European market, would that worry you or concern you?
Coming from a primary produce market as a cotton farmer from Moree growing up, certainly that has no relevance because there'd be a carve-out on that.
Well, we have some access to European markets because of the international trade agreements, don't we?
We do.
So if those international trade agreements protect our access to those markets and they were interfered with, it follows, does it not, that those markets and the other suppliers to those markets would be impacted, wouldn't they?
Well, it depends on
So
what the free trade agreement is. We have multiple free trade agreements around the world where there are certain provisions and carve-outs do occur from time to time.
Yeah, but the nature of entering into those agreements is that we get access to other markets for other suppliers, manufacturers in Australia, principally, potentially, primary producers.
I'm trying to understand
Well, do you care about the impact on other industries if you tore up international trade agreements?
I wouldn't be saying tear up the free trade agreements in entirety.
Well, you don't say tear them up.
No.
Okay, so well then, to the extent that you're
There will be certain exclusions to which you can reach an agreement on, and has been done before.
So, would you not assume that those exclusions are already contained in those international agreements?
I mean, a case of example for your record is have a look at the Queensland rail manufacturing and what we've achieved there.
Yeah, no, I understand the point that you're making, but to the extent that you are advocating a model of 90% local content for major construction projects and 80% local content for complex manufacturers by local, if that involved us having to breach our obligations under international trade agreements, does that concern you of the impact on other industries?
They'd be negotiated. That 90% could end up down to 85, could end up to 80.
So, can I take it that you are prepared to amend your recommendation to say that the percentage that you require for local content depends upon impacts on other industries relating to our obligations under international
Point of order.
trade organisation?
A point of order has been taken.
Sorry, I'll let this go on long enough. Mr. Tudorhope is putting forward a hypothetical based on a potential interpretation of a law which other people have said is not actually correct, and now asking this witness to somehow opine on that hypothetical scenario, and it's just a bit silly.
Mr. Tudorhope, your time has expired. Perhaps we will leave that. There is, I think, a bit of time to be shared. Mr. Nanva, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
I'll come back to it.
Part of what has been missing in the evidence today is just the end user experience of rolling fleet and stock and the procurement and the assessment of that. So we've previously had evidence with some concern with that lack of end user consultation, industry engagement, stakeholder engagement with the procurement, particularly of rolling stock. What consultation was there with the AMWU prior to the contracts being signed for the intercity fleet and the regional rail fleet?
No consultation.
Is that true?
Just an announcement.
Are you aware of industry engagement with respect to local capacity to build the regional rail fleet or the intercity rail fleet?
So we do know there was engagement with industry. What we do know is that some of those participants in maintenance were told, if you want to win maintenance contracts, you best remain silent on the builds.
A little bit has been made of the capacity in New South Wales to build rolling stock. Given years of local manufacturers being frozen out of manufacturing fleet, is it not the case that there just needs to be sufficient consistent order volumes in order to build up that manufacturing capacity before we can build them here again?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been having conversation with industry by and large, right from fiberglass manufacturers, seat component manufacturers, people that can actually make sub-steel structures for the chassis of the rolling stock, right through to handrails and components for the trains. In Hunt particularly, Consortium Hunter have done a fantastic job in collaboration with us to identify local suppliers and really make sure that they have an opportunity to partake in a program moving forward. So to answer your question, they just need to be given a certainty of awarding a contract. Doesn't have to be, say, 400, rolling bits of stock. It can be, 20 to start with, or when one comes offline, say from Tangara, one is replaced. But ideally you need to build up that skill capacity and then also the confidence as well to do it, because like any program that's come out of shipbuilding's an example of that around the AWD destroyers. It was slow going for the first 6 months, immature design / low skill base, but what we learned over time, the methodology got better, the design became more matured, and there was a lot of lessons learnt to which that become very productive and competitive to do that here in Australia.
But after a decade of being unfairly
I think
locked out or priced out, you can't flick the switch again overnight, can you?
You're going to
Yes.
apply that?
No, not at all.
Thank you. It's Mr. Tudor. You have the same amount of time. Yep, minute 20.
One of the observations you were making was, in fact, about the skills workforce.
Yep.
In relation to construction projects, when New South Wales Government tenders, there is a condition, is there not? I'm reading from a document here, so you won't be surprised to hear this condition, that in respect of those contracts, and therefore the large contracts which you've identified, you must embed an apprenticeship target of 20% of the trades workforce on the project, include this target in tender documentation and contract requirements, including quarterly reporting, provide quarterly reports to Training New South Wales in the Department of Education. That's the sort of proposition that you're embracing, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to have an opportunity to do that.
No. But this is exactly the sort of procurement policy which you would be advocating for.
Absolutely, skills are the future.
Yeah. And in relation to the manufacture of if there is a manufacturer in Western Australia who can already build rolling stock, you wouldn't have, under your model, any problem with that company providing the new Tangara trains, would you?
We'd like to see them built here in New South Wales first and foremost.
Thank you. That concludes the session for today, Mr. Pigeon. Thank you so much for appearing. We do appreciate your time and your giving of evidence. If you took any questions on notice, or if there's supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in touch and you'll have 21 days to respond. Again, thank you for your time.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Committee.
Thank you.